In this video, we are going to be looking at the course outline. So the course is divided into a total of 4 sections. Each of them aims to represent more or less the different stages in marketing and sales that an online business, such as yours probably, has to go through in order to be successful. So let's start with the very first stage, which is finding opportunities. Here, it's all about exploring what is available to you. So what are people asking for? How many people are asking for it? And from there, we're going to see what are our niches, what are the main groups, the main markets, the main niches. And then we're going to be analyzing them to see which ones have the best opportunities for you to create a successful business. Finally, we are going to be analyzing these niches for their competitors to see who is already being there, who is already trying to fulfill that demand, and then looking more in detail with what they're offering so that we can see what opportunities we really have in front of us. Following this, the second part, defining your targets. So once we know which niche we want to go into, which one has the best opportunity or which ones have the best opportunities, then we want to clearly define our target. Marketing is very much about getting the right vision, and you have to understand who you're talking to, how they like to be talked, how they think, and that way you can maximize the chance that you're going to communicate smoothly with them and that they will understand what your business has to offer for them. So for this, we will do our target customer definition, as well as defining ourselves properly as a business. Then we will be looking into what our vision is, defining our SMART goals and our KPI metrics. This is to ensure that we have clear targets and that we know what our business wants to achieve in the medium and long term. Next to that, there is also the definition of the product specification. Based on this, how should our product look like? What needs and wants, what pain points of our customers is our product or service going to help, and how is it going to help? Once that is fully defined, then we look into designing. Here it's getting more physical, it's getting more about really starting to putting content out there, which includes firstly designing our brand so that our business has a clear voice, a clear personality that is going to appeal to our target customer. Based on that, we will also design a website. So we won't go through the whole process of designing the website, but we will be looking at how you can best structure your pages based on best practice methodology from the top websites out there. We will also be looking at different examples, what works well, what doesn't, what is well designed, what is a little bit clunky, so that you have a clear idea of how you can design your website to maximize your marketing efforts. Finally, we're also going to be looking at designing optimum content. How should it look like? What messages should be behind? And also how to structure it. But this structure is going to come mostly in the last part, which is optimizing for sales. There we are going to fully develop our content strategy. How are we going to post the content? In what format, on which platforms, and keep a content calendar as well. Then we will also look at leveraging the principles of influence fully throughout the different points of contact, whether it's website, social media, email, or other. And then we will finalize by looking into depth at the different pricing techniques, which is arguably the biggest wall of the customer to overcome in order to interact with your business and become a paying customer. And there are loads of great techniques and tips on how you can leverage your pricing and make it seem more appealing, and we will go into depth. To help you with this process, we are going to be working through it using a template marketing sheet. So this is to stay in line with the idea of keeping this course practical. One of the main problems I saw with other different courses is that there was a lot of theory, but then you couldn't keep a good structure. You couldn't go through each step one by one and then finish the course with a filled out marketing strategy file. And this is exactly what this course aims to provide you. So we'll be going through the keyword list, the niche analysis, competition analysis, definition of your business and your customer profile as well, and much more. Every single lecture of this course will be helping you to fill out your own sheet so that way by the end of the course, you are going to be crystal clear about how you're going to conduct your sales and marketing operations. One more thing to note is that this is the part 1 of this course. So as per Udemy policy, now free courses are only allowed to be up to 2 hours long. So if you like this first part and you're excited about seeing the rest of the course, then as I am in the process of building it right now, you can just let me know about how much you've liked it so far and what you would like to see by leaving a review. Let me know your feedback, and I will also get back to you straight away as soon as the part 2 is ready for you. On that note, let's not waste any more time and jump straight into lecture 1. In this video, we are going to be looking at keyword research. So unless you've done absolutely zero research on how to run an online business, you probably have heard about how important keyword research is. What's the main idea behind it? So you've got your customers, right? And they are looking to purchase something. They have a need and they are trying to find a solution for these needs online, right? So just think anytime you went, you were looking for, I don't know, if you wanted to buy some shoes online or instant sticks or anything, then you always started with an idea and then you went either on Google or other places and you typed this in. So you translated your need into keywords. And why is this so important for your business? Because this is how you're going to find out what is being searched for and also, most importantly, what you can offer. So this is why it's the very first step. It's about discovering what the demand is, and not only what is being demanded in terms of words, but also how much it is being demanded for. So are we talking about 10 people looking for it for something every month? Are we talking hundreds, thousands, or even more? So before we go into how to conduct this keyword research, I want to talk a little bit about the general approach and also understanding how it works. I like to use diagrams like this to sort of represent this visually as it's clearer. So what you have right now in front of you, you see all these bubbles. So each bubble represents a market. And so let's say you've got your main market. Let's say you're a web designer by trade and you're trying to find out what are your clients looking for and how much, and also what different variety of keywords do you have? What are the different opportunities that you have? And the way every market is designed, whether it's web design or anything else, works this way. So you have your main market in terms of keywords, right? But you have a lot of crossover between the different markets. So here you can see it clearly with these bubbles. So you have the main market, which is web design. But for instance, you will have people who are into the restaurant business and they're looking for web design for restaurants. And then you have also the real estate bubble, and there you will have some demand for the web design for real estate or for interior design. So any topic that you have, well, keyword research will show you what different opportunities you have, what these different bubbles are. But this is how it's constructed. And so what you want to do is to find out all of these bubbles, or at least as many as you can. So each bubble being a different market. And then what you want to do is to find out which one is an opportunity for you, not just in terms of what you can offer, but also in terms of opportunity. So in terms of competition and in terms of search volume, which we will look at in a later video. So how do you do this keyword research? How do you start? Well, the simplest thing is to start with Google Autosuggest or any kind of search engine autosuggest. So what is autosuggest? Basically, if you just type something into the search bar, you will have a list of results. So if I put, for example, web design, you see we have autosuggest in here, Kurs Ausbildung. That's because I'm in Germany right now, but depending on your own country, then you will have different suggestions. And that's basically what autosuggest is. And this gives you an idea of what these bubbles are, as we talk, the different markets that are open to you. So for example, web design AI, web design software. And then what you want to do to get further into this is to use a simple technique, which is called just the alphabetical method. As the name suggests, all you do is just you start with the letter A, and then it gives you an updated list of autosuggest. So as you type, then Google is trying to find out what you are looking for and giving you suggestions based on this. So this is a great way to go into more depth. And that way you can get more long tail keywords. So long tail keywords, basically keywords that are quite long, as the name suggests. And generally they're more specialized. And as a rule of thumb, there's less search volume for them. So search volume meaning there are fewer people who are looking for these keywords on a monthly basis. But also because there's less search, usually there's less competition. And there's a good way to leverage that, which we will look in a moment. But back to the method, you want to go through A, B, C, D, you keep going, and then you just look at what is relevant for you. Once you find something that's relevant, then you can put it here in the search query. So let's say, for example, web design G, web design, graphic design. No, I don't like this one. Let's see, R, as much. I, inspiration. All right. So we've got some results here. So let's say web design inspiration. So this could be an opportunity for you, for example, if you are a web design teacher, let's say that's what your small business is, and you're trying to get newbies in web design and you want to offer them services related to that. That could be a good keyword for you, just saying. Then you can go into the main sheet and there you can start listing everything that is interesting to you under the search query. Besides Google Autosuggest, you have some free keyword tools that will also give you some suggested keywords. One of them that I've listed here, which is free for now, this might change by the time you're watching this video, but you can always just go on Google and just search for free SEO tool or free keyword research tool. You see for Google, and you should be able to find one within the first page. But just showing you this one, this is another one where we can web design, and then it's going to list suggested keywords related to web design. Now, one thing you will notice here is that it's giving you the monthly search volume. And that is the next thing that I want to talk about, search volume. So I've already mentioned at the beginning that what matters is not just what people are looking for, but also how often it is being searched for. So naturally, for your business, it's going to be important if you get 1 client a month or if you get 100 clients a month. And that is going to also depend on how you position yourself based on those keywords. Which one are you going to go for? If you go for one which is extremely niche with very little monthly search volume, then you're unlikely to be getting much traffic at all. You're not likely to get so many clients simply because you're going to be so niche and there are going to be so few people looking for your services that it's not going to be enough for you to drive your business. So how much you need, of course, is based on, your own situation. That's for you to find out. But generally speaking, the best opportunities are ones where you have as much search volume as possible, but also as few competitors as possible. And we're going to come back to competition analysis in a later video. But for now, you can just be looking at which keywords you see that are again relevant. So look for the stuff that you can do, that you feel when you read it, you think, oh, that is something I can provide. That's something where I have some experience or some advantage. That's something that I can offer as a business. You don't have to go too much into detail, whether it's really realistic or something. Here, this is more of a fishing around for ideas, right? So you want to be quite open and consider a lot of opportunities. You want to have as many keywords as possible, not too much, of course. Stick to what you believe you can do. So if it's completely out of your area, then don't do it. But otherwise, do note it down. And here, since you already have the list of monthly search volume, you can already add this. So let's say website builders for small business. That could be a good niche potentially. Then you'd want to add this here and then add the search volume 400. Now you'll notice that I have some other columns there. So main niche, niche 1, 2, and 3. So you're going to have different search queries, but what you want is in there to name the different bubbles. That's going to be important later on when we're doing our niche analysis, because you can have different search queries that are related to the same main niche. So usually for the main niche, I would suggest that you put the biggest keyword that you have. So for example, here I would just copy website builders for small business, have it here, and then these are the columns. These are just breaking down this main niche. So website building is one, and then the second niche that we have is small business. Why do we do this? Because then that means when we do our analysis later on, we're going to be looking at the, let's say, opportunity score for each separate niche here. So you have website builders for small business, you have one which is website building, and there's one which is related to small business. So for instance, if you can do something else than just website building, and there's a good opportunity with a small business, you find that there's quite a lot of demand for small business, but there's not so much supply, then you might want to focus on offering different kinds of services around small business. And that can be website building, but it can also be other things. It could be website maintenance. It could be website auditing. It could be anything, even not related to the website itself, if that's also something that you can offer. So you want to keep this open, and by having each niche broken down into these sort of sub niches, then you maximize your chance of finding opportunities. Now, one of the free tools that are really good for getting extra keywords and getting their search volume is Google AdWords. Now, Google AdWords itself is meant as a tool to help you with advertising on Google. However, you don't actually have to be running any campaigns, and it is for free. I have a demo account here where I have spent very little, even just I think two or 3 years ago. And this is one great tool, as I said, to be getting some keyword ideas. So what you can do is go there into the keyword planner, and then you can again type the starting main keyword or the seed keyword that best describes what your general market is. So let's stick here to web design. And here we go. Again, you have your list of the keywords here with an average monthly search, which is on the logarithmic scale. That means it shows you between 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, 1,000 to 10,000. It's actually not so important to have the exact value here. You just need to have this rough scale to know how popular, more or less, this keyword is going to be. And there you go again. There you have a lot of different keyword ideas. You see here, 785 keyword ideas available. So there's a lot here that you can go through. And again, it is exactly the same process. You copy them and then you can add them to the search query here, add the search volume, and then break it down into your main niches. Now, before we go on, I want to talk a little bit more in depth about keyword selection strategy, because not all keywords are equal. And when you start a business, then you need to have a certain strategy to select your keywords to know how you're going to grow over time. And right now, I'm going to explain to you the most common way that works with successful businesses. So on this diagram here, on the y-axis, you've got growth, and on the x-axis, you've got time. So that line is the growth of your business over time. This is usually what it looks like for any business. You have a period of starting off, a high period of growth, and then a period of reaching maximum success. And what you generally want to do is, at the beginning, your business is quite small, right? And you don't have very much authority online. That is, Google and the other search engines and also social media, when they're going to look at your website and your business, they're going to think, okay, who is this guy, right? Or this person in general. What's this business, this website? I don't know them. I don't know if they're good. I don't know if they're bad. They haven't proved themselves yet. And all the different search engines and platforms, they work heavily on an authority system. That is, the more authority your website or your business has, which is defined by how many people are going through it, how long they're staying, if they're interacting, if they're commenting, if they're liking you, if they're posting links to your website and so on, especially those that have already authority. So let's say if tomorrow a huge website was to post an article with a link to your business, then for Google and other search engines and other platforms, that's going to mean, oh, this business seems to be quite important because this very big business that I already trust is talking about them. And if you think about it, that's a bit how we people network as well. You know, if you have a role model that you like to follow and they tell you, hey, you know, check out this person because they're really great, then you're a lot more likely to trust that person. So the online sphere is very much the same. At the beginning, you're going to start off, before you get this kind of popularity, you're going to start in the unknown, right? So your growth is going to be down there. So the way you start is by going for the long tail keywords, which, to remind you, are those keywords that are a lot smaller and more specific. So if we look through the keyword ideas here, I can filter by average monthly searches, right? If I go all the way down, you see as I'm scrolling down at the very top here, the queries where you had 2 or 3 words, and then as you get lower and lower, you can see in general, like the length, you have a lot more search queries that are longer. For example, this one, complete web design from Figma to Webflow to freelancing. That is extremely specific, right? It's not just complete web design. It's not just complete web design Figma. It's from Figma to Webflow to freelancing. So this is extremely specific. Now, the more specific these queries again, then the less likely it is that somebody's going to be competing for them. And that means you've got more chance when you create, for example, a blog post or create a page about this, or even dedicate a whole website to it, it's more likely that you're going to be ranking near the top. And that's what you want to aim for. Because if you look on Google, if I look for a very big keyword, such as just web design, right? All of these results are going to be from very big established websites. So LinkedIn, Fiverr, Wikipedia, you know, these are very big. These are the big players that have a lot of authority, as I mentioned earlier. So Google is going to be ranking those first because they have a lot more authority. So your little website, if you just make your own business just about web design, you're not going to be visible here. You might be on page 8 or 9, and that's if you're lucky, really. And there's a very good saying that says, the best place to hide a body is on page 2 of Google, because nobody goes there, right? Think about your own behavior. When you're looking for something, how often do you go to page 2? usually you find what you want within the first 1, 2, 3, or 4 results, right? And that's where a lot of people stop. So your objective when doing any kind of search engine optimization and selecting the keywords for your business is to end up at the very top here. Regardless of what the search engine is, this is generally how it works. And even in the bigger context, if you already have a lot of competition on Google, then even if your strategy is not to rank for Google itself, it's very much likely that anywhere else on the online sphere, whoever is ranking at the top here is also going to be ranking and getting all the eyeballs everywhere else. So this is why doing search engine optimization and keyword research from the search engines is a great way to be able to judge which opportunities you have or not. So coming back here again to our keyword strategy, at the beginning, you'll want to find those long tail, low search volume. I mean, if they can be high search volume, all the better, but that's very unlikely. Low competition and highly specialized keywords, because these are the ones where there's not going to be so many people, there's not going to be very much competitors trying to rank at the top for them. But because there's so many of them, because it branches out into so many different small keywords, then you've got a lot more opportunities here. So you will rank at the very top, and what you want is just to accumulate them. So you want to make 10, 20, 30 long tail keywords and just be the number one choice for them. Maybe for each of these keywords, there will be 10 searches a month, but you will be getting a large proportion of these 10 searches a month. They will end up going to you. And then if you have 10, 20, 30 of them, then that means instead of 10 people just landing on your website, then you're going to have 200, 300, 400. And as you get more of those, then slowly your authority is going to increase for those long tail keywords. And that's where you start taking off. Then as Google and the other search engines and other platforms start to recognize your authority, they say, okay, this is a small website, but they are getting quite a few hundred or maybe a few thousand visitors every month. So, okay, people are going there, they're staying there. They don't just click and then come back straight to the search results. So it seems that this is some good stuff. Okay, we'll give you a chance. So then you can start going for the more medium tail keywords where you have average search volume and competition, and they're a bit more generic. And there you will have more chance to rank higher because you're going to have some of that authority we're talking about. And then you want to repeat the same process. You want to look for the ones where there is lower competition and establish yourself as being a better choice. But of course, you can only do that if you've already ranked for those long tail, very specialized keywords. And then finally, after you've done this, then as your business and your website have gained a lot of authority within your niche, then you can go for the very top keywords. You can go for the ones, instead of just going for the tens and hundreds there, then that's when you start going for the 1K, 10Ks. And that's ideally when you have enough authority that when you're going to be posting those blog posts or those different pages or whatever kind of content, then you're going to be recognized as a good authority in your niche. And then you're going to be ranking near the top and you're going to get a bigger proportion. So that's the main strategy that you want to adopt. A good way to find some of these long tail keywords that are going to be relevant for you is to use prepositions. Some of these prepositions, the best one that I've found, are for and in, because this is going to be the one of the best ways to generate a variety of long tail keywords. So for example, you can put web design for, and then that's what you look up. And here you're going to have a lot of long tail keyword suggestion. It doesn't work for every single one. It depends, of course, on the popularity, but you will see a lot of results. So for e-commerce, for portfolios, small business, And then you can combine this as well with the alphabetical method to really get in depth. So for example, web designer for A, you have web designer for artist, web designer for A restaurant, A school, architecture. And then you repeat the process for business, for beginners. So you see you have a lot more example. Then if you have a local business, then you can also use the in. In is going to give you a lot of different places there. So here are some examples. The auto-suggest was a bit slow there for some reason. A, B, C. Okay, it's a bit slow on there, but you get the main idea. This is a really good technique to be finding those long tail keywords and find specializations. And then what you're going to want to do after that is to investigate each keyword individually and then to see which ones are being already covered or not. Of course, you want to ensure that these are still search queries that are about a kind of product or service that you can provide. If you have a local business, then this is particularly important, that web designer in, for example. So you see you have to input as well where you are, the different names in the place where you are. But there's also the name of your main niche and then near me. That is often it gives you this result. This is one of the most important thing, which is just the map pack, where you see the best results on the map. And your idea later on for analysis is to see what is ranking there, and also if you can rank yourself, if there's any space for you. And again, you can use the related searches or the people also ask to find out more potential keywords that can be relevant for your local business. If you've got a little bit of budget, then I recommend also that you use a specific tool that can help you automate this. So the one that I mentioned that I personally use is called Rank Tracker. There are many different tools that you can buy that allow you to do what I'm going to show you. But right now, it's just to give you an idea of the potential of such tools. So you have tools that are autocomplete tools. So I showed you already the autocomplete, but of course, manually having to type A, then look at the list, copy it, put it into the sheet, and then typing in B, and then doing the same process, and then C. It can take quite a lot of time. So you have some tools where it does that automatically for you. So let's say if I look up web design, it will automatically do that process for me. So in this case, it's something I already showed in the free keyword tool, but the advantage of paying for it is that you can get a full list. Usually with the free tools, they do give you some keywords, but they can either hide the search volume, or in the case of the one I showed you earlier, the word stream, you have to give your email address to get the full list, and then you're on their marketing list. So if you want to avoid this kind of freemium or pay to use system where they restrict you, then a tool could be useful. One more thing that is very useful is you have the related searches. So within the search engine results page, you see that there's people also ask, which is very important as well, and that you can rank for. You see within these questions, you can appear as a result there. At the very bottom, there you have that people also ask. And so what this tool does is it automatically scrapes this as well. So if you put web design here, it's also going to give you those results. You also have the same principle here with the related questions, which is the people also ask that I just showed you. So if you've got a little bit of spare budget, then I strongly suggest that you get yourself one of these tools, because it really cuts a lot of the work away. And very often you have this feature where you can download the results directly, and then you can just copy all of them. Let's say, for example, let's assume I found all of these interesting, right? Then I can copy here all the columns, and in this case, I could just paste it on the side here, copy paste, there we go. Then I just need to adjust the search volume so that it's a single value, but you see how much time this can save you. So this was the basic keyword research as well as the keyword selection strategy and allocating the different niches and the search volume. In the next video, we're going to be looking at how you can analyze those niches to find out which one have the best opportunities for your business. So stay tuned and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we are going to be doing the niche analysis. So in the previous video, we got our list of keywords of what our customers are looking for. And now that we have this full list, here's an example for the web design market, just some stuff that I found afterwards. We're going to be using that and going through them to see how you can evaluate them yourself to find out which niches have an opportunity for you and your business. So the first step we're going to do is to properly define the niches and the niche size. This is going to be fairly easy since we already have our list of keywords there. So what you want to do is first to get a unique list of the niches, because you see here a lot of them just repeating themselves. So the easy way to do this is simply to take the list of the main niches, then to the side, just paste that list, then get that for every single column. And then after that, you're going to want to remove the duplicates. There we go. So that is your list of niches with just one line, one niche. Then we will want to paste them here. And I've already added a formula to calculate the sum of the niche size. So this might look long, and if you're not familiar with formulas, it might look complex, but all it is just making a sum. That is, if it can find this text into either here or here or here or here, then it makes a sum of the search volume. So yeah, to keep it simple, you already have your whole niche size here. If you want to make the template bigger, here I've made it somewhat smaller just so that it's easy to look at, but you can always make it bigger here, and then you can always add some rows here, and you can also use the drag and drop here from the formula to paste the formula along, and then you'll see it will be doing that sum as well. So now you've got each niche, and then for each niche you've got the niche size, total niche size from your whole keyword list here. Now what we want is the niche growth, because one thing that's quite important is this niche growing or not? Are there more and more people who are asking for this kind of product or service? For example, web design for estate agents. Is that on the growth? Are there more and more people asking for web design specifically for estate agents? Well, the easiest way you can do that is to use the free tool Google Trends. Here, it's quite straightforward. You can first set your market. Let's say we want to go for the big market. So let's go for the United States. Of course, this depends on where your business is and what you're targeting. And then you just paste it and then explore that search term. So here we see that in this case, there has been a decrease over time. To note that this Google Trends doesn't work too well with these kind of terms because Google Trends is more for big topics. So generally, if you have a quite specific niche long tail keyword there, you're not going to be seeing much here. I even changed it worldwide because it returned the same error for the United States alone. Now, one way you can still get information that way is to look at the topics. So for example, Here, web design for estate agents. I know that the demand for this is going to be related to how the general market, so the bubble, if you remember, of estate agents is performing. So I can look at the real estate topic and I can base my opinion on this. So we can see real estate over time, it has been declining, and just recently has been more flatlining. So in this case, you would want to put the niche growth here as being rather small, or maybe since it's declining, even very small. Here's another example. One of them is branding and web design for female entrepreneurs. This is what I took. It's a small niche. Looking at it, I can't really see any growth here. You have to be careful as well with these values around 2004. You can't really trust it because they had a different measuring system back then, so it's not really reliable. You want to be looking ideally for the past 5 years. This gives you a better idea of the development, in fact. But here I can see the topic, female entrepreneurs. That's also something that's definitely going to influence this niche. And here I can see that it is relatively flat or even growing. We've seen there's been some spikes here, but overall we're at a higher level here now, on average 50 compared to where we were before, that was around 40. So it is growing, and then you can also see the interest by the different regions. So for example, if you are from India, then you see that there is quite a big raise in interest in these regions. So that could be something where you put, okay, specifically for me, I can say there's quite a big niche growth. Then we can go and look at the competition level. So how competitive is it? How many businesses are already on this particular niche and already satisfying demand with it? So the easiest way is just check Google. So we can copy the keyword and then paste it on Google and search there. So how many do we have? Branding and web design for female entrepreneurs. So we see there's already somebody who's exactly on point here. So that's not too much of a good sign. Here as well, female entrepreneurs, branding and what? Yeah. So a lot of them you can see that a lot of them are using those keywords. So we know that they are already there. So this is not so much of a great opportunity. In this case, then we will put the competition level as being quite hard or very hard. Usually, if you see websites that are not so big, then you've got a bit more of a chance. If you see it is a very well-known website, then that makes it more complicated. To find out if those websites are big or not, you can use a simple website traffic analyzer such as SimilarWeb. There's loads of them, but basically you just go back into wherever you were, then you just copy, there we go. And there you have some results. So what's the global rank and the country? Okay, we're in the millions here. So this is not a website that is particularly strong. So this is most likely an amateur website, and it doesn't have very much authority in the eyes of the search engine. So that's a good sign for itself. So then if you go through all of them and you see that they are all very light as well in terms of authority, that they're all ranking into the several millions, then you might want here to say the competition is more towards medium or weak. It also depends on your own website. If you already have a website and you know it's quite well established, then you might want to say it's weak. If you're starting off, it could be medium or hard. So this is the basic of just quickly and efficiently analyzing your different niches. I could go into much more depth into how you can do this, and there can be more methods, but really this is the gist of it. This is the big way you can do it quickly, okay? Because you don't want to be spending days and days and days going into every single niche. And what you want is to have a system where you can have a pre-evaluation of it to look at the niche, the size, is it growing, how competitive is it? And then after that, once you've gone through that, and then you see which ones have the best combination of a high niche size, a good niche growth, and a low competition level, then you can go into more depth. And there you can go and see which ones really are in your top 5 or even your top 3. Once you reach that point, then you can start noting down which competitive advantages you have and that you can leverage. This is a bit more of a creative thing, and you have to brainstorm a bit about what your own competencies are and what you're good at, but this already gives you a starting idea to find out which niches you can best compete in. So, simple example, let's say for web design for estate agents. You could have been working for a real estate company yourself for several years, and so you know what clients are looking for there. So you could just make a note of that. For the other example, it could be that you are a female entrepreneur yourself, and so you understand your customer better and you know what they're looking for compared to a man. That way, you already have an idea of how you can approach the niche, and it helps you get an idea of where your opportunities are. Again, here, this is just as information for yourself. These are notes so that afterwards, when you just look at the big picture, you go through all the niche list and the niche size, you think, okay, where do I have an opportunity here? Considering everything and my competitive advantages, where could I go into? Where does it seem like there's the best opportunity for me? Following this, you can start and look at your strategy. Again, here, this is more indicative, but these are some notes on how you feel. Okay, well, based on what I'm seeing, this is how I could start to approach it. Finally, there's a last column in which you can put any kind of notes, anything else that you notice, any ideas that come through your mind. Again, here, this table is meant to help you. You don't want to be too much into the numbers. This is one trap that many people can fall into, is that they only look at the data and then they get into a niche just out of data itself. The data here is meant to help you. It's meant to give you a structure so that when you're looking at all your different opportunities, firstly, you note them down so that you can remember properly what each niche is, how big it is it growing, again, competition, blah, blah, blah. And then you can take the best decision possible. Because the last thing you want is to be going into a niche only to realize several months down the line that you made a mistake, that there wasn't an opportunity there, and that you had been better off going for something else. So this was the basic niche analysis based on your keyword list. In the next video, we're going to be looking at how to analyze the competition within a single niche. In this video, we are going to look at conducting a business level competition analysis. So what this allows you is to look at the strengths, weaknesses of your own business and your competitors, and then to draw your opportunities and your threats. So just to remind ourselves of where we are right now, by now you should have done your full keyword research. You should have had a list, and you should have used that list to draw out the different niches that are available to you, and then have analyzed those niches to see which ones have the most potential for you. So now by this point, you should have about maybe 3 or 5 niches, maybe more. It just depends on how much time you want to invest in it and how many opportunities you found. And we're going to be looking at each niche, and then, as I said, be looking at the competition on a business level. So what you have in front of you here on the sheet is you have a template for the niches. So here, this is the template for one niche. This is a template for another niche. Here you can replace the names with your niche itself, and you can also just copy this whole part and then paste it to the side there and extend it as you look for more niches. So here's one example of this strength, weakness, and opportunities and threat SWOT analysis. So this one is for McDonald's specifically. So if you want, you can pause the video right here and then just read through them just to have a general idea of what this analysis is about. So how do we get started? Let's say that one of the niches that I want to analyze for competition is the website design for accountants. Let's say I've got a good niche size. Let's say the niche is growing or it's stable and I see that there's not so much competition and I might have a few advantages. Anyway, just for the sake of example, let's say that was the niche that I wanted to look into. So I'm just going to paste this here first so that I'm clear about the niche. Now, the first thing I want to do is to find out who my competitors are, okay? So the easiest way to do that is, as you probably can guess, to go on Google and then look at the results there. The main strategy you want to follow whenever you're asking yourself about your competitors is to first think, where are your customers? What are the points of contact? Where are you going to meet your customers most of the time? What are they going to be using? We will look into that a bit more into detail in the next video. But for now, we want to already sort of follow their footsteps to see, okay, where are they going to be looking? And in the places where they're going to be looking, who are they going to find? Who's already going to be there? What competitors and businesses are already offering their products and services? So depending on what kind of business you have, this might be different, but I will show you here just very quickly for at least the search engines. So I'll look up web design for accountants and let's see what we have. So we see here, we've got 16 best accountant website design. So here it depends. It's a little bit difficult here to know because am I a website designer or am I offering already prepackaged website designs? This, of course, is going to change whether I have competition or not. But let's say I am a website designer and I specialize in making sites for accountants. So then all I'm going to start doing is just to open the first results. And then I want to see which one of those are actual people like me, are the businesses offering website design for accountants. So here the process is pretty much analytical. It's just, you just go through it. Okay, so they are offering already pre-made websites. I'm not seeing the previews. There we go. Oh, that looks quite nice. Okay, that's another one. Okay. So it seems that there's already a little bit of competition here. So let's say that if I were also to offer some package designs, these would all be competitors. So then I can just take the name itself, go back here, replace the name. Maybe just to be able to find this page again, I can insert a note here where I note the link that I've used. And then I can do the same thing for all of them. Okay, I've just put the names here, got rid of the last ones because we just want to keep this example nice and short. So the first thing I want to look at, okay, is in terms of actual relevance. So what I mean by relevance is how well does the result, the offer that each competitor give truly satisfy what the customer is looking for based on my understanding of the meaning of the keyword, right? So all it is basically is if you're looking for white shoes, right? And somebody comes to you and says, all right, I've got some wonderful, great discounted brown shoes to offer you. Then the relevance is not going to be completely quite there. There's still going to be shoes, yes, but because they're going to be brown shoes instead of white shoes, then that is not going to be exactly what you're looking for. And so that makes the offer less appealing, right? So if then you have somebody who comes along and says, well, I offer white shoes, then of course you're going to be more interested, right? It's quite self-explanatory. So that's the first thing we want to do. We want to see if in terms of strengths and weaknesses, if the competitors are truly relevant or not. So in this case, for website design for accountants, because I'm looking here at website design and not designer specifically, and they do all offer designs already made, then I can put as a first note that the relevance is quite high. And if all of them are like this, I can just paste it across. And to make it look a little bit nicer, there we go. I will apply this to the rest. That's just formatting, not so important. So they have high relevance. Okay, let's say maybe one of them, let's say this one has medium relevance. Perhaps they're offering packages that aren't exactly for accountant. Maybe say they were just finance in general. So these could be offering specifically for accountants and this one for finance. And then you could say, okay, that's medium relevance finance templates. And I would put this into a weakness, as it is something that I believe is taking customers' interest away from them. Then we want to look at how strong the website is in terms of authority, because that's going to be, again, one of the main factors behind search engine ranking. So what we're going to do is exactly the same system as what we did last time, which is just to find an online tool that looks at the site rank online, and based on this to see if they have a very strong website, especially a lot stronger than what we have right now, what you have right now, or if it is weak and if it would be quite easy to sort of beat in terms of authority in the short or medium term. So I could go on SimilarWeb again. I look for colorlib.com, which was one of the first results. Okay, 41,000. Total visit 1.7 million. Okay, that is quite strong. That is quite strong. So here I would definitely put it as a strength. I can repeat this with the rest of them. So we see Dribble here. It's already a lot more reachable in terms of total visits. Now we're back under 100,000, but it's still a relatively big website. So if you're starting off, this is going to be difficult to compete with. So I just add this as well here. Very strong authority. Now, to make this a little bit more interesting, I've taken some other websites which are from page 2. Of course, here again, I'm giving you an example for a specific example, a market where it's not a definite opportunity. Okay, so right now there is a lot of competition, and just for the record, here, if you were to look at web design for accountants, I'm not saying I would recommend you to go for it and that these competitors are a sign that you should go for it. In fact, I would say rather not. So just remember, I'm giving you an example here, okay? Normally, you want to already have a look within the niche analysis and see that the competition is beatable in a certain way. And then once you already have this initial analysis, this initial feeling that, okay, hey, that's something where that's a niche in which I could compete, then you go into detail for saying, okay, so I can generally compete, but now let's see exactly where I can compete. So I'm putting here some very strong authority, but ideally you would want to see as the first page results websites that are not so competitive, okay? So for example, more this kind. So where in the global rank, you see almost 10 million, 20K visits, page average visit duration 3 seconds. So this is something that if you're a starting business, this is a lot more reachable. Here's another example. We see global rank is slightly higher, but the total visits are still rather low. So here we go. Now I've had a quick look at the authority. The next thing we want to look at is to follow the customer experience. So going through the pages, is there anything we can see at first glance before we go and look into the detailed offers? Is there anything that pops us to our eyes or our minds that we see, okay, this is a potential strength or a potential weakness? So let's look at the very first one, this color lib. How does it feel? Does it look professional? Does it look appealing? Does it have, yes, it has these previews. Okay. Looks good, looks appealing, looks professional. Okay. The next one. Very nice. Personally, I love this. This is simplistic. It gives you straight away what you're looking for. Nice and clean. You can select them. Save, like, and then it gives hire me. So, okay, so there I can get in contact with artists, well, design artists directly. Quite nice, quite nice. Let's look at the next one. So this is one that is lower ranked, by the way. So now we're seeing those. Okay, so let's see here. That looks good. The font is a bit weird here. We've got a different kind of font. So this is one kind of font, and then this, now it looks quite compressed. Get training market, okay. That looks okay. All right. This is a bit empty here. Not too great. Look at all this, tons people. Whoa, what is this? No items. Question text goes here. What? Still have lorem ipsum. So there's no text here. This is just a placeholder text. Okay, that's not good. That is not looking professional. Okay, already if I see this, especially in this kind of market, if I'm looking for a web designer and I see that even their own website is not made properly, then that is not a good sign. This erodes then. Oh, look at this. And then they made a typo here. It's BO keeper. Okay, so that's definitely going to go into weakness. So if I'm here, personally, I would make a note. Mistakes, typos. Quite ironic that I'm hit the typing mistake itself. Yeah. And then we can do the same thing with the last one. Okay, oof. That is not some great web design. Look at it. Everything is just packed and there's no image and it's all tight. You feel how tight this looks? Yes. No, that is not nice. Okay, there's just 3 examples. Does your Google ranking matter? Why is that there? Okay. That is not particularly a nice design. So I will also make a note of this. There we go. So these are definitely weaknesses. So when you see those things, right, you can, whatever you feel, you can be quite certain that a lot of your customers are going to feel the same way. All right. So here in the next steps, it all depends on what kind of business you have, because within each industry, within each business type, let's say, there are going to be different things that matter. So for a website designer, you're going to have something different from, say, if you're a holistic practitioner, or if you're offering an online SaaS product, right? So there you're going to have to sort of see for yourself, depending on what you do, how you can adapt the template to fit your needs, how they are, which other elements of your industry are important at a business level and need to be categorized as either strengths and weaknesses. And then once you have gone through your competitors, you can always add some columns, by the way. You can just go in here and just click on insert a column to the right if you want to have more and more competitors. But once you have done that, once you have also gone through the intricacies of your business, and then you have a full list, then based on this information, which is very easy to see, you can see exactly your competitors, all their strengths and weaknesses, then and compare it to your own business's strengths and weaknesses. Again, it doesn't have to be exact. We're just looking at a higher level here. We'll define your business more properly later on. Then you can move on to looking at your opportunities and your threats based on this. So for example here, a good opportunity, if you see that a lot of your competitors have low authority, then that could be one of your opportunities. So the opportunity here would be that if you get your website to grow very quickly, which there are different methods, so you could focus your marketing efforts on trying to build links and driving as much traffic to your website as possible. Then that could be a good opportunity for you to rank quickly. It could also be that because low authority means that the search engines are not going to rank you quite as high, or you're not going to have as much power, especially if your search engine optimization, so your keywords, are not exactly on point. Then that means that if you, even with a smaller website in terms of authority, if you create something that's exactly on point, that in terms of SEO, in terms of relevance, the search engine algorithms feel that it is, completely on point, then you are a lot more likely to be ranking. So here, if they have low authority and they are not quite, let's say if they weren't exactly making website design for accountants, but for example, website design for finance, then you would have a lot more chance to rank high on Google, on DuckDuckGo, on all the search engines, because they are not only are they not completely relevant, but they have a low authority. Whereas in comparison, the bigger websites, even if they were offering website design for finance, the algorithm might see that even though they're not quite as relevant, it's still within the same domain. And because they have so much authority, I'm still going to place that result higher up than the more relevant result, but with a lot less authority. The algorithm is always doing a balancing act. It's always judging authority versus relevance. It has a preference for relevance, but with authority in the mix, you see, this is how it works. And very often at the very top of the results, you have more results that have high authority, even if they might not be exactly relevant. In this case, this particular example, they are, but you will also find within your searches that even with web pages that aren't exactly as relevant as the smaller websites, the smaller authority website, they still manage to rank higher. So this is why it's important to look at the authority. So that could be one opportunity. The next opportunity in this particular example is the poor landing page design. So that means that for you, if you create a landing page that is beautiful, that has no mistakes, then you are going to be a lot more likely to keep the attention of your customer, because they're going to land on this one, they're going to land on the other one, and they're going to feel like, yeah, it looks a bit amateurish, there's some mistakes, it's compressed, it's not quite what I'm looking for. So even if you're result number 3, let's say result 1, result 2, even if you're result number 3, then once they stumble upon you, it's more likely that they're going to feel that, this is a good website, this is well designed, right? If they go through this, they see the mistakes, they go through this, they see it's packed, and then they come across something like this or like this, then they're gonna be more likely to stay on the page and browse it, which then for Google means, okay, well, looks like they're quite happy with this website, therefore it's a better result for this particular search, therefore I'm going to rank it higher. So I hope that is clear for the opportunities, and the threats is exactly the same principle. So you look at what your competitors have in terms of strengths that is going to make it difficult for you. So if you see a lot of them have high relevance and very strong authority, for example, then that is your threat. Unless you have already in your mind a method to go against it, then that would be threat. But ideally, you want to select a niche, right, where you're going to have a lot of opportunities and not so many threats. That's how you're going to recognize that the niche is quite good, as you can imagine. And then finally, once you have this laid out, then you can set out your strategic approach. So this is again just informative. This is just for you to already build up the idea of how you're going to compete for this particular niche. If you decide to compete for this niche, I suggest that you do this for at least the top 5 to top 10, so that you have a clear idea of which niches you should go in. Again, you don't really need to go into many niches. You don't need to go into 10 niches, right? Even just one niche, if it's big enough for you and it's got the right opportunities, then that might be all you need to have a successful business. This depends on the size and the growth as well, which we have seen in the previous tab in the niche analysis. But this is the big idea, right? Again, this will depend on your situation. You have to make the decision yourself at the end, which niches you want to go for and how many niches you want to go for. But strategic approach here in this particular example could be something like focusing on a great landing page design that takes this opportunity, and then focusing on maybe displaying the templates straight away. So similar to what we saw with this website. So if you see that, again, if this is something you can provide, of course, if you see that this is working quite well, which it should be because it's at the very top and the page is getting quite a lot of traffic, then this is what you can focus on, this kind of offer. If you see here that they're not offering it as well, and they're not giving any templates, so it's just contact us, get a website, but they're not giving you clear ideas as well. This is another opportunity. This is another weakness of theirs that you can leverage, right? So here we go. That would be very quickly. I didn't fill all the cells here, but this should give you a good idea of how you can conduct a quick niche analysis. At this stage, again, because you want to cover several niches, you have to decide yourself if you want to invest a lot of time and go very much in depth. But from what I found, usually you don't need to. The reason being is that at this level, most customers, right, they go through website to website in a matter of seconds. So they're not going to go into extreme depth themselves. And what you want is to replicate the experience of your customer so that you get a feel, right? You want to go like them through the result and think, okay, what are they most likely to think? What is likely to influence them in wanting to stay and investigate this offer, which is going to be a strength, or what is going to be more something that drives them away, which is a weakness. And from that, you have your opportunities and your threats. But if you want to go into more depth, you can as well. So that was it. In the next video, we are going to be looking at the product and service level. In this video, we are going to look at conducting a competitor analysis on the product or service level. So what this will allow you is basically to compare your either the product or service that you're already offering or a potential product or service with what the competitors are already offering for the market. So in the previous video, we had a look at the business level, and now we're going into the product or the service, the offer itself, what it is that they're offering, and then we look at it in a data-based way. That is, we look at the price, we look at what amount it is, the size or the time length, it all depends. And then we look at the important specification. And by important specification, I mean what's important for the customer, what is going to influence them, what is going to have any kind of value. And then with this table, we get to compare, we get to see what they're already offering, what they're not offering, and also where there could be potential opportunities. This time, I'm using the example of a massage business, so a local massage, and I chose Austin, Texas as one of the examples. Of course, this is just an example, it doesn't matter. This is, again, just to give you an idea of how this goes. So I've already opened 3 of these, which are the ones that are appearing on the map pack here. So let's go through them one by one, and then the first thing that we want to do is identify the important criteria, right? So if you already have an idea of what is important for the customers, then you already note it down. If you're not sure, and in any case, I recommend you do that, you have a look at the competitors and what they are offering. So let's say we want to have just a standard massage, right? Let's say we're offering, just a standard relaxation massage. So first thing is, what are the core elements there? So we see a massage session, we see minutes. Okay, so time is definitely going to be something important there. So let's say for the first competitor, we have 60 minutes. So here I've renamed already the cell here to minutes, as this is what is going to be important. So then I put, okay, so for 60 minutes, they're offering 120. We see that there's loads of different minutes there, there's different packages. What you can do is, you can of course expand this to make it complete. But in general, I suggest that you try and find just one baseline and then base yourself on this, right? So for example, if you know already that most customers are going to go for a 60-minute massage, either through your own experience or your keywords or whatever, then I suggest that you try and make this the baseline. So ideally, you would want to look at all of them when they're offering 60 minutes. You look at how the other criteria differ. So you want to sort of fixate one of these and then see the specifications from there. So the price would then be 120. What are some important specifications there? What is important within the massages? Well, the first thing I can think of is, well, the ratings. So let's see, with the Massage Envy, we see that the rating is 4.7 and they have 243 reviews. So I'm going to put this in the sheet. Now let's keep going. Let's see, is there anything else that they seem to be offering? Again, I'm just a customer. I'm looking to get a massage session just to feel good. I don't have any idea really of anything else. I just want to feel good and see what they can offer me of value. So I'm not seeing too much. I'm seeing, oh, the CBD enhancement. Okay. I can see that, but it's not telling me whether that's part of the package or not. So I can't really, and it's not clickable anywhere. So I don't know if it comes at a bigger price or not. So here's an important thing. When you're completing this, okay, do it from a customer's perspective, okay? Really put yourself into the shoes of a customer who is just browsing, right? If you need some help also to try and sort of distance yourself because you might be biased, then have some friends or family do it for you, okay? Just look over their shoulder and have them complete this table based on their own experience. Because what really matters here when we're looking at the specifications, right? Why are we doing it? We are doing this because we want to map out what the customer is going to be judging when they are looking for this kind of service, right? And at the end, we want them to choose us, you know, your product or your service compared to the other ones. But before we can know how we can make the offer better, we have to know exactly what their perception of what the competitors are offering is, right? So it's not about the technical specs. So, you know, if I see that the massage session, for example, has something extra to it, like, I don't know, hot stones, right? Maybe it has hot stones in it for free. But if as a customer, I can't see it here, then that is not going to be an advantage. If it's hidden on some page somewhere where they also mention, oh, we also use hot stones. If I as a customer can't see it, then that's not something that I can add. The CBD enhancement, I don't know if it's part of it. Is it included? Is it not included? If I don't see it, then my idea is, okay, that's not included. So therefore, it is not something that comes into here. However, because we've seen that they talk about enhancement, that is something that we can put as a specification. So since from here, I cannot get any more information as a customer, and I'm not going to spend half an hour going through the whole website, right? I'm going through it. I'm seeing, okay, what can you give me? Okay, it's 4.5. Okay, we've got customized experience. Okay, massage. Okay, that's fine. There's this CBD enhancement thing, but there's no information about it. I can't know more about it. I just see massage, 60 minutes, 120. Right, that's it. Then we can move on to the next one. Okay, this one is called Austin Ashiatsu. Okay, I look into the services here. So our approach includes a blend of deep tissue techniques outperformed. Okay, so our services is a shiatsu therapeutic massage. So that's a little bit of value. It's a specific style of massage. So that's something that we can add here. So massage style. Okay, let's fill this out. And then we see, okay, for 60 minutes is $110. So yeah, we're keeping the same. 110. Let's capture the format here. And then what is their rating? 5.090. That's very good. So here, that's already makes it a tougher competitors. So if you're looking to offer the same kind of massage style in the same place, then that could be a warning sign that this is a no-go zone because they're already quite established. Unless, of course, you provide some other benefit. For example, you can reduce the price. You can say, I'm providing the same thing, and the price is reduced. However, because ratings and reviews are so important, and they already have a 5-star rating, 90 reviews, then that is a big lever there. Of course, it's always a balance. In the customer mind, it's always juggling and trying to balance and value. So for example, getting a massage that costs $110, if the reviews are a rating of 5 and 90 reviews, that could be the preferred choice. 100, if your business, for example, just has 4.5 and 10 reviews, then offering something at 100 might not be enough to make that switch. Maybe you need to go down to 90 or 80. So that's something that you might have to test with your own product and service. But here I just want to give you a quick example of how to think, okay? How you should be conducting this analysis and already thinking strategically in terms of, okay, how could I beat them? How could I offer something that has more value? So if we keep going, we see they have add-on treatments as well. So we see here, chakra balancing, add $20 to your session. Okay, so enhancements, there we go. They have some more here. We see they have cupping therapy, they have stretching as well. So I'm not going to add them myself here, but all you can do is just add some more lines here and just add this information. The more information you have, the more you know about your competitors, about what they're offering, what value. And then that means also that it can give you ideas about what you can offer. And not only ideas about how you can offer, but ideas on how you can offer something similar or better. Let's check out the next result. So we see here, life hurts your body, we fix it. Yeah, not a great design website. Again, no information. This is not so great. But let's see. So what are these services and their pricing? Let's see their products. So pricing, okay, these are for customized session, advanced session. So customized. So as far as I see, I'm a normal customer again. So my idea is if I'm looking for 60-minute massage, right now all I see is 60 minutes, $125. So that's what I'm going to put down. And their rating, 4.9222. Quite good as well. Now let's see. So they say customized. I don't know what kind of customization. Is it put where? We're tipless. Okay, that's not giving me any information. Advanced therapists provide deep tissue work. Our advanced therapists have more training experience and a broader skill set. So does that mean that the normal ones are not good? I don't know. It's confusing. I mean, you're saying that these are not good enough. See, this is one example, for example, of not so great marketing. Because you're giving here your advanced, but then, you know, especially for the massage, I would think I don't want somebody inexperienced to touch my body, you know, because they could hurt me or something. And then this is at $125. $125 from the other ones. I got the idea that I'm getting something that is, you know, these therapists are well trained, you know, and now you're telling me for the same price I'm getting somebody that's not quite so well trained. So I can see this business attempt at trying to sort of put a premium pricing, but you've got to be careful in how you frame it, right? Because in here right now, you know, this is not doing them a favor. This is making them seem like they're the expensive choice. So I feel like instead of 125, if I want to have something proper, then I need to pay 145, and that changes everything here if I have to change here to 145. So let's see the rest. Need help deciding how much time to book. No, I'm set on 60. Oh, there's a lot of techniques here. Okay, but I don't have any explanation of what these are. Well, I mean, I just want, well, I looked at the other one said deep tissue here. So let's say if I want to have this deep tissue therapy. Okay, I've got the benefits. I don't know. Okay, with the design here, it's not really taking everything. What is this? Okay, I've got the benefits. Okay, but it's not telling me if there's anything else in there that I'm getting. So it seems there that it's 125 to 145. Right. Possibly needing to pay 145, 60 minutes. Okay. So that's about it. It's not telling me about, I mean, I can get deep tissue as well, but that's about it. So yeah. So there we go. This is an example of how you can look at the product and service. And again, go from the customer's perspective. And if you can get an actual customer, somebody who's interested you, that you know, to actually do this for you, then it's a lot more likely that it's going to be good. Okay. So if you can get your hands on either friend or family, or even if you already have a customer base, you can ask them to do this for you. And one way you can have incentives as well is, for example, to say you can offer them a discount. You say, hey, our business needs your help. We would like you to complete a little survey about how you feel about these other massage therapists. And if you give us your feedback and your opinion on how we can improve ourselves compared to those, then we will give you a certain discount. So it's a great way to get your customers not only to feel that they're not only to get, a discount or something valuable, but also you're building rapport with them. Okay, you're getting closer, you're getting them to work with you and help you. And that's one of the influence principles that we will talk later, to influence your customers to be closer to your business, closer to you, because they're going to feel like, oh, they're asking me for my help. They're asking me for my expertise. Oh, that's nice. That's friendly. And they're going to give me something for it. Of course, I'd like to help you. So once you have gone through your competitors, then you can add your own specs for your product or your service, if you have one, of course. If you do not, then this is going to be the opportunity for you to already define what the product and service specifications should be if you have this idea already. So, and you base this on the competitors. So what would the combination need to be as an ideal, of course, to be able to be the best competitor there? So we could say, for example, the price, we could have it at $100 to be slightly cheaper than the other ones. We stay at 60. As a rating, the ratings here are quite high, so we would want to be ideally around at least, let's say, 4.7, 4.9, so 4.8 would be quite good. And then here we want to have at least an average of, let's say, 150 reviews. We would want to have some kind of enhancement. So here you can feel free to be creative. So you can have also chakra balancing. And you can say that the chakra balancing is included for free. You can say it's a 10-minute extra. So you're offering 60, but then you're offering a little free 10-minute extra to make it worthwhile. Maybe with this also, you can boost your price to 110. So the idea here is afterwards, when you have your potential customers do this sort of mental check as they go through these, you want to give yourself the best chance that you are going to be the best choice, but at the same time, because you still have your business to run, right? You still have to make a revenue. You want to make sure that you're not giving out too much and that this is not costing you too much, right? So you want to be the best choice by a small margin here. Massage style, you can say again here, it is deep tissue, or if you feel like there's something that the other ones can be or not doing that you could do, you could be adding this as your extra feature. And then if there are any more specifications, you could add this. So again, this is an example specifically for massage, but whatever your business, whatever your industry, the principle is exactly the same, okay? You want to look through it, you'll have the price, then you have the sort of metric, the main metric. Here it's minutes, but it could be length, it could be amount. Then you're looking at the ratings, the reviews, and then what is included with it. What are the different other specifications that are valuable to the customer? So there we go. that was the product/service level analysis, and this is how it's conducted. In the next video, we are going to take everything we have done so far and define our customer profile and our business identity so that we can best know how our business should look like, how it should feel like, and who our customers are, and how we can best communicate and market to them to maximize the success of your business. So let's keep going. In this video, we are going to be looking at defining your product for successful marketing. So by this point, you should have done your analysis. You should know which niches you want to go into. You should also know who are your top competitors, and you should have defined your business identity and your target customer. So the last thing that is still remaining for us here is to define our product or service clearly. And that is going to be done in terms of a very simple way, in terms of having the customer pain points, the solution offered, how we have a competitive advantage, and under which format we are going to be providing this. So I've made a very simple table in front of you. This is one of these tables that is again more informative, so you don't want to go into too much detail about detailing your product here. This is more like an upper level strategy where you are clear about what your product has that is unique and that is also valuable. So for the customer pain points, you should already have an idea of what the customer pain points are by having gone into your buyer persona and having defined the pain points and frustrations. If you still feel like you haven't been able to define this very well, then I suggest that you get closer to your potential customer by looking online at what they're saying. You want to be looking for their pain points and frustration. So the first question you have to ask yourself is, if I were my customer, where would I be talking about my pain points and my frustrations? And there are different platforms where this can happen. So they could be, for example, on social media, particularly anything that you can see is going to harbor a lot of emotions. For example, here, if we stay within the massage business example, so we've got a page here about one of these big companies, so Massage Envy in the US. And look what's interesting here, you have Massage Envy sucks. So here's a great opportunity for you. It's actually great that this example is here because this is going to be a great source for you to find out what people are looking for, their pain points, but particularly pain points that your big competitors are not already tackling. Because if they literally made a group about how this company sucks, then you can be sure that on there, what they're going to be talking about is everything that is lacking from their experience. So you can join in here and then see under the discussions afterwards. I can't join this group, but you can see what people are talking about. Again, for example, here going back onto the big group, you can go through the different comments and see what people are saying, what particularly they like, what they are looking for. Reddit is another good place to be looking at communities and seeing what people are writing there. This is just the main massage subreddit, but very often you can find similar subreddits that go into more detail, particularly if you're offering a specific service. One tip as well that you can use to refine your product and also for your customer profile, if you want to feel a little bit more specialized, you can also look for what the kind of specialization that people are looking for using Google here. We've already talked about this in the keyword research, but you can also go back to those small niches to find out what people specifically are having in terms of pain points. So here, by putting massage for, we see all the kinds of literal physical pain points that people are experiencing and that you could be offering throughout your service. And then after that, you can go into that product marketing tab and then show the solution of it. So let's just do a quick example just so you can wrap your head around it. So let's say you're a massage therapist right now, and let's say that one of the customer pain points that you've seen, that people have complained on some reviews on some platforms, some of the good ones, again, I want to keep mentioning those as I think about them. If you have a local business, or rather if the industry you're in is for local businesses, as is for massage, then you also have those reviews. Definitely look at reviews wherever you can. If it's a product, maybe the product is on Amazon and you can read the reviews on Amazon. If it is a service here, you've got those reviews and you can just go into them and you can read the reviews here, particularly the negative reviews if there are any, okay? Because these are going to tell you what your competitors are not already doing. But you can also just read what people like. This is all in Dutch right now, but I'm pretty sure you get the idea. And you can be inspired to see what people are particularly liking and also what they are not liking. But let's get back to the example. Let's just think of something like they want a really nice, relaxing ambience. And maybe what you've been discovering is that there's a very big massage center nearby, and they tend to have loads of different small rooms that look like more like hospital rooms rather than something really relaxing. And so even though they have good therapists, you've seen a few reviews that complain about how they wish that the ambience was a little bit better. So you can put this in here. As such, lacking ambience reduces relaxation feeling. And then you can go into your own solution here. So you could say the solution that would need to be offered would be a well-decorated room. It's got a nice scent, some nice perfume going through it. You've got nice lights, maybe some nice music as well. And then you want to note down if you've got any competitive advantage. This is particularly important, and you have to think of which ones you have a competitive advantage when noting the customer pain point. Because your competitive advantage means that you are going to be able to fix this pain point better than your competition. So for example, and that's one common advantage of the smaller businesses, is that because you're smaller and it's not as much on an industrial scale, if I may say, where it's more one client comes, you've got one therapist that's hired and do it, you've got more of a personal touch. That's one thing that you can offer that big companies cannot, this sort of personal touch, this feeling of, well, it's just me, I'm a person like you, this is my own small business and I'm doing it with my heart. This is one kind of advantage that you can leverage when you are a smaller business. And maybe for you, what your competitive advantage could be that you already have a room, you already have in your flat or something like that, you already have a very nicely well decorated room that maybe you use yourself for meditation or relaxation and could easily be turned into a great room that's got a lot of ambience. And so this is where you want to note it down. After this, you can note the format in which it's going to come. So by format, I mean more how the whole thing is going to be packaged, how the experience is going to come across. It's not relevant for everything. In this particular case, actually, the format is not so important. So there we go. You want to be doing this for about at least 2 or 3 points, that you have a clear idea of what your customers' pain points are and what you're offering, and particularly how you can do this better than your competition. Again, as with most of these sheets, they are here to store your information. They're here for reference for you. When you start getting into your business, into the day-to-day routine, they are here to help you remember your sales and marketing strategy. By having it clear and by looking at it regularly, then you remind yourself of the value that you're offering your customers. You remind yourself of why your product is better. And that should be something that you always have on your mind. If somebody at any point, even if you're at a party and you're slightly drunk and you're out of it, if somebody comes to you and asks you what you do and why you do it, and or what you're offering that others are not already doing, then you should be able to remember this table straight away, to remember your business identity and your customer identity straight away. It should pop straight in your mind and you can answer it directly. Because this kind of knowledge being always in the back of your head and you doing your daily business with that knowledge in mind is what is going to be giving you over the long term the direction to know how you can talk to your customers, how you can provide something that they really are interested in, and eventually turn them into your loyal fans. And of course, they keep buying from your business and making your business thrive. So I'm trying my best to keep this as simple as possible so that it's not a 5-page product spec details and advantage and marketing strategy. We want to keep it simple because it's easy to get lost. So there you have it. Something quite simple that you can look at, always customize, always edit, adapt, evolve, and refer to when you need to have a clear idea of your marketing strategy. In this video, we are going to be looking at defining who you are as a business and who your target market is. So the main purpose here is to gain clarity and focus. There's so many businesses out there that fail because they don't really know what they're about. They don't know what they're offering. They don't know what are their core values, and they don't really know who they're targeting to. So in the sheet, within this tab, you're going to be defining all of this. You're going to have a clear idea so that whenever you are later on doing any kind of marketing strategy, content strategy, designing your website, you are always going to have a reference to who you are, what your business identity is, and who your customer is. Who are you talking to? Who are you selling to? Because it's so easy over time to get sidetracked and to lose sight of who your customer is and what your business is really about, to the point that you can ask many people in their own business, what do you actually do? What is unique about you? What are your business values? And who is your target customer? If you had to define your customer, how would you describe them? And a lot of people just don't know. They just don't know. They're just saying, well, I just offer my services and then I see who comes. And my business, well, I just do this one thing and it has worked so far. Now, this can be okay for some businesses if they're somewhat lucky with the rest of things. But you want to be in full control and you want to maximize the success of your own business. And for that, you do need to have this cleared out. So this is what we're going to be doing right now. So let's start with the first part. Who are you as a business? What are your core values, firstly, as an individual? So your business is going to be very much dependent on you. It's going to be dependent on your own work. And so you need to also understand yourself, understand your motivations and what it is that you're truly looking to achieve. And by having this clarity, you will be a lot clearer about what you want to achieve as a business. What compelled you to start your business? Why did you start it? What do you want to change? And in following that, what are your company's core values? What is your company really about? What does it stand for? What need do you solve? And how do you solve that need? What is the primary goal? Then clarify again, who are your competitors? So we've already done some of that in the competitor analysis, but clarify here again. How are you different from them? How do you plan to be different from them? Clarify this again. Make sure that it's clear in your mind where your target lies. Who are the people who are also providing services or products that are like yours, and how are you going to be better than what they're offering? What's unique about them? This falls within the same question. And what would happen if you didn't provide this service? So would the world not be a better place? Would it be, how would your clients feel? Because if it makes no difference, if it's just doing it for the sake of doing it, doing it for money, and whether your business was here or not, it would make absolutely no difference, then maybe it's lacking the strength and the vision that it needs to have in order to be successful in the long term. Then we look at your target market. So what is motivating your customers to engage with your business? What is their age range, their gender, their income bracket? Then for your service or your product, is it something that's really needed, or is it a luxury? So here it's quite important, because if it's something that's truly needed, then it's more likely that your business is going to stand the test of time. It's more likely that you're going to be successful over time. If it is a luxury, then your business might be doing quite well in good times, but then in difficult times, in times of economic recession, you might find that customers will be quite quick to drop their business with you. And this might lead to difficult times. So is your service or your product needed, or is it a luxury? And following this, how will it be used? How will the customer use it? What will they value most in your product or your service? Is it something that's going to be more of an impulse buy, or is it something that you have to save? So that's something as well that's going to impact your future strategy. Because depending on whether it's an impulse buy or if it's something that you really have to think about, then you're going to have to adjust your marketing, which is something that we will talk about later in the course. Where do the customers get their decision-making information from? So what is their sources? What are going to be the different points of contact? We'll clarify this again further down, but you want to already be brainstorming, right? So here, the point of what we're doing right now is to get you to imagine, to brainstorm, to put yourself in the scenario, so that afterwards, when you have to clarify it on paper, it becomes easier and easier every time to truly understand your sales and marketing strategies. Where are your customers going to be located, and what is their preferred language style? How do you believe your customers want to be talked to? Do you want it to be formal or informal? So go through this list, take your time, and just write open-ended answers here. So again, the objective is for you to imagine, to brainstorm, to base yourself on the analysis that you have done so far, and then really try to condense that into an idea, a business, a story, a customer experience. We will clarify this further into the next videos, but for now, this is your first exercise just to get that baseline done. In this video, we are going to be looking at Hofstede's cultural dimensions. So what this analysis is good for is particularly if your business is trying to appeal into different markets over the world, or if your specific target market is in a specific country. So what this system is about is to sort of clear up how each culture is and what their different traits are. So each different culture around the world has a different type of culture that is based on a total of 6 traits. So these traits are here shown on this image. So the first one is power distance, which is the degree of tolerance for unequal relationship or hierarchy. So being a high value, meaning there's a large degree of tolerance, a small degree. Then you've got uncertainty avoidance, which is acceptance for uncertainty or the willingness to take a risk. Individualism, which as the name suggests, it's about the emphasis on individual accomplishment. Masculinity, it says degree of stress placed on materialism, but also in terms of the roles and having more focus on money as well, and instead of harmony and more relationships. And long-term orientation, which is placed more on how much people within the culture think in terms of the long term and making it worthwhile over their decades, their life, or even whole generations, versus satisfaction in the short term. To make this a little bit easier to understand, here's a good image that shows some of the cultures that have high value for these dimensions and those who have a low value. Feel free to pause here and just go through the different countries and imagine your idea of how they are and how this relates to the different traits. This should allow you to wrap your head around the principle, which makes it a lot easier afterwards to define the one for your market. And actually, if your market is already here, then you already have an idea of what the values are going to be for your customers. For example, if you are selling for the United States, then you can see that they have a low power distance index, very high individualism, are a somewhat masculine culture. They tend to take risks. They don't have a high uncertainty avoidance, and they are more short-term oriented. So back in our sheet, here you have the traits again with a quick list of the different ways how you can connect if the values are high, and how to connect if the values are low. So for instance, for the power distance index, if the target is high, then you want to work more with national pride in your messages, in authority. Don't give so much choice and follow the norms and the etiquette. In a low country, then you want to be more transparent. You want to show your expertise and try to foster a feeling of community. In the last column here, you can select for yourself which value your customer most likely fits in, depending on which country they are from. So in terms of individuality here, you can use reward systems, focus on having a sense of uniqueness, be disruptive as well, show unique new ideas, and look at the success and the progress of the individual. So highlight success stories, have giveaways, make your messages a bit like, we're not like the others, and in a way of, oh, we're not quite following the traditional rules here. We're a little bit rebellious. This is a good sort of brand identity to take on to appeal to people in these high individuality cultures. On the other hand, if they have a low individuality score, then they are more about the group, the community. And so within your brand and your messages, you're going to also want to focus on that group feeling, on saying there's no I in team, okay? And also that age is generally an authority. So the older the figures, the more respect there are for them. So experience makes a bit more of this authority. So you'd want to leverage that within, again, your brand, your identity, what it stands for. This will help appeal to the more group people. Then we move on to masculinity. So everything that you can think of, which is traditionally quite masculine, right? This is going to be a culture that sort of promotes this as being more the kind of lifestyle and behavior that it wants in general from other members of the culture. So there you want to have an exciting user experience. You want to have more gamification, make some interactive elements between the website, make it a challenge, make it, are you strong enough to do this? create more interaction and use some strong visuals with some vivid colors. On the other side, in a more feminine culture, then you'll want to talk more about the quality of life, talk about collaboration and group feeling, relationships, and well being. So you want everything to be a little bit more calm. You want your identity to be about more the enjoyment of the present rather than being sort of lost in the excitement, so to speak. Do note as well that since these are masculine and feminine traits, that these are also good tips on how to connect with people of the actual gender. So for example, if you have a majority of men who would come to your website, or you have reasons to believe that your business is more about men, let's say, I'm going to feed the stereotype, right? I'll say manual tools, right? It's more likely that you have more men interacting with your business, and therefore to connect with them, you want to have those elements as well. And for women, same rule applies. Then uncertainty avoidance. So for those that are high in uncertainty avoidance, they want to focus more on the pleasure. They want to focus more on long-term peacefulness, simple communication. You want to give them clear overviews of your infos, your products, your services, everything. You want it to be almost served on a platter, and you want to make the experience expected. So your customers there would have a certain idea of the kind of experience that they want from you, such as if you're, well, let's say a massage therapy website, for example, then they're going to be wanting a lot more that you match their idea of what your website should look like, which most likely is a website that's more relaxed with soft colors and images come into the frame slowly and everything is just exuberating peacefulness. So people with high uncertainty avoidance, if that's the idea that they have in their mind, then that is what they're going to expect you to have. And if you don't have it, then it's more likely that they're going to have a negative reaction. On the other hand, for those that are more risk-taking, then you can go with diversity and complexifying the offers, make the theme more adventurous. So if we're going back to the massage therapist idea, you can, break the mold more often there. You can say, hey, we're really a unique massage therapist where we're doing it in combination with active yoga, or even gym going, so you're getting massaged while you're lifting weights, stuff like that, right? So these cultures are going to be more open and be more ready to connect with these kind of brands. Like it's going to be more accepting, let's say. Then the long-term orientation. There we're looking at practicality, the long-term benefits, and education as well. So it's all about think about the future. This is the idea. For these high value cultures, you want to think about the future. How is the future going to be? How can we make a better future for ourselves? As we can expect on the other side, it's instant results, but you also want to provide evidence and rating systems and follow the trends. One last one to consider, which is sometimes added, is indulgence versus restraint. So those that are high in indulgence, you can connect with them by making it fun, focus on their freedom and on having pleasure and living in the moment and just being joyful. They're just forgetting the imposed roles and imposed rules, just being in the moment, being human, enjoying themselves. On the other side, you're going to want to connect by focusing on stuff like doing something for the common good. A lot of these people also are more formal and they have firm social structure. So showing that you have also this formality and that you sort of support the firm social structures and you're working for a common good in the long term, again, for a bigger objective is going to allow you to connect better with these individuals. So again, here you can fill it out how it is for your customer, and that way you will always have a reference table to have a clear idea of how your customer's culture is. And you're probably asking yourself right now, well, how do I know what the values are for my country? I have added a little table here that's hidden by default, but that you can open. And in here, you will have all the values that I could find for all the countries that were measured. So here you have the name of the country itself or the region, and then you have your power distance index, individuality, masculinity, all of this. And as this is already a filtered table, then you can just type the name of your country and you should find it fairly easily. Or you can also be looking through, you can filter here to see which countries have the biggest value, maybe just to satisfy your own curiosity, like me. But there we go. You should have all the values here, and that will give you a really good idea of how your customers think, allow you to connect better with them, to influence them, and to make them want to buy from your business. In this video, we are going to look at the big 5 personalities. So, to put it simply, every one of us has their own personality, their own way of being. And so we have different ways in which we like to be approached, to interact with. And so scientists have found that the main things that explain the personalities can be divided into 5 different kinds of trait. The first one is extroversion versus introversion. Then the second one is agreeableness versus antagonism. Then conscientiousness versus lack of direction. Neuroticism versus emotional stability. And openness versus closeness to experience. So starting with extroversion versus introversion. Extroverts are more sociable, they're more assertive, energetic, adventurous, enthusiastic, and outgoing. And the way you can connect with them is to use sort of quick and explosive short format stuff that stimulates, and they work very well on the principles of reciprocity, social comparison, scarcity, liking, and social proof, which we will see further on. What you want is to focus on the present rewards and later costs. On the other side, those that are more introverted, you want to talk more about the reasons behind your message, sort of build an extra layer of trust and take away some of that doubt into your authenticity as a business. You also want to particularly leverage any principle of social pressure and reciprocity. Then going with agreeableness versus antagonism. So people who are agreeable in general are more forgiving, honest, warm, compliant, and modest. To interact with them, you want to emphasize mostly connection. You also want to show how your business is helping building a better world. You don't want to be talking too much about risks and danger so much. Instead, you want to bring more focus on sort of morality and social principles, on the greater good, sort of, and works very well with reciprocity. So giving something to expect them to give back, and social comparison. Antagonizing people, they're hard to leverage, and generally they respond more to slightly more negative emotional content. Then conscientious people are people who are efficient, organized, dutiful, thorough, disciplined, and logical. There you want to keep a good structure. You want to talk about order, about hard work. You want to look at the long term and leverage the principle of commitment and consistency. On the other side, people who are not so conscientious and have a bit more lack of direction, you want to focus on the more human elements, and you want to have your communication be more like an emotional experience rather than just something that's matter-of-factly. And unlike the conscientious people, then you want to talk more about being in the moment. In terms of principle to leverage, you want to focus on avoiding losses. So in your messages, you want to bring forward the fact that if they do not take a certain action, then they might be missing out on something, for example. The next principle or trait is neuroticism versus emotional stability. So the neurotic personalities are more anxiety-prone, irritable, self-conscious, and impulsive. To connect with them, you want to focus on alleviating the risk and threats, making them give them a sense of security, a sense of how your business is going to help them get some stability. That is going to be one of your main bargaining chips, so to say. And so in line with that, you want to leverage the principles of also scarcity and fear of missing out, principally with reciprocity and social proof as well. For those who are more emotionally stable, then you can focus more on the technical side. You don't have to focus on this. You can also bring a bit more focus on the wild side, so more of an adventure and a discovery rather than trying to bring forth the idea of no risk and safe zone, so to speak. Finally, we've got openness versus closedness to experience, where those who are open are curious, imaginative, artistic, excitable, and unconventional. To connect with those, you want to have a diversity of new, complex, and intense experiences. You want to stimulate their creativity and their intellectual capacity. They can work quite well with any kind of abstract concepts, anything that can stimulate their curiosity. And in your content and in your tone, you can talk a lot about what they potentially stand to gain from interacting with your business and building up their hopes and their motivation for the future. On the other side, those who are more close to experience tend to be more practical, sensible, straightforward, and conservative. And that's also the tone that you'll want to have within your business. They prefer stuff that is more concrete and doesn't really require them to use their own imagination or nothing too abstract. They want it to be, tell me how it is, show me what you've got, and tell me what I need to give for that. In general, leveraging your sense of authority and also the fear of missing out can work well here. So these are the main aspects of personality traits, how we all are. We are all on a spectrum here. So some of us are higher in some aspects towards one side of the spectrum, and others are towards the other end. We're all spread somewhere there. A lot of us are in the middle for some of them. But for you, you want to know how your customer is. So one good way you can do this is simply to firstly look at social media. So take your time to dig into your potential market, into your potential buyers, and get a feel of how they interact. So when you look at what they post online, you can go through different comments, or alternatively, one very easy technique is also to just ask the questions in Google and see if you get the answers. For example, you can just look here for the niche that you're in and then just type personality type after it. So we see here, it's one of these suggestions on Google. So it's already something that's already searchable. And what do we have? What personality traits do massage therapists have? There we go. Predominantly social individuals, realistic, and there we go. These personality types thrive as massage therapists. What do you think of the common types? There you go. So all of these results right there, they're going to tell you exactly what the personality traits are. They might not follow the Big Five personality system, but that's not a problem. Just by going through them, you can see what they say are the most common. And then you can look at which aspect it is, because it has to be within these five. And then you see, okay, which one is it? So based on what I've read from the first page there, Are they usually more extroverted or introverted? And then you can just put it here, medium, high, low. And then that way, you know exactly what kind of language you have to use. So then afterwards, you can just select, for example, let's say if these were the most common levers, let's say in terms of the personality trait for your target customers, the ones that come most often, then you can just afterwards just highlight them. And then you know exactly what tone and what personality and what approach you need in order to better connect with them. And again, the more you connect with them, the more they feel that they are similar to you or that you speak their language, the more likely they are to be purchasing from you. The more likely it is that they will find your business appealing, that they will like the vibe of your business, and that when they test it out, they will want to stick with it. So again, this is a great model to help you find out how you can do great marketing to connect with your customers. In this video, we're going to be looking at crafting a buyer persona. So a buyer persona is basically a CV or an info sheet about your customer. Who is your customer summarized on one page? And the reason why we do this is because it allows us to take whatever we've learned about the customer and then just put it all into one place to have a single profile, so that whenever you're trying to think, what problem am I solving for my customers? How do they like to be talked to? What is their style? What is their culture? And where are they placed on the different cultural traits? All of these things, you can have them on one single sheet that you can always have a reference to, and then it's easy to optimize your content and your marketing strategy because you will always have your buyer in mind. So let's look at how the sheet looks like and some examples of what it could be. So firstly, you can put a buyer persona name or the profile type. It's also recommended sometimes that you give them a name, such as if it is predominantly a woman, for example, then you will want to use female names. If it is predominantly male, to use an old example. For example, if you're selling manual tools, then you would be expecting more men to be your usual customer, and so you would want that buyer persona to represent that person. So the aim of this buyer persona is to best represent what your potential customer is going to be. So one little tip that I can give you, if you want to have an image like that, an image always helps. If you have a face in your mind, it's always helpful because it's easier for our brain to imagine our customer. And there is a cool website, which is thispersondoesnotexist.com, which I will put here. And when you go onto that, it generates an AI image of a person who does not exist. So all you have to do is refresh the page, and then you get a different face. And so you can just do that until you have a face that fits your image of what that person can be. It's nice and easy that way. So then what you're going to want to add are first the pain points and the frustration and the goals. So knowing what you know so far from your keyword analysis, from your niche analysis, from looking at the competitors and your own brainstorming about what it is that you want to offer. What are the main pain points and frustrations that you can expect from your customer? What is it that you want to fix? So this is what you want to put. You want to put in there their different pain points. For example, works too much on computer, back pain. If we're again holding with the idea of the example of being a massage business, that could be one thing. And then the goal then naturally would be relieve back pain. And so from there, you always have a clear idea of what it is that you're trying to fix. So depending on your business again, you have to fill different ones. I suggest that you keep it to 3 so that it's still manageable for you to remember, that you don't try to fix too many points, because the more you're going to try to fix every single problem that your customer has, the more likely it is that you're not really going to fulfill every pain point or goal. So keep it to something simple. Sometimes even just one pain point and one goal is enough. Next thing, you'll want to add the cultural dimensions, as we spoke about. That will then help you identify them a lot better. You'll want to do the same thing with the personality traits. One thing you can do as well is just to copy here the how to connect part that is relevant for the customer, and then paste it here. You'll have to enlarge the cells a little bit, so it will make the formatting a little bit off. You'll have to adjust for that, which is why I prefer to keep it nice and easy with that. But if you work better with having the descriptions, then yeah, you can always paste them here, adjust the lines a little bit, and so on. Then you want to add the gender, the location, if that's relevant to you, if you have a local business, what occupation they have. If it's not relevant, particularly relevant, you can say what the features are about this occupation. So here in this particular customer profile, if they work too much on a computer, an occupation that I could put could be just office worker, a white collar job or something like that. Income level, have it something fitting as well. So usually if you offer a more premium service, then it's quite normal that your customer would have extra income level. Also, when you selected whether your product or service is need or luxury, you can take this into account, because having a higher income level opens up more potential for luxury compared to just low income level, where you just usually have enough for the basic needs. Education level as well depends on your business, on your market. That could be something that is quite important. For you, in terms of content, it could also be quite important for how you write. So people with a lower education level like things to be laid out flat, to just say it how it is. Don't embellish with loads of complicated, complex sentences. With higher education level, it can not only mean that you can connect better to your potential customer, to your buyer here, but it also gives you the chance to showcase some expertise and go into more details and be seen as a more premium business, in which case you can ask for more money for your services. After that, you've got the interests and hobbies. This is also good to list just to see as well in terms of content what you can put it together. For example, if for reason X or Y you find that in terms of interest there is, let's say, cinema, then that can give you some ideas as to what kind of content you can put forward. For example, just off the top of my head, it could be that you create a little YouTube movie that sort of features your product or your service in a sort of storytelling mode. So you can think of some ads where they focus on the family, and it's a 3 or 5 minute ad about a compelling emotional story. That could be something. So by knowing also what they're more likely to be interested in, then you can also leverage that and incorporate that bit. You can later in your concept, okay, they like cinema. How can I make my content, their experience of my business be more like a cinema experience, and so on. One tool that you can use to get some related topics is simply Google Trends. You can just put the topic or the search term that is your top keyword, and then you have related queries and related topics. And there you can see for this particular topic, you can go and see the relationships. So here it was a relationship of 100. So of course, because the search term is related to the topic, but then the other related topics, oil, spa, Japanese, Thai, Thailand. So you see here, by just looking at massage, I can get an idea of what my customer might be interested in. So I could say likes to go to the spa or learning Thai. Could be some things like that. There are more topics you can see. Interested about the body in general, massage chairs, relaxation, and so on. That's one way to get some ideas. You can also browse some forums such as Reddit if you look for the main subreddit for that. So for example, our massage here, then you have loads of content. People are just talking about everything that's related to massage. And sometimes all you need is just to casually browse. You can just look at what people are asking, what they're talking about, and you can sometimes see some great opportunities, just business opportunities from that alone. But you also see the kinds of topics in general that they are interested in. You can also go on social media and look up the kind of people who are interested in the topic of massage or have liked pages, such as this one with 250k likes. And then you can just, if you can see the members, or you can also see the likes. And then you can go onto the individual profiles or just take a quick look to see what kind of person is coming. Are they predominantly male? Are they female? What age group are they? What nationality? Again, all the different aspects that we have seen there. And then you can add their social media, how often they use their social media on different platforms, and what they generally look for. If it is something that you can also get from their social media pages, you can scroll through their profile if they are available to you. You can see what else they like. You can see what they talk about. Any information that you can get about your customer in terms of generally, if you were to combine all of them into a single person, how it would look like, then that information, you want to have it here. You want to have it somewhere. Even if you make a little line there, you want to have it onto this one page so that, again, anytime you ask yourself, okay, I'm creating a blog post, or I'm creating a post on Instagram, or I'm making a new video, or I'm going to design a new product, who am I selling to? Anytime this question comes, you can come back here, just have a look, just 30 seconds, have a look, and then you can be clear again. You can be razor sharp focused on selling to the right person, using the right words, using the right pain points, the goals, the right language, and in your images, using as well a model who looks similar so that they can relate, inserting their hobbies, mixing their hobbies with your marketing content, and knowing where to target them on social media and in what way. So that was the customer profile. In the next video, we're going to be looking at drafting your product so that it fixes the pain points and frustrations so that you can best market to your target customer. In this video, we are going to cover the influence principles. I'm really excited about this particular video because these are the main ways of getting customers to do what you want. Anytime you want to influence somebody to do something, and it goes even beyond sales and marketing, it's always some variation or combination of these principles. And I've been using them in my work for several years now, and you wouldn't believe the results you can get once you orient your mindset towards using these influence principles. One way that I make sure that they're going to be leveraged as much as possible within this sheet is by having them included in a lot of the different sheets. You will see that throughout the lectures as you explore the sheet. You will see that they come quite often as a text checkbox or something like this. And yeah, they are super easy to understand, super easy to use. And once you've wrapped your head around them and you start using them regularly in your sales and marketing efforts, you're going to see big results, or at least I hope you get as many results as I have and as my different clients have. So what are these principles? By now, probably you've had already a look at the graphic, so you have some idea. But let's see. So the first principle is similarity. So similarity is just this principle that we like what is similar to us, right? I mean, it's fairly obvious, okay? If there's somebody that you feel they've got the same hobbies as you, they think the same way, they even laugh the same way, or they look the same way, then you're more likely to like them. You're more likely to have them as friends or as any kind of relationship or something. And this principle naturally applies to business. So in sales and marketing, we are, as customers, attracted to any kind of business or brand that resonates within us, that is similar to us. And so that's the first principle that you want to leverage. You want to make yourself as resemble your customers as much as possible. Make yourself as similar to your customers as possible, which is why as well, we had a big section on understanding your customer. Because now that you understand your customer, now that you hopefully by now you have a buyer persona, you've gone through the cultural dimensions, you've gone through the different personality traits, and you've already built an image of who your customer is. So through that way now, you know what you need to look like. You know what your business needs to feel like. Your business needs to feel like it was made and grown by somebody who is like your target customer. And as long as you keep that in mind, then you're much more likely than throughout all your content, throughout your blog posts, throughout your videos, throughout any kind of communication, you're more likely to resonate with the customers, more likely that they will feel, hey, you know, this brand, for some reason, I feel like, hey, it's my kind of brand. It's my kind of business. I want to go and see what they've got and purchase what they have, and or even just listen to their messages because they're like me. They understand me. So that's the first thing, similarity. So how do you leverage this? Well, firstly, you want to use physical cues of your target customer. So anytime you have an opportunity to put some images that resemble your target customer, then that's an opportunity for you to say, hey, we're physically similar, or we have similar people, or just anything you can think of in that domain that would resemble. So here, this is one example, right, that I've got for this. That was for the massage. Then you want to be using a lot of images with this kind of profile, okay? Next thing is you can use humor to close the distance. That's just in general, but if you have the same kind of humor as they do, this one is a bit difficult, but you can, if you have an idea, then use humor. Behave with them like you're already friends. That's also a good one. Don't treat them so much like strangers, at least not for too long, right? If you ever got this feeling that you meet with somebody and you click really fast and you become friends almost instantaneously, this is what you want to happen with your target customers, between your target customers and your business. So use similar faces for review profile. This is similar to using the physical cues, but this is especially important in reviewers. So whenever you're going to be using any kind of reviewer faces, then you want to be including that. Finally, use the same language in the website copy. Now, when I say the same language, I don't mean the language like English. I mean the way you expect them to be writing. So one good way to know this is whenever you have a chance to see your target customer writing anything online, read that text and try and find a sense of how they are writing. Are they being very formal? Are they being very informal? Do they use a lot of specific words? How long are their sentences? How do they express themselves? And then you want to be using the same format, all right, to be able to seem similar. So that was similarity. The next one is authority. Authority is all about the fact that we trust people who we believe are experts. Okay. So you can think of simple example. Anytime you've seen any ads for toothpaste, for example, or any kind of washing machine, cleaning stuff, you'll see often in the ads that you have somebody who comes and claims to be an expert and says, for example, dentist for toothpaste, and says, 9 out of 10 dentists recommend this toothpaste, right? I mean, that's a classic. I think it's within all countries. You've heard that pitch. So that is one way of leveraging authority. So how can you do this? Well, you can showcase your expertise. So anytime you have a chance to show, hey, we're an expert on this, we've been doing loads of research, we're professional, we're qualified, anything you have to display your any kind of expertise, you want to showcase this as much as possible. The next point is to display your connection to the industry leaders. So if you're not the leading expert in your particular industry, then show how you connect to those industry leaders. Say that you have talked to them, or you have learned under them, you have worked with them. You can also share their content, or you can review what they're saying as well, to sort of be a critic of the industry leaders, to sort of show that you are on a similar level. Next is to be an inspirational leader. So there it's about you and the customer are moving towards a mutual goal. So for example, if you're selling, let's say, comfortable shoes, right? Well, the mutual goal could be, let's say if it's comfortable shoes for specific people who've got specific feet problem, for example, I'm just making this on the spot, then you want to be creating a brand that's around the together, let's end feet pain. All right. This is a little bit cheesy, but this is just so you get the main idea. This is what you want. And you can say, I'm the expert. We've been doing this for a long time. And my mission as the leader is to go towards a world where nobody is going to have painful feet anymore. Of course, you have to phrase it a little bit better than this, but that can be the source of your main message, right? You just have to adapt this to whatever industry you're in. Then share high authority content. So this goes hand in hand with display the connection to the industry leaders. But you want to be sharing anything that seems like it has authority. Like the good way you can see if this is high authority content is ask yourself, if I was the customer, would I see this as being something that I can trust? Does it seem to be coming from somebody who knows his stuff? So any kind of public talk, any kind of big achievements, awards, or anything like that, whether especially your own, of course, not so much your competition, but your own, then you want to be displaying that. You want to be showing any kind of proof that you have authority. Next is scarcity. This one is quite simple. We basically desire to have things that are rare. That's it. If there's not so much of something, we're a lot more likely to want it. This one is also very powerful. So anytime you have seen a company that says there's limited stock, or this product is only available for 2 weeks, anything like that, anything that makes whatever you're offering seem like it's limited, there's not so much of it, and others, especially when combined with fear of missing out, FOMO. So the fear of missing out is our instinct that if there's something that is going away, other people are taking it, a lot of other people are taking it, then we feel like we have to have it. All right. I'm sure you can find some examples in your own life of when this has happened. So the best way to do this is firstly to use countdowns for any time there is a scarcity in terms of time, or limit your stock as well to say, for example, there's only so many units left. These are the main ways to create scarcity. Next is reciprocity. So reciprocity is a basic instinct that we have, which is to give back when we are being given something. So not necessarily the same thing, but it's just that feeling you get whenever, for example, somebody brings you a gift, right? And you've got nothing for them. Try and imagine that, all right? So you're at a sort of general party or whatever, and then somebody comes and says, oh, I've got a gift for you. And they give you something nice, right? Focus on that feeling. You're going to have a certain feeling of, oh, they've done something for me. Well, now I have to give something back. I won't go into the whole human psychology of why this happens, but just trust that it is a powerful influence factor as well. So the first thing to do is give something for free, especially when it's unexpected. All right. So if you have any kinds of ebooks, that you can share, there's some good examples on how you can do this. There's a lot of different websites that do this. They will ask for your email address, and then they will say, we'll send you an ebook for free. Any kind of training, any kind of research that you can share, any kind of free trials as well. All of this, when you're giving something for free, customers are going to be feeling like they have to give you something back. And this is a great way to start engaging your customers. By making the first step, you're effectively saying, here, take this, take it, it's for you. No charge, no nothing, just out of our generosity. Of course, you want to frame any kind of reciprocity not as an act of marketing, but just as an act that follows your brand philosophy. So remember, as a business, you're there to help. You're here to help your customer. This is how your customers have to see it. You have a mission, and so customers have a problem and you want to fix that problem. So by offering something for free, you're saying, here, you've got this problem. Here, let me give you a little something to help. I'm not asking anything back in return. We're just here to help. If you're interested, if you like the gift and you're interested in something more, then talk back to me and we can do a trade. That's basically the big lines of how reciprocity works and how you can leverage it. The next point is consistency. This one is a little bit tougher to get. Consistency is it's a psychological principle that says that when we have made our mind up about doing something, then we have more of a tendency to continue with that decision rather than change our mind. So the reason why this exists is because we naturally, as human beings, we do not like when others or ourselves are inconsistent, because that means we can't trust the person. If somebody changes their mind all the time to say, oh, I'm going to do this. Oh, no, I won't. Oh, I'll do this. No, I changed my mind. If this is done too often, right, we stop trusting the person. So we naturally have as our instinct to avoid being inconsistent, because then other people are going to think that we're inconsistent, they can't trust us, and therefore they're less likely to include us in groups, they're less likely to trust us, all of that. So this is a natural instinct that we have to be consistent, and that also works when it comes to business, when it comes to buying something. So how can you leverage this principle? Well, for example, you could leverage it with ebook downloads. That is, when somebody has already committed to studying, for example, a specific topic. Let's say if we stay with this example of the feet, how you can alleviate the pain of your feet. If they already commit to taking one ebook, then they're more likely to keep committing to say, okay, I've committed to trying to improve my health. Therefore, after downloading this ebook, and they're more likely to read it. Once they read it, they're more likely to stay consistent, and so to keep looking for other solutions, which is then when you make your offer for an actual purchase. Social following works with the same way. If you start following a certain account, then you're more likely to, of course, check out the content. So mailing list subscription, same thing, quizzes, exit pop-ups, welcome back pop-ups. saving something as a favorite, and thank you pages where you can place an additional conversion option there. There's loads of different ways there, but as long as you keep in mind what the principle is, that when somebody makes a small step, they're more likely to take another, then you can scale this like a domino effect to influence your customers to go and eventually purchase what you really want them to purchase. The next point is consensus or social proof. So this one is quite simple. Anytime you have analyzed anything or looked at buying anything and there were reviews, if you've seen the reviews, they influenced you, right? Most of us, especially if we go purchase on sites like, for example, Amazon, we're always looking at reviews. We're always finding out, okay, what do others think about this? Those who have already purchased, what do they think? And we really trust them because we feel that they are similar to us. Again, you see, this is where consensus feeds into similarity, or similarity feeds into consensus. Because those who are similar to us, so other people who have purchased it as well, who by conclusion will have the same problem, right? Because you buy a product because you have a problem, then we're interested in their opinion and we value their opinion. They influence us. So reviews are very strong. Social proof is very strong. So anytime you have a chance throughout your website or marketing material to put forward some reviews, naturally you want to put reviews that put your business, your product or your service in a good light. So high reviews, right? With text as well. Then that's a great way to influence the customers to take action there. So yes, as mentioned, reviews are the main way. You can have a top 5 of your product as well. So for example, the bestseller. So not necessarily in terms of reviews, but in terms of how many sales it has taken. That's also one great way to leverage the social proof or the consensus. Then finally, we have conformity and unity. So this one is a little bit of a joker because usually you will find that there are about 6 influence principles. This one is like a half. So because it's somewhat similar to the other ones, but I want to mention it to you anyway. So the conformity and unity is quite similar to similarity, if you pardon the pun. It's that feeling that we tend to trust those who are in our group. So not just necessarily similar, but those who we feel go for the same things as we do. So the best way is here to create a community feeling, okay? Base your brand, your website around, we're a community, and join the community now. Make them feel like they can be part of a group that understands them, a group that's similar to them, all right? So you want to hear one good way to leverage this is also to leverage consistency. So once people commit to joining a community, they are much less likely to afterwards quit the community, and they're much more likely to take action within this community. Once this identity is formed, I am part of the foot pain group, or whatever it is. Once you get a customer to that point, once you get them to feel identified with your business, then it's much easier afterwards to influence them. Because of the principle of consistency, they're very unlikely to say, oh, well, today I'm a member of that group. Next day, oh, no, I'm not part of that group anymore. Next day, oh, yeah, now I'm back. I'm a member of that group again. Once they committed, they are part of it. So one way to leverage this is through, well, as I said, community feeling, healthy peer pressure as well. So any kind of, for example, influencers who are going to be, that they trust, that are maybe similar and have good social proof, get them to say, hey guys, you should join this group. It's really going to help you, blah, blah, blah. You want to reward active participation. So when people start interacting with your business or brand, then you want to give them a small reward, right? This is just also a classic example of Pavlovian psychology there, where by rewarding the active participation, they're going to keep participating. They're going to want to be more, and they're going to feel closer and closer to your brand, and therefore feel more united in there. One last thing is the foot in the door technique, which is to ask for more to confirm the commitment, which is also similar to consistency. So this was quite a lot, but as you can see, it's just 6.5 or 7 principles. Now, these were just some examples of how you can leverage them. These are some of the biggest examples. That's about 70% of how usually companies leverage these influence principles. Now, a lot of these companies or businesses don't know actually that they're leveraging these principles. They just follow the best practice. But by being aware of these principles and always keeping them in the back of your mind whenever you're doing anything related to sales and marketing, you are highly increasing your chance that whatever you create is going to be good. So that way you don't have to rely on copying your competitors or always looking for new techniques. With this, you can let your own creativity take place. And then you just have to check how many of these are being leveraged. And the more you leverage, the more principles you leverage within any kind of content or page, any kind of content that is exposed to the customer, the higher the likelihood that you are going to influence them to do whatever you want to do. So that was the influence principles. I hope this was very useful to you. And now let's keep moving forward and see how we can further improve your sales and marketing for your business. In this video, we are going to be talking about branding and designing your very own brand. So you might already have a very good brand. You might already have used the services of a branding consultant, for example, and you feel like your brand is nice and well crafted and already on point. In that case, it's great. If it isn't, if you do not feel like your branding is quite on point, if you haven't been helped by an expert, then this is an easy and simple system for you to create a really good high-level brand without needing to hire anybody, with your own hands, with your own intuition and creativity. Throughout this lecture, we're going to be looking at different aspects of the brand. Firstly, we're going to look at brand personality, then looking at the general color psychology, thanks to the very nice images provided from verywell.com. How the colors change with either the cultures or the religions, with a really cool wheel that shows you exactly for each emotions and which country, which color is right. Some examples, looking at fonts and shapes and brand name, and then finally having a checklist. So this might seem a little bit long, but don't worry. We're going to cover it nice and simply, and then you can always take your time to go through this sheet yourself, as you should have the sheet of course by now. You can always look at it yourself, take time to go into the details, but it should be fairly self-explanatory. So let's start with the brand personality. There's 5 different dimensions of brand personality. There's sincerity, excitement, competence, sophistication, and ruggedness. So if you think about any brand that you've come into contact throughout your life, you will most likely notice that if they feel like a decent brand, that they're going to fall within one of these aspects. They're going to specialize within one of these aspects. And so what you want is to be doing something quite similar. You want your brand to have one of these dimensions as being the main dimensions, or you could have 2 of them. So for example, you could say competent and sophisticated, or exciting but sincere. There's a lot of modern brands like such. However, you don't really want to go beyond 2, because otherwise, if you try to be everything at once, then your brand will not have any real personality. So choose either one main one or 2. How do you know what to select? Following your earlier analysis, so looking at, for example, your customer profile, for example, and your competition analysis and your niche analysis, you should have an idea, particularly for your customer, of the kind of emotion that they want to feel. What do they want to feel through the product? What are the main pain points? So based on the pain points, for example, if you notice, right, through your competition analysis and through your other analysis, particularly, well, of course, the niche analysis you need to do before the competition analysis. If you notice that a lot of the existing competitors have, let's say they have a brand personality that is more about sincerity or excitement. Maybe they're all about excitement and sincerity. And you notice that there is some search volume. For example, it could come in forms of keyword. There could be keywords of people searching for this business, and then they add at the very end as a long tail, expert, for example, or best or top, and other keywords that could signify that they're looking for something that's a bit more towards competence or sophistication. Then this could be your angle of approach. So you should look at your competitors, feel as well how their brands feel. Okay, if you see, okay, they're about sincerity and excitement, and there's nobody doing competence and sophistication, for example, saying we are technical experts, our CEO is an expert in the topic. Also, you have to check how this works with yourself. So if within your niche analysis under the competition advantages, you noted that, for example, that you're an expert in the field, then that's something that you can leverage. You can leverage your competitive advantages and build your brand around that. Then you say, we are the best, whatever, website designers out there. Or if we go back to our example with the massages, it could be we have the most experience, we're trained, we have the most certificates, we have official certificates from the Massage Association of worldwide. I don't know, whatever you can find, that's the principle of authority. That's a principle that works quite well with competence. Then you're going to want to leverage that. If you feel, on the other hand, that there are a lot of businesses and your competitors, they're already all about this competence and, saying we're extremely competent, and it just feels a bit boring, and it feels maybe a bit forced. It feels too professional, and you feel that there's a lack of sincerity. You sort of hear that or feel that from getting to know your customer, that they're looking for something a bit more, tell me how it is. That you should also be getting that, from your analysis of the personality trait and the cultural dimensions. If they are more, for example, extroverted, and agreeable, for example, and open to experience, then they might want something that's a bit more, friendly, a brand that's a little bit more on their side. It's, hey, we're just guys like you, we got the same problem as you, and we're going to tell you how it is. We're going to be transparent with our business, how it works. So these are just examples of how you can leverage those dimensions and how you can find where you have those opportunities in terms of brand personality. So by now, if you've done everything, every single stage, you followed it step by step, then you should already have an idea of what kind of brand design would fit. If not, then always good advice is many brains are better than one. So talk about it as well with your family, friends, colleagues, anybody. Sort of share as well the insights, share as well the customer profile, and tell them, hey, based on what I've told you, I'm going for these keywords, this niche, competitors, they're like that. It's best to show the website rather than this. This is more for yourself, of course. Yeah, and they come from these country, they should have this kind of personality. All right, so that's about how they are. And so I want to make a product that leverages that. What do you think would be the best design here? What do you think would be the best personality in terms of brand? If you were that customer, how would you like to be talked to, or how do you feel it is? And again, if you can find some actual customers, then that's all the better, right? You want to ask them in priority. So Now that we've looked at this, let's look at color psychology. So I'm going to show you the Western color meanings. These are the big lines, right? And then afterwards, we will be looking at the international markets. So here, I mean, these great images, courtesy of verywell.com, sort of explain everything already. So black color psychology is about more mystery and happiness, but also power and boldness. Yellow is more about warmth, energy, how it's bright. It could be also a light warning sign. Red is the color, as you know, of love, passion, power, anger. Brown is something more natural. It's more of a masculine color as well, signifying more security, strength, isolation. Green is nature, safety, luck, but also envy and at times. Orange is about attention, similar to yellow in a way, also signifying enthusiasm, energy. Pink is the color of romance, calmness, kindness, taking care of. White is peacefulness, cleanliness, emptiness and innocence. And blue is a mix of both stability and calmness with sadness and productivity, one of the most versatile color out there. I won't go too much into the international markets. Here you can just make the image bigger if you have difficulty reading. But what you will see is you have the kind of culture there as letters, okay? So A until J. And then each number represents an emotion. So all you have to do is find out what kind of culture you are looking to market for. Identify afterwards the main emotions that you want to focus on with your brand, and then just using this wheel with the numbers and the letters, just look up the fitting colors, and that's it. You've also got a second map here that you can also increase in size, where you will have a more summarized view with Western culture, Far Eastern, Indian, Middle Eastern, and also by religions where applicable, of course. Here's some examples of the logo colors. You can see that these are some big brands, but you can compare this with the tables as well to see how cleverly they've been able to engineer their brand and why they chose the color that they chose. You will see, for example, let's say with PayPal, having something where there is trust and intelligence and expertise behind it is very much necessary for an online bank as such. Snapchat being, of course, happy, wanting to provide content that is fun and cheerful. Beyond Meat, of course, being vegan, it wants to put into peace and nature. I mean, each one of them has selected their color very well, so you can get an example, an inspiration for the design of your own brand, how that can help you. In terms of fonts, we have different kinds of fonts, but these are the main one. You have the serifs, sans serifs, and script. Serif fonts are the ones that have, well, it's hard to explain exactly what these are besides serifs, which are little bits that are added to the letters to make them seem more old style. So these are fonts that emphasize trust, respect, authority, formality, Wall Street Journal, old kind of journal, anywhere where you want to show that, you have good authority, you have professionalism, you want to leverage your sense of authority. So if you're going towards that kind of brand design and brand personality, then you're going to want to leverage the serif font, anything that's about we're professionals, we have expertise, we've been in the business for a long time, we're serious, we're respected, we're a big authority. That's the font to choose. So financial companies, law firms, insurance companies, consultants, this is a great font for that. Then you have the opposite, the sans serifs, which feel more modern. You have a lot more modern websites now that are using sans serif fonts because it feels more straightforward, more tech focused. It feels more closer to us. And so often it leverages more trust. So we saw the influence principles earlier. So this, you can say the sans serifs are best for any kind of brand that wants to leverage as the main influence principle similarity. And serifs are best for those which want to show more authority and also consistency. But both, any brand should be trying to go for consistency anyway. So tech companies, fashion brands, and your friendly neighborhood startups, they tend to be using this. And if you've been on the internet looking at a lot of the more modern kinds of brands that have been coming, as I said, this is something that is in Western culture, at least right now, that the fashion is to look for brands that are trustworthy. And that's also a tip I want to give you. It is best in these times, at least right now, as of at the time of this recording, it is best to go into leveraging trust, into trying to create a brand that has sincerity. There's been several studies that have shown this, that a lot of Western customers, because they're just overwhelmed with brands and with marketing content all the time, they don't know who to trust anymore. And so they are looking to really find brands that are sincere. So that's my little tip. It might change, of course, over time, but right now we are in a period where using sans serif fonts, having as influence principle, following on similarity, consensus as well, these are the best. Then you can also use script, which is elegant, sophisticated, fancy, creative. That is best for the sophistication brand personality. So here you want to have, these are fonts that look like they've been written by hand, and they can also look traditional as well, but it feels more personal. It's also a good font to leverage this sense of similarity. So it's quite popular right now with food and beverage brands, also fashion brands, and children-focused brands. So if you are in any of these kinds of markets, then this can be a good font category for you to consider as well. And another tip, the best method I have found for choosing a font is really to imitate the best in the market. So this is what I recommend. You can just go on Google, type whatever your business is about. So let's say, massage near me. Of course, you have to find a website that looks good. So I'm not going to take that as an example. So this could be an example. So you see here, well, they have a theme that is so white and purple. So now you can understand why. So they want to show this sort of purity aspect, but at the same time they want to show that there's a little bit of special and spirituality and richness behind them. So that's what this theme really means. So if you have a similar theme, because this is a relatively big brand, then you can base yourself on this. But little tip here, use your gut feeling as well. So you should be liking the font. Try and see, do I like this font? When I look at this website, do I want this kind of website? Do I feel like this kind of font is suitable, is nice? Then if it is, you could look online for a automatic font identificator, and then you could upload your image and see which fonts look similar. Then once you've got the name of one that suits you, you can then look it up and download it. Alternatively, if you have a designer who's going to be doing your branding, then you can just pass it on to them so that they know that that's the main font that you want. Moving on, then shapes for the logo. So there's loads of different logos out there, and it's quite difficult to have a process. I would need a full video for that, but you can keep it very simple. There's a lot of minimal logos out there, which you can even make yourself nowadays. You can even just get inspired by looking up minimalistic logo example and then just going through some of the initial results. If you want to have it done for you for cheap, then Fiverr is the main website to do this, where you have loads of people offering logo design for a very small price. And you can see some of the work they've done, and you'll be able to get a decent one at $20 or even below. But just so that you're aware of the general psychology and you can give a better briefing, or if you want to do it yourself, of course, then this is the shapes psychology. So every single shape has a definite meaning in the subconscious of your customer. So what you want is you want to use the shapes in your logo that best illustrate the feelings that, well, you want to focus on. So for example, a circle or a ring shape, it signifies positive emotional message. It also promotes the sense of community, love, and unity. A square is more about stability and balance. It shows strength, it shows professionalism and efficiency. If you think about it, when you call somebody a squarehead, or that they don't think out of the box, then that is the visual representation, right? So there's a good reason for it. So if you want, again, to go back to our example of a brand that is very professional, very structured, relying heavily on authority, then squares are some of the best. Then you have triangles, which is more about mystery and power. The shape itself is displaying a growth towards a single point. So often it is part of sci-fi, religious or law-related brands. Then you have vertical lines. Vertical lines, they give that idea of up, of going up as well, similar to the triangle. So they also give this idea of power, of strength, and also commitment. It also can reflect goals and progress. Finally, you have the horizontal lines, which give a sense of moving through time. It shows more of a futuristic and tech-savvy aspect to your logo. Finally, we come to your brand name. So the brand name should be meeting the criteria here in this little box. That is, it should be short and simple, easy to spell and read, easy to recognize, remember, for your customers, easy to pronounce, also dependent on the target market. So make sure for that particular target market, it is easy for native speakers to pronounce it. It can only be pronounced one way. It can be pronounced in all languages, ideally. It already suggests the product benefits. So that means just the name itself already communicates the product and also what the brand is about. So think about, let's say, Burger King, right? Even if you never heard of the brand Burger King before, you would automatically know that this brand is about burgers and that its positioning is about being the absolute best in terms of the quality. Then it needs to meet your packaging needs. So that means if you, let's say, are selling a very small item, right? You're selling something that's physically very small, then you don't want to have a brand name that is so long that it doesn't fit on the label of the product, for example. You don't want to have any weird images that can be understood as something else. For example, a logo where you could think it looks like a penis. Something that can adapt to any format. So that means you can have it, for example, if it's on a big screen, it works. If it's printed on a large poster, it works. But also if you have it as just a little social icon, for example, if you look at Fiverr, you can see that the whole logo itself is supposed to be a word logo, Fiverr spelled out, but then it is, as just an icon, it is reduced to just the first letter so that it's still recognizable. You still know which brand it is, but it's still recognizable even in a very small format. And then you want it to be, of course, available legally, that you can register it. So what kind of brand names do we have? palindromes. For example, here's a good example of a brand called Somni, which of course is an anagram of somnia, which is a Latin word for sleep. Then you have one of the most common kind of names, which is the founder's name. For example, Ford. Just having your name, and usually it makes it a lot easier because it is available for use. Otherwise, there's what you do, so just clearly stating what your business is about. So like British Airways being a British flight company, or Printsum, which is a printing company. Then can be about the experience. So for example, we have here Wizz Air being then a representation, a word representation of the experience of whizzing through the air quickly. It can be something as well that is sort of quirky and out of context. For example, Apple, which has absolutely nothing to do with the fruit itself. It's a technology company, but it's just by being different, then that is what they want to communicate. They want to say, we're different, we're not uncommon. And they were competing at the time with IBM, which was International Business Machines, which was focusing on what you do. And Apple was taken out of context. In fact, this is a great example of the different branding positioning, where IBM was a company focusing very much on competence, and you can see its logo. You can see it being quite square with strong font there and with the lines going across as well. The blue color, which is showing productivity, stability, calmness. The white as well for being the sort of professionalism. So blue and white together, they work very much to create both productivity and trust as well, which is one thing that white colors has as a psychological trait. Of course, it was a serif font and it used a square disposition. So you can see it's a rectangle, but a rectangle or square, they give off a similar idea with the horizontal lines. So it is showing that it is still tech savvy. It's very technical. IBM itself is very easy to say for any language, and it was International Business Machines. So an acronym that is just describing what you do. So this was perfect for the kind of customer that was tech savvy, that was conscientious, that was extremely structured in their mind. It was a good brand to represent that. The logo was structured. The name was just what it is that we do, straight, nothing fancy, nothing creative, just technical. And that's why it became one of the biggest computer company in the world. And then Apple took the absolute opposite position, where it showed itself as being more about excitement and competence as well, but more sophisticated, more into a mix of excitement, sophistication, but still managing to leverage the competence using the very special branding. If we look at the logo, we see that the original one was multicolored. It was a rainbow, but then it moved into just black, white, and gray. They leverage these colors to go for something that's powerful, bold, mysterious at the same time, but still something that has a clean look to it. And that gave it this sort of sophistication that they wanted to go for, but while still looking extremely tech. So black and white or gray was quite a significant color for the technology field. You see, if we see here in the other examples, we also see Mercedes-Benz being the white and gray, calm, wise, professional. But at the same time, you had a name, also the sans serif font here, and you had sort of circle shape that sort of brought together the original meaning of Apple, which was to try and sort of create this sort of Apple community that is so strong nowadays. And with the out of context name, then it managed to ride this wave of being fancy, sophisticated, a bit exciting, a little bit with the out of context, being out there outside of the traditional sort of extremely professional and reserved and structured logos of the companies at the time, and instead managed to strike this great branding that has just catapulted the brand into what it is today. So this was a little bit long, but I think it's important to have also some real life examples with some brands that you and I know very well, to see how the very top companies do it. And then you can imitate it yourself to create the best version of your brand. Finally, let's look at our checklist. So, have we defined the target personality? Or did we define our target audience or the country? Do the colors match the emotional target for the target audience? Does the font match? Does the logo shape match? So you see, all of this checklist is just making sure that, again, you're going through all of these properly in order to define your brand. And so you want at the end to ask yourself, does that brand name and more match the target personality? Go back to your customer profile. Here, Teresa, is she interested in whatever you have created here? Does that fit her profile? Look again at her pain points, the frustration, how she is, what the interest hobbies are, and then look again at your brand and ask again your friends, family, anybody, potential customers, if this brand seems to connect with them, or if they could connect with this brand. Make sure to test here. Some more little tips. The younger people in general, they like more darker colors. If you have a customer profile that shows that they are of an older generation, they generally prefer light colors. So take that into account when doing your analysis. Men in general prefer fewer colors. They prefer things that are also more flashy, more interactive, more animated. In contrast, women prefer to have more color diversity, but they want the whole design and the feeling of the brand to be cleaner, to not have so much going on. So with the website, and you want to have soft colors. Here's an example for a very male-targeted brand. So it's called Savage Jerky. It's a beef jerky specifically targeted towards men. So you can see, firstly, on the even over the fold, very big font, taking a lot of space with that black and white premium look. So this is a brand that wants to show itself as being premium, but also very masculine. And throughout the font, you see very nicely designed, but it is extremely big font in your face. This is what it is, this and this and this. Very strong shapes here, a lot of square shapes as well. You can see the call to actions buttons are square, and yes, very big. Slam, slam, slam. Savage Jerky here. Look at that. The logo is literally a bearded man's face and minimal. So there we go. Again, high contrast, very much aggressive here. Looks very nice. There we go. In the same topic of sort of meat food providers, then we have this one, which is a lot more feminine. Also, a good example of a website that is leveraging the script kind of font. So you can see here, firstly, it is not as much in your face. It is the shapes themselves. Look at that. You've got a curve over there. So instead of communicating extreme squareness and very strong contrast, then the colors are mixing up a lot more together. It's slightly more colorful, but the colors themselves are not so aggressive. You can see that these are softer kind of colors, just enough to get the contrast. However, it is a lot more colorful. You still have this sort of black and white sort of premium look to it. A lot of brands still have to show that, they are serious brands here, especially if the products cost a lot. They're very expensive, then in general you have to up the quality by showing that you are a premium brand. So that's why you have a lot of modern brands nowadays that are using this sort of black and white style with, as well, you can see here, this is a sans serif font, so it's making a mix between the script for the big title, the headers, and then going into the well-known and familiar sans serif, which also communicates a level of professionalism, because there's a good reason why, for example, this piece of text or the rest isn't in this font. Otherwise, it would be too cartoonish, and then for that price, say, $80 for 7-pack of these sausages. If it looks like it's coming from a clown, that's a bit expensive. If it looks like coming from professionals, then, it increases the perception of quality. So these are just ideas that you can take to imitate. Again, you want to look for yourself, find different brands, see which one interests you, which ones have a design that your potential clients also like. There we go. So this was branding. This was a bit of a long lecture, but I tried to condense it as much as I could and still give you some starting example, like some big brands and some smaller brands as well, so that you have an idea of what you can be doing and achieving yourself. This is a creative process, so don't be afraid to brainstorm, to get some ideas. If you find that, for example, through meditating or going for a walk, you get some ideas, definitely go for it. Do not rush this part, and make sure that you get plenty of feedback from other people. Try to find your kind of customers and then ask them, after you've created a draft, an easy logo that you can create yourself or through Fiverr for just a few dollars, then ask them and ask your friends and family, what do you feel about it? What is it? If you were this kind of person there, like this, imagine you are this person. How would this feel? How would this work? What do you feel? Do you feel I should change something with the shape, with the name, and so on and so forth? In this video, we are going to be looking at your vision, your SMART objectives, KPI, and monthly budgets, along with some free monitoring tools to help you with measuring all of that. So what's the purpose of this tab? There's an old saying that I very much like and which is completely relevant when it comes to anything in business, or well, anything in life really. It is, you cannot hit a target that you do not see. Now you have objectives for your business, right? You want to get something out of it. Most likely it's about making enough money so that you can live the lifestyle that you want, right? And it might be, the business itself might be a reason on its own, but you've got goals, you've got targets, right? You want to be going somewhere. If you're going through this course, you want to go beyond what is already happening or what you can do, right? So if you have an objective, then it needs to be clearly laid out, and you need to have a system to measure where you are, where you want to go, and how you're going to get there. Now, the getting there, we've already talked about, and throughout this course so far, we have talked a lot about the how to get there, how to be better, how to be informed about who our customers are, what they want, what we can provide, where we have our advantages, and so on. But let's now talk about being clear about the objectives, where we want to go and where we are right now. So the most simple structure that almost every business uses follows what you're seeing on your screen. That is, first you define a vision, which is what do you want? What is your idea in your mind of where you want to be? And that can be quite open-ended, but ideally you want it to be as concrete and realistic as possible. And then you translate this into SMART objectives. So SMART objectives are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. That is, it needs to be something really specific. So nothing like we're gonna do better next year. That is not a SMART objective, because what is better? What do you define as better? What criteria is better? Is it better in terms of money? Is it better in terms of brand awareness? Is it better in terms of customer satisfaction? So these last 3 points that I've defined, these are specific. Then you want it to be measurable. So you want it to put a number on it, ideally, that you can see how well you're doing. So again, using the same criteria there, if you're going, for example, for customer satisfaction, then you want it to be defined. How are you going to measure that customer satisfaction? In the example that I've already filled out here, we see reach 1,000 website visitors. So it's not increase website traffic, okay? Because increase website traffic is okay. If you've just got one more person, one more visit on your website, well, that counts, right? That's an increase. Is that really what you want? No, you want to have something bigger. So how many website visitors you want? Here, you can start with 1,000. So then you might ask, well, why 1,000? And that's the next point. That's the achievable. So you have to look at what is realistic for you. How has your business done so far? Or if you haven't started your business, then start with one of the smallest indicators that you can. Over time, as you go through these cycles of adjusting the objectives and the KPIs, as you go through the whole marketing system and you measure your results for your campaigns, then you will update them. You will say, okay, 1,000 website visitors a month within the next 6 months, that was too ambitious. We did only 200. So as a next point, let's say we want to reach 300. Okay. So the reason why you want it to be achievable is that it's also for your own motivation. You've got loads of motivation videos and speakers who are going to tell you, shoot for the moon and, do as much as you can, because if you fail, you'll reach within the stars. And this saying is like that. And while it is quite motivating to hear that at first, the reality is if you set yourself objectives that are just above what you can realistically achieve, then you're going to get demotivated because you will keep failing to get close to your objectives or reach your objectives. And then over time, you're just going to get demotivated and you're not going to be trying to improve your business and reach your vision. So it's important to have it as achievable. Then the next point is relevant. So as you can imagine, the objective must be relevant for the vision, because if you set an objective, but it has nothing to do with actually what the vision you want to achieve, then it's simply not going to help. So you want to make sure that whatever you put as a SMART objective, it is really contributing to the vision, okay? You can ask yourself that question. How is this going to help me reach my vision? And then talk it out loud, or have a friend or a family member ask you that question, and then you have to give a concrete answer. It should feel like the answer is valid. Finally, we have time bound. The reason we have time bound is because we want to put a time limit on the objective. By when do we want to reach it? If we say reach 1,000 website visitors a month, but you don't have a time bound, then do you want to reach it in 6 months, in 1 year, in 10 years, 20 years? How long really? This makes a big difference on your efforts. So these are the SMART objectives, and I've put some examples here. You probably have read them by now. These are some classic ones for any kind of online business, right? So you've got the website visitors, then you've got your improving your SEO, your ranking, and then a monthly revenue target. Then you can translate this further into KPIs, or key performance indicators. So these are going to be really the the data, the metrics that you're going to use to measure this. So it's basically translating the SMART objective into just a name, a target, time frame if applicable, and then you look at the latest result that you have in the completion rate. What I recommend is that, well, it depends on the SMART objective, but if you have most of your objective being, say, within the next 6 months or so, then you want to check your latest results every 2 weeks. You can also do it once a month. You have to see for yourself what is relevant for your own SMART objectives, what makes sense, and also if you have time, because sometimes measuring them can take you a lot of time and you don't want to be spending all your time measuring your results instead of actually using that time to bring the results, right? So it shouldn't take too long. You want to keep it so that it's a fairly smooth process that doesn't take too much time. Then there's also looking at your monthly budget. So this is very small here, but it's something that's important for any business. Make sure that you know how much you're willing to spend on your sales and marketing campaigns for your business every month, and look at how much you are using. You might want to do this calculation on a different sheet. You might have your own finance tracker, your own accounting sheets, but I strongly recommend that you make a note here so that whenever you check the status quo, to check the situation with your business, you're also keeping an eye on how much you're spending, because you do not want to be overspending either. So this is just a quick reminder for you to see, oh, am I on track? Am I overspending, or am I underspending? Do I still have budget that I haven't used? You want to have a quick idea of what that is here. So finally, I want to mention some free monitoring tools, which are just basically the Google Suite. You can use them to find out what your performance is in general. These are the most common used. One of which isn't included here, but that is quite important, is also Google Analytics. So especially for looking at your website visitors a month. The reason I didn't put it is because there are different platforms, a lot of platforms nowadays that offer site analytics. It's not just Google, but that is part of the Google Suite that is also for free. But if you make your own website, nowadays a lot of website providers also give you some basic market analytics. But you want to have at least something to measure the analytics of your website. And also one good one is, well, just a Google search engine alone, for example, looking at the top rankings is quite useful. So you can always just look yourself. You can look at your keyword list. You can find out which ones are the most important ones based on the niche that you have selected. Maybe you can highlight them with a color as well. I mean, if we say, I don't know, let's go for website design for accountants, because that was the example here. You could mark them in green. I suggest that you have at least 10 of these top keywords selected. We already mentioned it previously, but again, if you haven't done that, make sure you know which are your top search queries and your top keywords there. And then when you go back here, then just copy them. You can then paste this into Google and then just check your ranking here. So you can go through page 1 to page 3. If it's more than page 3, I don't suggest that you spend any more time looking for your ranking, because if it's on page 3 or page 71, it's not going to get any views anyway. As for targets like the monthly revenue, for example, that should be something that you can track yourself, and within your own finances, you can see how you're doing as well for your monthly budget. So this was just a quick overview on how you can use your vision, your SMART objectives, and your KPIs to track your performance. Again, I recommend that you do not spend too much time getting lost in the monitoring and the analytics here, but you do need to have a clear idea of what you're reaching for. Again, keep this simple for yourself, right? This should feel like this is something simple and not a headache where you are not clear about your target. Your own target should be clear to you. I still like to use the example, if somebody at a party where you're slightly intoxicated or whatever comes to you and asks you, hey, so about your business, so what's your objective? you should be able to just remember this file, remember your vision and say, this is my vision. I want to become number one online choice for this. And right now, my objectives within the next 6 months are to reach 1,000 web visitors, page one, $1,000. And if you can remember that, of course, right now I'm completed that by about 20 to 50%. That would be it. That's the objective of this sheet, that you can always come back and have this clarity of mind. Again, having clarity in your own head will mean clarity for your business, and clarity translates into successful sales and marketing, translates into business success. In this video, we're going to be looking at copywriting for sales. So there's a very simple method that I recommend you use in order to make all your text just seem so much more convincing. It's a very simple technique. It's a simple format. And after following it, and we'll have a look at a few examples, you'll be able to always create amazing copy. And it's quite simple. So the method itself is called the AIDA method. So AIDA standing first for attention, interest, desire, and action. So it's a 4-step process by which you know what kind of content or what the target of your copy should be. So the first point is attention. Attention is basically your hook. It's what, when somebody's reading it, it stops them in their tracks. It says, hold up, okay, this is interesting. This is how you grab their interest. This is the attention hook. So for example, an example of that would be, are you struggling to keep up with your PPC campaigns? So if you read that and you are struggling with PPC campaigns, most likely this is going to stop you in your tracks, right? The next point is interest. After grabbing the attention, you want to sort of feed their interest. So you got that to stop. You got them to think, okay, I'm going to give this little piece of content a shot. Now you've got to build that up. So the best way to do that is to explain more about how you have a solution to the reader's problem. So you've brought attention to the problem in the first line. Now you want to say, okay, this is how I can solve your problem, or this is your problem and this is how we're looking to solve. So here in this example, same example, we can help. Our team of experts will manage and optimize your ads for maximum conversion and revenue. You'll save time, money, and energy so you can focus on what matters most, growing your business. There we go. The next point then is desire. The goal of this piece of copy is to increase the desire of the reader to take action. All right. So here in this example, it's with our management service, we handle everything from keyword research to copy curation to campaign optimization. So taking care of everything. We're here to help you every step of the way. You don't have to worry about anything. We can take care of all the details while you sit back and watch more customers come through the door. So this is how they create desire. They create a certain picture in the mind of the customer of how he would feel to purchase these services. You can just sit back, relax, and just watch as more money comes to you, okay? We take care of everything, you relax, and you watch money come in. That's it. That's the picture that it's building. And so you can see how this is very appealing. I mean, if you can trust this statement, right? If I can 100% trust that they can deliver on that, then why would I not? Why would I not want to give them my money so that they can take care of everything and make me more money while I sit back, relax? That's exactly what I want. So now that I'm hot with desire, here comes the last part, action. Click this link now or call us. This is a call to take action. We've already mentioned this. This is something that you want to always have within every single piece of content. You don't want to create content for the sake of content, text for the sake of text. If they just read it, they don't do anything about it, that's not helping our business, right? We want some action to be taken. And so you have to ask for that action. So click the link now or call. There we go. So again, the summary is you stop them in their tracks, you get their attention, they start reading, you grow the interest by saying, I understand you, I understand what you want, and this is something I can fix, and then desire, you go fully with it. This is what we can do. This is how we solve your problem. This is how much you can benefit from this. This is how you can imagine yourself to be. Imagine yourself relaxing, being happy, sell those positive emotions, okay? Bring that imagination of those positive emotions really through. That's really the core of the copy. So now, here are some more tips and examples on how you can, well, properly do this, right? So firstly, one tip is to utilize a sense of urgency for your attention part. So anytime there's any sense of urgent, this gets our attention, all right? If anytime we read urgent, that catches our attention. So one example is 5 marketing trends you must implement now or miss out on, okay? Next point is to be highly specific. So avoid anything that's very common, very vague, where you don't know really what it's about. Make it concrete. Make it simple to understand. Like master SEO like a pro in 5 simple steps. Okay, this is defined. We know what we're talking about. We know what the result is. We know how it's going to be done as much as possible while being quick and concise. No big sentences there. Bam, bam. Next is to incorporate specific numbers. So similar to the highly specific, by putting numbers in, then it's easier for us to see it as being something real. And then we know exactly what is being talked about. So there's less chance of the reader thinking, well, let's say, for example, if this was how I earned a living this year through UX writing, well, what is a living, right? Maybe for them, a living is very much less than for me. So I'm not sure if that headline is really worth my attention. While here, it's very specific and it feels more real. I mean, they're less likely to lie about $96,388, right? If it's that specific, we're more inclined to think that it's real. So if we think it's real, then we're a lot more likely to be interested. Next is to tailor to your audience. So, I mean, we've gone through this, the whole buyer persona thing. Know your customer, and you have to talk to them like the buyer persona is the person reading it on the other side. You have to make it like it speaks to them as much as possible. So, for example, if our target is a chief marketing officer, then you would want your headline to be something like 4 tips for scaling campaigns for chief marketing officers. 4 tips for scaling campaigns. You know, why should anyone read that? If I'm a CMO, why should I read 4 tips for scaling campaigns? I don't know who that is for. That doesn't seem relevant to me. That doesn't catch my attention. But for CMOs, oh, now it's speaking to me. Now I'm a lot more interested. And finally, infuse emotion. So use words that are going to convey any kind of emotion. So for example, 6 astonishing facts. So astonishing there, right? When you think astonished, you have this image automatically which pops in your head of what it is to be astonished. The more emotional, the more theatrical, the more it's going to catch attention. So all of these put together should ensure that you always have a killer headline that is going to grab the attention as much as possible. Next part is your opening paragraph with here nurturing the interest. So firstly, start with posing a question that resonates with your reader's experience. That's quite useful. So for example, what's the best way to market your services on Instagram? We wondered too. So start by getting them interested by asking them a question. You can also reference a compelling statistic or data point that's relevant, of course. So 60% of marketers fail to recognize their biggest mistakes. That's also if your buyer is a marketer, of course. You can also, or alternatively, present real-life examples or case studies. So, for example, 1978, John Doe made 8 billion with a simple technique that nobody believed in. You see how you can make this theatrical as well to make it sound better. You can also start by expressing a strong, attention-grabbing assertion. We finally have done it. We have the ultimate AI tool that will put any marketer out of a job. And you see, if you're talking to marketers here, this is creating a strong emotion of fear. They say, whoa, what is this that might put me out of a job? Okay, this is, wow, they've got the ultimate tool. Finally, the final one. Wow, that is such a huge statement. I have to read this. I have to continue reading this. And you also ensure you can further engage the customer, the reader, potential customer, hopefully, with words like you. So do you ever feel like there's too many bad ads in the world? You probably do. So this makes it more personal again. Next is making the desire grow even more. So here you want to expose the problem, offer the solution, and provide evidence, so to speak. So exposing the problem is talking again about what problems your readers are facing. Remind them why they are here. Remind them why they are interested in your article, your blog, your content, whatever it is. Okay. You want to keep them hooked. You don't want them to forget what their problem is. So remind them, hey, you're here. You've got this problem, right? You want them to say internally, yes, true, I have this problem. It's a bad problem, right? Yes, it is quite a big problem. It does quite bother me. Okay. So, and use emotion-filled words to increase the impact there. The more you talk about these emotions, the more you get the reader to think in terms of emotion, strong emotions, whether it's good or bad. It's about intensity as much as it is about what emotion. Then that is going to really increase your success. So an example would be, most marketers like you lose over 50% of their profits on bad advertising, enough to make anyone despair. All right. So you remind them, hey, you could lose 50% of your profits on bad advertising. It could make you despair. Despair is horrible. Okay. Now we've got them all worked up. They're very well aware of the problem again, and they're feeling bad. They want to feel good. Okay. They're looking for something that's going to make them feel good. So this is where you offer the solution. So how is your offer going to fix that problem? And of course, highlight emotions again. So you can rest easy though. With Market, the same marketers have reached up to 200% increase in profits. So there you go. You had the despair, straight away you go into, you can rest easy. Oof, you can be okay. With our solution, we have completely fixed the problem. Instead of losing, they've had benefits. Now, the reader has got, it was getting stressed, it's got a solution, okay. But now the thing that they're thinking about is, well, why should I trust you? Why should I trust? You say that I can rest easy, that it's going to be fixed, okay? What makes you say that? So this is where you provide evidence. Now, when I say evidence, I don't mean, court level hard evidence that's provided. Evidence means anything that's going to influence the reader into believing your solution, into believing your promise. Okay. So anything there, it's subjective what stands at evidence. There's a whole variety. But for example, here within this little example on the side, I put, thanks to its revolutionary AI data analysis system that we perfected over the last 7 years. So this is giving some trust. It's a believable thing because it's revolutionary AI data analysis. We know that there's a lot of that coming forward. So you can say, okay, we're the revolutionary thing, and we perfected it over the last 7 years. Okay, so it was worked on for 7 long years. That's why it's revolutionary system. See, this is how you can frame it. Now, after that, you want to go further into trust factors, for example, getting some customer reviews that support this, that say, we've been working with market and its new data analysis is truly ahead of every other one we tried. We're really happy. And then another one say, we've been working with them. We've been their clients for the last 6 years. They've always improved far ahead of the rest of the market. That's what you want to have after that. So every single point that you see, every single point that you make, every single claim, then you try and put more trust factors, things that says, this proves that what we're saying, what we're offering is correct, because that's how the reader is going to break it down. And so this is why you also, if you remember, within the website design, this is why you also have your offer. And then under that, you have the trust factors. That's why it feeds into this, because this is where you've got your copy. This is where you make your claims, and the trust factors come to help justify your offer. And you do that around once on your page at first, just to catch their attention, because they've got low attention span. Nobody wants to read an offer detail straight away. So you just catch them here, okay? And then here you put more of the offer details and then further influence factors, right? And then you end up with a call to action. So you're noticing now that even the page design is following the ADA. This is how good this copywriting system is that it's often the best one that's used also for web design. So pages are built around this ADA system. So that's why I say it's really good one. So there you have it. And then finally, you end up with the action, which is simply transition into your call to action. For example, test for free now. So some examples that you have, this is a very small copy, but even there you can recognize ADA at work. So stop fake traffic on all ad platforms. There you have it. That's already attention traffic. It's a very bold statement here. So you have it's not reduce traffic that is not optimized on your advertising platforms. No, it's not weak. It's stop fake traffic on all ad platforms. So again, if you see, I think this was express a strong attention grabbing assertion. Okay. So that's the first thing. That's the A. And then you've got the interest here and wasted spend. Okay. This is very bold statement again. This carries on. Save up to 20% on your advertising budget by automatically excluding fake ad engagements on Google. Okay. So here until then, and wasted spend, save up to 20%. That is the I, that is further going the interest. So restating what the headline was about. So and wasted spend. Okay, so this is definitely about what I think it is. And then it goes a little bit more real by saying save up to 20%. So now we're really talking about what is concretely the benefit here. It's 20% advertising saving. And then after that, it goes into here, the proof. Okay, there we have it. What does it do? How does it save the 20%? Because it automatically excludes fake ad engagements across Google, this, Performance Max, all of these different platforms. So there you have it. You have a bold statement, okay, that grabs attention, further reinforced here to get the interest going. And then you've got the actual benefit there, and you have the justification. And then finally, the last A, you have the call to action. And best part is, even here above the fold, you have already the trust factors with the companies that trust it. So as you see, again, this is how great a copy can be made. And across all the top platforms, this is what you have. You always have this format. This is why this kind of web site design is also very popular. So that was copywriting. This is the basic system. I recommend you use it for whenever you're creating any kind of content. Always keep it in mind, AIDA. The more you practice, the more natural it's going to feel. Soon you won't have to follow this. You'll do it on your own. And then your copy is going to be automatically as optimized as possible. In this video, we are going to be looking at the blog post strategy. So any website that is going to be successful, any kind of business website, is going to most likely need to have blog post, okay? Probably you've already heard that creating articles and getting rank on search engines is one great way to get some traffic to your website. And so what you have in front of you is a template on how you can keep track of your blog posts, but also to check if they meet every single best practice for sales and marketing. So in each column, you can put your blog post. Okay, that's going to be, each one is going to be one post. At the very top, you can put the topic, then the objective, what you want to be achieving for yourself. Why are you doing it? What kind of market are you tapping into? What do you aim to achieve if it gets a lot of impressions? What should be the end result? And then you can put your target keywords there. So with each blog post, you should have a certain number of target keywords. Here it goes up to 10. You don't have to be using up to 10, but based on your analysis, on your keyword research, you should have a number of keywords that you want to rank for, that you want to specialize on, that whenever somebody is searching on the web, you want to appear, and this is going to be a point of contact. So you want to be putting them here so that whenever you're writing that blog post, you're going to keep in mind that these are the target keywords that you want to include. And then after that, we have a list of checkboxes. So this is just to make sure, again, that you follow best practice for blog creation. So firstly, still in the SEO section, you're going to want to check if you have your top keywords in your header, if you have it in the URL, if you have internal links linking to other blog posts, or for example, linking to a shop page or anywhere where you want to funnel your customers. So remember, a blog page and a blog post shouldn't be the end in itself, okay? It should be a means to an end. It should be a hook that customers then bite onto, and then you lead them towards where you actually want them to take action. Most often that's going to be a purchase, a subscription, or whatever. So you want to have some inlinks for that, and also inlinks to other kind of articles that could be interesting, because the more time the visitors are going to be spending on your site reading the content, the more they are going to be influenced and want to stay consistent. So you're going to have the consistency principle there, where because they've committed to the information on your site, they're more likely to stay committed to your site. External links will be anything to support any kind of argument you have, and also to enable you to connect with other potential websites. Here, there's a whole strategy there. I won't go into too much detail. And the last one is just check if it's crawlable by robots, if it is actually, if it can be indexed. You can check this using the Google Search Console. There you should have an account, and then whenever you're creating the page, you're posting it, you can then paste the URL here, and then you can request indexing. You can check if it is actually being indexed on Google. Next section is the readability section. So this is all about making the experience of going through the article, through the post, by your readers smoother, which increases the chance that they're going to keep reading and that they are going to understand your offer and be influenced then to see you as an authority and then take the conversion that you want. So firstly, try and have at least one relevant image per section. Whenever you have a chapter, for example, try at least have one relevant image. So that's the checkbox. Has it been spell checked? Make sure there are no mistakes, because that erodes the sense of professionalism. Paragraphs in general, just check that there's no paragraph that's more than 5 lines. That's just a general guideline, just to break it down into small pieces that are easy to digest. And then check if the blog tone fits the brand personality. So remember, you should have by now your brand personality set. So you want to double check if the tone and the language that you're using there fits your brand. The next section is the call to action. So the call to action is getting the readers from just reading to taking a specific action. Again, it could be going onto a different blog post. It could be going on a different sales page, for example, most often. It could be downloading a free ebook. It could be any of those things, right? Here's a good example, for example, on the zenkit.com website, where here you have an article on how to manage a team. You have loads of images. You have a call to action on the side that actually goes down as you scroll, so it's still there and it's making its pitch. You have a lot of in links here and outer links as well. And then here, for example, you see you have one call to action: sign up for free today. And then most likely they're going to have it at the end as well. There we go. Book a free demo. So once they're done, you see there's always call to actions to get the readers to book a free demo. So you want to check if you have some offer there, if you're promoting your offer. Make sure that you're mentioning your competitive advantages as well. So if you have any, you want to leverage them to further incentivize and influence the readers that you are the right choice for them. And then afterwards, you want to double check if you have leveraged as many of the influence principles as possible. There, of course, that's just a checkbox. There's no definite number of times you have to use each one. Okay. You don't have to use all of them as well. You have to use your own sense to see what makes sense, what is going to be of value to the customer, and what is just going to be trying to leverage the principle for the sake of leveraging it. So it's just in general for you to, I suggest once you have written your blog post, that you go through each influence principle and then you reread the text. Okay. And you think, okay, here, have I leveraged this principle? You go from the top and then you read it again. Where is that principle? Have I leveraged it? And where could I leverage it more? So just keep that question in mind and then just go through your article again and then go through each point and do this. It's a little time consuming, but this can really, really improve your performance. Finally, we have the promotion, which is going to be sharing on different platforms. So there you're going to want to check whether it's on Instagram, Facebook. You can add the platform that you're on, whatever it is that's relevant for you and your business. Then you can check if you either have shared it already or if you have it in your calendar. And you can keep adding lines here, just copy and paste for if you have more than 3 different social platforms. But there we go. That's an easy and simple checklist that you can go through every single time you create a blog post. That way you'll have the list of your topics, you have the keywords, and then you can be sure that it is as professional as possible without any headaches. In this video, I want to quickly touch on the content calendar. So this is a template for you to keep track of what you're posting, where, and when. Now, there are a lot of different calendars out there. You could also find your own, but this is one that is pre-made with the file itself. So to quickly explain what it is, it's very simple. You've got here on the first row, you've got your dates, as you can see, for example, July going until the 31st. And what you have is within each 4 rows, you have a topic. All right, you've got a topic. And then from this topic, you can see in the column B whether it's been posted as a blog on Instagram, on Facebook, or any other platform. So the way it works is very simple. You just put your topic, and then whenever it is posted, then you can put 1 on there in the corresponding row. So what's the use of this? The use of this is that you're going to keep track of when you're posting, and more importantly, when it makes sense to post again. Naturally, over time, as you create more and more content, you will slowly run out of ideas, or you will run out of topics that you have identified as being opportunities during your keyword and niche analysis. So what you want to do then is to recycle your content. That is to talk about the same topics again, maybe make it a little bit different, or sometimes even just post the same thing if it has been long enough. By having a calendar, you can check not only this, that you posting the same topics within a long enough amount of time, but also you can check in advance what is going to get posted when, and make sure that you have content available for every single day that you have in front of you, or every 2 days or every 3 days, depending on how much you can manage. So that way, you see here in the column C, what you have is a formula that just looks up how much content, how many units of content there is per platform. For example, here, how many are in Facebook. So if I put a 1 here and a 1 here, you see that we have 2 Facebook posts planned for this day. So what this allows you to do is to see on which days you could be posting. For example, you could be posting once a week on your blog, and then 2 or 3 times a week on Instagram and Facebook on the same day, or even on different days, or if there are any other platforms. This is easily extensible this way as the days progress. So that is the content calendar. Again, this is just a template. There are some others out there, but it is quite important to have your own content calendar for your marketing efforts so that you keep track of what you're posting and when, particularly when you want to plan in advance. So you have a list of topics, and then you might want to be working on them in a bulk, and then just plan in advance when they are going to go up and on which platform, depending on when that is done. You can always make the columns here larger. You can always insert columns, use similar formatting, and then just carry on with January, February, March, and so on. In this video, we are going to have a first look at good website design. Now, website design is one of the most important bits when it comes to successful sales and marketing, if you're doing it over your website, of course. Why is it so important? Because we are extremely visual creatures, and we like things that are beautiful and that we can interact with easily. And having a simple and intuitive flow in terms of both information and funneling towards certain action, which from your side will be any kind of conversion, any kind of subscription or purchase, is the most important thing out there. So what we're going to do firstly is we're going to be taking a look at the general best practice structure for a website. Then we will look at best practice structure for an offer page design, which is a landing page, a sales page, any kind of page where you want to influence your customers to take a certain action. So convince them that you have an offer that they want, giving the details, and then influence them further. So that's going to be the template. And then we will be going through a checklist of best practice influence again. So these are all based on everything that I've learned and everything that professionals have shared that makes a big difference to your website performance. We'll also be going through them with some examples, namely the first one being Lunio, next one being Salesforce, and finally neilpatel.com. So let's start firstly with a basic website structure. So you've got loads of different structures you can use, but a lot of them follow one more or less the same template with having some extra add-ons depending on your industry. There's no single one way of doing it right, but in general, you want to have a structure that is familiar to the customer, okay? You might want to completely revolutionize the website, make something super original, something unique. But usually, unless you are, of course, a professional web designer, I would suggest that you stick to the simplest structure. Why? Because when customers are going onto a website, they have certain expectations about the structure. And if you follow a structure that they're already familiar with, that is a structure that most websites on the web use, then they are intuitively going to know how they want to interact with your website. They will know where is the information that they want to get. So keep that in mind. Based on this, we have here the most simple structure, where you have firstly a homepage, and then from there you have a 3-column split where you have firstly any kind of blog and news, which you will use to do all your marketing activities, to do your SEO, to drive in traffic. Then your product and services, where you are going to be showcasing what you're offering, what problem it solves, and then leveraging all sorts of influence factor to get your customers to see the value and then convert. And then usually there is an about us when you talk more about the business, what it is, which is another trust factor which aims to leverage the similarity and unity principles. So that's the basic structure right there. Now let's see within our examples what that looks like. So here we see on Lunio, you have this, you can see the structure of website, by the way, by most often looking here at the header. The header is where you're going to have an idea of the general website structure. So you see here, you have, of course, the logo, which is clickable for the to go to the homepage, the product, where you will have also the product information, success stories, which is going to be leveraging the social proof, solutions, as well here a nice drop-down menu where you can choose further options. So this is quite important as well. Make sure you have it nice and organized in the same way, that you have this breakdown. So you don't want to be having 15 different menus here. You want to be having everything broken down. So one top header there, and then it breaks down into the different offers if you have different offers. Resources is also one. So this is, we have it in our example marked as just blog. But if you have more types of resources, then that's where it would be. Company, here you have the about us, which is also within the resources. You can follow as well the same format. And then pricing, which is specific for this software as a service product here. Notice as well, you have a login function and a call to action here, request demo. So straight away at the very top, if anybody's checking, you already have your call to action. Remember, try and use as many call to actions as possible. You want your customers not just to be reading, you want them to take an action, to interact. You want them to commit to something. Even if it's free, if it's a small thing, you want to start engaging them. The moment they start engaging, they're much more likely to then keep engaging, and then you can more easily funnel them towards a purchase. So now, let's look at the second one, Salesforce. You can see here it is very similar as well. And then you have, this one is a bit of a maverick. It's a bit original because you do not have everything. This is, I chose this one because it has a bit of originality. So if you want to sort of break the mold in a way, this is a good example of how it can be done. So here you have nothing, but then the web, you've got the homepage, which is very well made so that any action is going to be taken here. So there's no need for a menu. But let's look at that in our homepage or page design. So here you have, it may look a little bit complex here, but don't worry, it's very simple. This is just the way that you want to design. It's a template for how you can design a page that converts well, as I mentioned already. You've got different ways of doing this, but this is a method that's tried and tested that 90% of the successful websites are using. So this is the one that I recommend you start with. This is very easy because all you have to do is always follow the same format for any kind of page that is going to be, where you're going to have an offer, okay? So it's not for all pages, it's just the ones where you have an offer and you're trying to convince the customer to take an action based on that offer, right? So firstly, let's go through this template real quick. So at the very top, you'll have your header, so with the homepage menu and your logo. Then the next one is going to be the main offer. This part, this rectangle is very important, okay? Here, you're going to want to have your core solution in one short, clear headline. And then you might want to have a subheader that further elaborates on this and shows the problems and solutions, okay? So usually the text and the offer is on the left-hand side, and then you have some form of complementary media on the right side. So this could be any kind of video or image, anything that sort of represents visually your offer. So you're doing this, you have the offer and then the offer again, but in sort of media way. So that way you've got text and then you've got visual content. Okay. So let's look at our examples. How do they do this? So let's look at Lunio. Stop fake traffic on all ad platforms. Okay. That's going to be the main thing. And then they elaborate here. And wasted spend, save up to 20% of your advertising by automatically. Okay, here we have something clear. It's really visible. That's the first thing you read. They've even highlighted here the fake traffic. So they're really setting that position as being a product or a service that aims at, well, cleaning up the ad spend. Here we've got directly a call to action. Very good as well. So straight away the offer and then take an action here. Get started straight away. And here on the side, we have an idea of what the product is. So we see here that it's a screenshot of what the dashboard of the software would look like. And then around it, we've got this beautiful floating design there of all these different platforms, which hints at all the platforms that it covers. So you see, this is a great way to have your offer being displayed and straight away asking for an engagement. Notice as well here, so still above the fold. So above the fold, by the way, if you don't know the term, above the fold is the term that you use when it's everything that's above this line here. So you see if we scroll down, I'm going further down, that's below the fold. So anything above these, below these, Hugo Boss, McDonald's, eBay, that's all below the fold and everything is above. In general, you want to get all your core information above the fold so that anybody who looks at the website doesn't have to scroll down to get the more information. You want them to already be convinced, ideally, with just here above the fold. And here Lunio does it beautifully. And what I wanted to mention was, you see here, you've got the Hugo Boss, McDonald's, eBay. So you already have your trust factors, which here we're going to be talking about in a second, but they already have them above the fold. Salesforce is a bit different. It has the same format, as you can see. It's a bit different because Salesforce is so well known that it doesn't even try to really push forward the trust factors, as most of their customers already know Salesforce, so they don't have to make such a pitch. Still, you can see here, one of the main pitches here, it's promoting its latest AI tool because it's quite hip in the moment of the recording of this video. But again, one big title, and very simple. You see here, AI plus data plus CRM equals more sales and happier customers. All right. That's a great pitch for anybody interested in this kind of software. Discover trusted AI that helps you connect with your customers in a whole new way. And here, two call to actions, either a free trial. Very good to have something that mentions it's free. So it feels like there's no risk, little commitment, or watch the demos. If you're not ready to even commit to that, then you've got a second option, which has even fewer barriers because here you're just watching what it looks like. So great point here that you can leverage. You'll see as well, they also have it here, try for free. And yeah, with Nail Patel here, it's even simpler. Firstly, I want to make a mention how clean this above the fold is. Completely white with just white and orange color theme. White being the color of purity and trust, and orange still being the color of action and performance. So you can see as well how you can make something extremely clean. You don't need to stuff your website with loads of content. Here straight away, do you want more traffic? And then the subheading here, hey, I'm Neil Patel. I'm determined to make a business in, and here's a nice little touch because I am based in Berlin. So it's making it personalized. Okay. This is a difficult touch to do, but just make a note of how you can influence your customers by making it personalized. Only question is, will it be yours? And then we have straight away a call to action with the website URL, straight analyze website. And then the media here is a nice, again, minimal, very simplistic display of what the services are being offered. So with this template as well, I've included here on the side the influence principles and whether they are being leveraged. So by now you should be familiar with the influence principles. And so these orange columns are just there for you to make a check if you are leveraging them within this particular part. You'll notice I've repeated this throughout each section. So for each section, there's always a checklist if the influence principle is being leveraged and also if the target keywords are being included. So you see, it's a very simple checklist. It's just the influence principles and the keywords mostly. So of course, most likely you can't leverage every single influence principle within this, but trying as much as you can only further improve your chances that customers are going to be interested in your offer. Generally speaking, for the very first part here, it will be hard to leverage so many influence principles because you're just talking about the offer itself. You want to make clear what the offer is. Of course, you can still find some opportunities, for example, leveraging any kind of authority or scarcity. You can say there is already a limited deal, or even better for scarcity, something like we are the only, or we are number one, the number one CRM software on the web to leverage, for example, your authority. And you can say something unique as well if you want to say the scarcity and so on. The next part is the trust factors. So here I've also made a line here. So ideally you want your trust factors to also be above the fold, just like we've had here with Lunio. This is quite important because the first question that customers are going to have in their heads after they've seen your offer, once they understand your offer and what problem you solve, is going to be, why should I trust this business? Why should I trust that they are not lying to me? When I say this is what they offer, they're the number one, they cover all of this, they have the perfect platform, they're the number one CRM software with all of this, more sales and happier customers. Why should I trust? Okay, and this is where you want to have your trust factors. Here's another example of a competitor for Salesforce, another CRM software, where here you have, again, super fast work, steady fast growth. We see great for section. And then it's slightly under the fold here, but there you have your trust factor. You see, visionary in 22 from Gartner, very well-known company, winner of some awards, trusted by 250,000 businesses worldwide. And there we go with some examples. Okay, this is another great example of design here with a great above the fold, and then straight away into the trust factor that says, this is how you can trust that we are actually serious. We're a serious company. This isn't just text. This is a promise. Once again, you want to see how you can leverage the principles here. Here will be more difficult because trust factors usually only come in the format that I've just shown. But again, you want to always keep an open mind to see how you can creatively leverage the influence principles. The next part is your offer details. So this is going to be very similar to your offer, but the point is here with this section is to build on what you already explained there and elaborate. So from the customer's perspective, right? They just seen your offer. They've just come onto the page and they see the offer. They've seen the headline. They've seen the subheading. It's clear that you are a solution for them. And through the media, they all understand this. Thanks to the trust factors as well, they automatically start assuming that you are serious. So straight away, there's, okay, this company can solve my problem and I can trust them. Now, the next thing that a customer is going to be wondering is, okay, what are the details? Okay, because right now you've just got maybe 30 words, right? If you look at the very top here, we've got very few words here. It's all just a big headline. This is just the hook to catch the interest, right? So now that we've got the interest, we want to go into exactly what are we offering. We don't want to be going too much into detail as well, but we want to make it a nice and clean description with media. Here you see the scale is slightly bigger, but on a website, this can be much bigger. So this can be 4 or 5 different modules. We can see that in these examples. So for example, here with Lunio, once we go below the fold, then we start to see, okay, what eliminate waste? We've got a little animation here as well. Always keep it simple, always keep it clean. Don't have a wall of text here. Visuals as well, so it's beautiful visuals as media. Here we go, there's more details. That's a nice little specific animation. Of course, this is a very well made, very well designed website. Yours doesn't have to be looking like that. This is an ideal if you can make it look like this. Nowadays you have a lot more packages that are being offered by website builders. So you can have a pre-made template like this, and then you just, replace most of the text and the images as well with whatever you have, or you can have it created as well. I won't go into detail there. There's loads of tutorials online on how to do this, but most of them are going to cost a certain amount of money. So, but within the scope of this course, I just want to discuss with you what the format should be, what it should look like. So here we go. Another module here. We make the internet a more transparent and predictable place. Again, reinforcing the offer here. And then we start having some reviews here. So we start going into the trust factor, which you see here is another one, the influence/trust factor. So you're following the same format here. You're just detailing it. Okay. And so for the template, it's exactly the same thing. The only thing that I noted down here that you should always keep in mind to help you with your creation and your content is to clearly have your offer unique selling proposition. So what is it that you're offering that's of value? Ideally, something that after doing your competition analysis, you have an advantage in, something that either competitors are not doing or they're not doing badly, something that customers value, right? So you should already be clear on what your USPs are. And so you can just note them down here so that while you're designing your modules, then you ensure that your content is always on point. You're always reinforcing what you want the customer to believe. We see this as well with Salesforce. They're the same format here with this. This is a classic way of doing the design. So having text, image, then you switch place, image, text, text, image, and then you sort of mix it up here. You see you can have afterward text on top and then images below. Here you still have some call to actions, always have some call to actions spread throughout. Okay, this one is quite long, doesn't have to be that long, but this one is a big business. And there you start having the trust and influence factors by noting which customers have already used the service or the product. And then you see you have a clickable link to see their feedback. There we go. What customers use. There we go, watching the demos. And we see on Lunio, there it ends up with, once again, one big authority. So they're focusing very much on authority here, having won a lot of awards, being rated the leader. For the Neil Patel website here, it's a lot more minimal as well, which here its focus is just on getting a call to action. So there's very little explained and just straight away get your analysis. And here we have the influence/trust factor. We're saying who is then this Neil Patel, who's the website owner, best-selling author, top influencer, blah, 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 with again a call to action saying, yes, I want to work with Neil, making it nice and personal. So if you're going to be running a personal website, sort of one-man show, let's say, then this is a good way to put it. Nice and clean with a very good picture of yourself and then stating how you are an authority, why you should be trusted and everything like that. And then straight away below that, it's again call to action with clear steps. So here, this is a great example of clarity where by reducing the different options that customers have, then you minimize the chance of choice paralysis, which is a psychological phenomenon where if you have too much choice, then you don't know what to do. If the website is completely full with loads of different options, then it becomes overwhelming and then you just feel like it's too much and then you quit the website. With this kind of design, it's nice and simple and you are leading the customers towards what to do. So, just follow 4 steps. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. For Zoho here, we have a similar thing as well. So if you remember here, we have the trust factor and then it goes into detail. But you see, there's not so much text. It's broken down into modules and then you just have a bit of text and then very good media here. This is professional level. This can be quite expensive to have it done. But this is, again, just so you have an idea of what you should eventually aim for. Here, sign up for free, self-feature, more click to action, more descriptions to give an idea of what the product looks like. So you're displaying what the product is, how it looks. The more you give an idea to the customer, the more you give them an image to build in their mind of what the experience of your product or service is going to be, the more they're going to be attached, the more they're going to be able to see themselves being happy, being satisfied, having their problem solved, right? So here we go. He continues, pitch, bullet points as well. Why choose this one? And then we have the trust factor with, again, social proof, the customers, and there we go. So once again, you want to be seeing how you can leverage influence principles within all this content. So, and as well for the influence factors, same thing if you can. Don't forget to always think of your target keywords, refer to your list, and then see, okay, if you might offer details, influence factors less so, but particularly in your offer details, do I have my target keywords, not only for SEO, but also for customers that if they keep reading again and again the words that they've searched for, then it's more likely that they will feel that you are the right choice for them. There we go. And then we finish with a call to action and finally contact details so that if they have any questions, anything else, then they can get all the information they want from you. So that's the website structure and basic page design. In this video, I want to continue on the website design by going with you through the checklist. Now, the checklist is quite long, but the purpose of the checklist is, again, to try and maximize the optimization of your website and your pages insofar as sales and marketing is concerned. There's quite a few little tips and tricks that you should look out for, which is what all the top websites are doing in order to maximize their business. So let's go through them together with some examples where relevant, and we will see how useful it can be. So firstly, the purpose of the website must be clear to the target market within 3 seconds. I say 3 seconds maximum. So the way you ensure this is once again by having a clear headline, a clear subheader, and clear media at the very top. Lunio again here being a good example, stating clearly that it is a platform that is meant to help advertisers with real traffic, real human traffic, instead of bot traffic, and it being a platform, and so on and so forth, as we have previously seen. The next point is smooth call to actions lead to target along all starting paths. So that one is ensuring that wherever there's going to be a point of contact with your customer, that there is going to be a call to action, one that isn't too obvious. It should feel like it's flowing with the content on every single page. So make sure that there is always a call to action. Then explanative video, at least on the homepage. So nowadays, the world is going more and more video. And a video is able to convey information that text does much slower by combining images and text. I mean, there's the classic saying, an image is worth 1,000 words, and with a video, you get 27 of them per second or more. So you get the meaning here. Have a video, ideally professionally done, as this will be one of the first things that ideally your customers are going to come into contact, and there keep it to something like a few minutes. Well, not even, it could be even less than a minute, depending on your offer. But make sure that it's not dragging on and that it's something quick, concise, that quickly explain what the offer is about. Next is to have a chatbot function added, or at least made available and visible. So for example, here on Zendesk and on many websites, I'm sure you will have seen it, you have a little box in the bottom right-hand corner that is either a chat or contact. This is getting quite common now, and I recommend for you that you always have that, because that is going to be a way for customers, if there's anything they want which isn't on the page, usually you don't want them to have, you want it to be designed in a way that they don't contact you. If you get a lot of contact, then you know something's not right on your pages. But you always want to have this option so that if they can't find what they want, they get into contact with you, and because they've already committed to sending you a message, they're much more likely then to accept whichever next step you're suggesting. Again, call to action on every lead page, similar to the first point or second point. Then, if you have a brick and mortar shop, that is a real physical shop, do your customers have the ability to find your location and your hours within 5 seconds? So here's an example for one just small massage place, So if you have a place like this, then you want it to be visible within the 5 seconds, or at least have it on the homepage at the very bottom. Here we see, normally this is what people are going to look for, but of course, make sure that you're findable. Make sure it's easy to find you, that people don't have to do a lot of work to find out where you are. Next, most important info with an F pattern. So this one is a bit more special. The F pattern refers to the eye position pattern that we all go through, or most of us go through, when we evaluate a website. Here's what it looks like. So using heat maps, you've had researchers find out that most of us read from left to right in an F pattern, with certain sections being highlighted. So on a website, usually it follows this pattern. This is a good example. So they start with a header and they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this is the pattern that you want to consider when you're creating your content. So you want to always make sure here they're going to understand what the website is. Then they're going to be checking the rest of the menu, so understand what is there. So you want to have them to be clear on already what your company name is, what the website structure is, that it should be familiar so that they think straight away, okay, this is a familiar website, it's going to be easy for me to get the information. And then they're going to start checking here. Well, here in the example, it's an image box, but for us, if it's any sales page or anything, it would be this. So they go Zendesk, then product, this and this and this, check, and then straight into the title here, and then the underscore title. This is in German, but you get it here as well. This is the pattern. So here, the big F, the small here. So ensure that, again, your information is contained there. Next is for ads to be seamless and don't stand out. If you're running any ads on your website, make sure that they're integrated and that they don't stand out. The more they stand out, the more it's going to be putting people off from looking at your website. It also erodes your trust, because as you can imagine, any big successful company doesn't need to be running ads on their website, right? Why would you need to make pennies with ads if you have a great business where you have a lot of satisfied customers? So I don't usually recommend ads, but if you do have any ads, make sure that they're properly integrated within. So this could be anything like promotion through blog posts, for example, and affiliates. That's better than having ugly ads just stand out on the side. Next, try to avoid cheesy stock pictures, okay? We as people, we recognize when something is a stock photo or not, and it just feels cheap, okay? We all know that stock pictures are easy to get, so by using stock pictures, you're reducing the opportunity to connect with the customer, because what you can also do is create some real pictures with your real business that really shows what your business is about. Now, you might not have a professional photographer, you might not maybe have so much of a budget for it, but try to avoid stock pictures as much as possible. It will help with your conversion rate. If you look here at those top websites, they are using their own designs, okay? Here, this is all self-designed within the theme of the brand. So you want to be following this as much as possible. Next tip is to group similar items or services using visual cues. So that's more for the organization of your website and ergonomics, so that visitors are able to quickly identify what belongs together. So if you have any product or services that are somewhat similar, then group them with a similar, for example, color code. Here's an example where you have supplement products and they are put into different categories, where you have, for example, a sleep recovery category, one wellness, one essentials, and one for focus, for example. So you can see here, you have all of them. And then just by checking products, then you can see they're clearly color coded. So if you're offering products or services of the sort, make sure that they are color coded as such. Next is similar to no cheesy stock pics, using real authentic looking faces and bodies. So having some faces, some human elements that seems genuine and not again taken from stock pictures greatly increases chance of conversion, simply because we're humans and we like to deal with humans, okay? We don't want to be dealing with just a page or a business with no face. We like to put faces on things. So that's why, for example, Salesforce is leveraging that quite well, with a lot of the content on their page having human faces. When it's not human faces, it's mascots. And they don't look like stock pictures. They are not stock pictures. They look professional and they're all smiling. It makes everything, especially for this kind of product and service, which is extremely technical, not as much human. We're seeing a lot of human faces, a lot of smiling faces. So you want to leverage that. Mascots are also quite good, though here obviously they have the budget to be doing that. Then you want to have defined target emotions for each piece of content. This one is a little bit more tricky, but whenever you're going through the content and the offer, try to think, okay, what is the target emotion that I want the reader to have here? And then you want the images to match that. So if, for example, you're having one paragraph that's about the problems of back pain, then you do not want to have a happy or excited person next to that, right? You're going to want to have somebody that represents this, that visually represents sort of the pain. So somebody grimacing, for example. And then further down, when you have that part that says, we provide the answer to your back pain, we will help you get relaxed and feeling good, then you want to have as well a picture of somebody feeling relaxed. So that way you want to sort of mimic what the reader should expect. And that helps reinforce these emotions. And the more they feel these emotions, the more your message is going to be powerful and it's going to go through. This comes with the next point, to make sure that each large content block has an image mark matching the target emotion. So within our structure, we always know to have an offer, details, and media. We've seen that every big website uses this format. So you want here to make sure that every single large point you have. So for example, this is a small one, right? This is more of this is a header. So this is header. This is something different. So it's not a big piece of content, but anytime you have one, let's see, for example, here you want to have that image, here you want to have that video. It's not loading though. So here's the next tip. Make sure everything loads, right? I mean, this is more the technical web stuff, but of course, make sure that everything loads properly. And yeah, again, for every big piece, you want to have some content with the target emotion included. Following this, make sure also the body language in there is matching the target emotion or behavior. So having somebody not just look relaxed, but also act relaxed in a way. I think this one is self-explanatory. Next one is to have your eye gaze towards the call to action or any important element that you want to bring the customer's attention to. So there's been studies that show that even within websites, we follow the gaze of other people. We follow the eyes. So it's a simple example. It was done with this classic example of a baby, where you had one option where the baby was looking straight at the viewer and one where the baby was looking at the content. And what we see is that the heat map on the text is much stronger, hotter, when you had the baby look at the text. So you want to be leveraging this. There's also other examples, for example, finger pointing, like this model here. This is one of a classic use cut in order to get the attention to whatever is here on top. It also works with that. Next is to add an element of mystery or a cliffhanger before the call to action. So if you can think of any top series that you've seen or ever watched, before the end of each episode, there's always a little cliffhanger, something that makes you think, oh, what's going to happen next? And you want to leverage the same effect with your website. You want them to be getting to the end of your page and then feeling, oh, what's coming next? So some techniques, like, for instance, stating that you have a big secret or something special that your competitors don't have. Of course, that is related to solving the customer's problem. Make sure anything you do, anything you write, make sure it's always towards fixing that problem. And then just add, there's something secret, there's something they don't do. Do you want to figure out what it is? And then you have a button saying, find out now. So this is a very obvious one. You can make it a little bit more subtle, because if it's, of course, obviously a cliffhanger or a secret thing only for the purpose of that, I mean, a lot of people will notice it. They will see what you're doing because a lot of people are doing it. So customers are getting used to that. And so they will look at it and think, no, I'm not falling for that. Next is to have a high contrast for target points or call to actions. The more contrast there is of an object with its environment, the more visually salient it's going to be, which means the more it's going to attract the eye. This is why, for example, you have buttons like this one, this call to action, being in this shade of blue. Why isn't it like the watch demos? Because this stands out more. In fact, we can check this with a free AI heat map tool. And here I've just taken a screenshot of the Salesforce landing page and then uploaded it to this free tool called 0ZYRO. And what I see is that based on the AI's predictions, then you see where the heat map goes, where the eye goes, and we can see this clear looking at the title, looking at the media, and then here we see attention is being drawn to the CTAs but it's more to the left. And you see here, the start free trial is getting more of the eyeballs, but at the same time, watch demos is still there in case people aren't willing to commit to a free trial. This is very well designed. You can see how clean it is. No other piece of the screen is getting attention. Just slightly here with the what's new, but most of the information is there. So, and I strongly recommend you use this software, this Zero AI heat map tool right here is very useful. That way you can check and double check where the eyeballs are going to go. You can keep uploading and then see, compare with one version with the next until you have a heat map that looks like what it should based on what we've learned in the course so far. So this is zerozyro.com. It is completely free. I'm not affiliate with it. I use it personally. I think they have some pricing features as well, but this is the one I use. But there's probably some more AI heat map tools released. So again, check for the contrast there. Try and increase it as much as possible while still remaining within your theme brand. So you see here, this could have been red, but had this been red, it wouldn't fit the Salesforce theme of light blue and white. And so it would start looking unprofessional. But so that is why it is that way. Next, make sure you've got a cookie/privacy disclaimer that's required by the law in most websites by now. And next is check that all the pages are done properly using the heat map tool I just showed you. Next check is for it to be tested using any kind of testing software. So this is the slightly more expensive option, but if you want to go the extra mile and really make sure that your website is as usable as possible, then you want to have it tested with actual customers, because you might follow all the tips here, but you might not be aware of what actually your customers are going through, where they're looking and stuff. So the best way is to pay people to go through your website and record what their experience is. This is really invaluable. If you want to take your website from a small business to a bigger business, then this is the best way to truly optimize. I put in brackets here one software, which is called PickFu. PickFu is one of these A/B testing software that I've been using quite a lot with some clients, and I can strongly recommend it. The way it works is quite simple. There are two different options for people to check and evaluate, and then you get feedback. You can go onto pickfu.com to get more details about how it works, the pricing, and what kind of poll would best suit your business. I recommend more that screen recordings and open-ended polls or click tests. Finally, tiny little tip, have a discount code at the checkout. This one is a smaller tip. Make sure that when people come with a discount, that it is located at the very end of the process. Have it at the checkout process and not before. The reason being that if people already see on the sales page that there's an option for a discount, they're going to look for a discount and they're less likely to purchase if they see that there's a discount possible. Here's an example, one with the dealership.com, where here you see you have the discount code at the very end after everything has been done and you're coming to shipping. So this is the small checklist. There might be some other things that would be relevant specifically for your business, but getting those down is going to increase your sales and marketing efforts for your website by 90%. This is 90% of what is going to be making a difference. If you follow the template, if you follow that checklist and make sure within each one that you have gone through it and that you say yes, 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 then your pages are going to be as strong as real professionals. Of course, this is to help you over time as you practice this more and more. You won't be needing to go through the checklist one by one, but as a beginner, this is useful to be able to make sure that everything is as optimized as possible. In this section, we are going to look at pricing. I'm particularly excited about this section because there's a lot of different fun things and exciting bits that are in this section that I'm sure that you will find very useful. And pricing is such an important topic. I know I keep saying that for every single one, and they are all important. They're all links of a chain that make a successful business. But at the end of the day, pricing is going to determine how much money is going to come into your business. Because let's be honest, if you were offering whatever you're offering for free, you wouldn't need nearly as much sales and marketing experience as was exposed in this course, right? You wouldn't need to convince people so much of the value of what they're going to get. And so good pricing can make the difference between your business, well, going bankrupt, right? Not making enough to sustain itself, or it can lead to road to riches and you having the lifestyle that you want because you'll be able to make the profits that you want to make. So very important topic. And so I don't want to go into too much detail. I try to reduce everything to just the core of what's useful. I kept in mind all the time, what do my students really want to know? What is going to be useful and what is just going to be theory for the sake of theory? And I've condensed it there as much as possible. So make yourself a nice cup of coffee or whatever, and let's go through the template. So firstly, before we go on to any kind of techniques, I want to explain to you pricing philosophy, because that's very important. Again, there's a lot of what sales and marketing is about having the right philosophy. What's going to make the difference between a beginner in sales and marketing and somebody, a professional who's got a lot of experience, is understanding the core underlying philosophies. And then from the philosophies, you can really make sense of the different strategies that are available to you. So philosophy. I want to start with a quote. Everything is worth what its purchaser will pay for it. That's the core idea I want you to remember. Everything is worth what the purchaser, the customer, will pay for it. That is how much they're willing to. Pricing is never set in stone, okay? There is never a definite price for anything. Everything is just perception. Every price is just the middle point between what businesses want to get and what customers are willing to pay. That is what it is. It is supply and demand. It is what is being given and how much the giver wants for it and what the receiver is willing to pay for it. That is how pricing works. If there's no balance, then there is no transaction taking place. Either the price is too high or too low, either for the supplier or for the customer. So prices are never set in stone, and it's just about, it's a mental thing, okay? Everything there for pricing is mental. So your prices are never set in stone. You always want to convince the customer that your offer is worth the money. That's the big idea behind pricing. So what you want is to understand how your customers calculate your offer's value. Again, this is why you have to really understand your customers, how they think, and lead them to a certain mental arithmetic of your offer. And of course, the more you manage to convince them through your copy, through your images, through everything you have that we've already gone through, the more you convince them that the value is high, the more they are likely to set their mental image of the value and how much they're willing to pay as high as possible, right? The next point is also to understand the market, understand your competitors, because unless you have a monopoly, unless you're the only one offering what you're offering, you're going to have competitors. There's going to be other businesses offering, and they are also going to make an offer, and they also are going to be asking for a certain price. So by understanding the customer and understanding the market, you can have a whole understanding of where your opportunities for pricing lies, which is how can you offer what's going to bring you the most. And how you find this out is by looking at the market, looking at the customer, looking at the market. So these are the big lines of pricing psychology and philosophy. This is what you need to keep in mind anytime you're doing any kind of pricing. Okay. Now that we've got this inside our head, I want us to look at a classic model. Now, this is price elasticity of demand. There's a lot of different economics model, but I can't summarize 3 years of studies in economics here, and a lot of it is theory again, and I just wanted to keep what I believe is really important for you, of what I have seen through my experience with businesses is really important, because there's dozens and dozens of different models. But this price elasticity of demand is the core one that you really need to understand and know. So what is this? Basically, price elasticity of demand is a simple model to understand how different changes in price are going to affect the quantity that customers want. It's a very simple model. Here you have it. So on the y-axis here, you've got the price, and then on the side, you've got quantity. Now, this is an economics model, so it doesn't work so well on a single business basis, but you can imagine a market, right? So for example, let's take something simple, right? Let's say bread. Okay, so what does this show? Well, if you have an elastic demand, that means that a change in the price of that bread leads to a bigger change in the demand for bread. So for example, here we see if you increase the price for a loaf of bread, let's say from 50p to 60p, then you see along this demand curve there, we're going to have a quantity, a general quantity being asked for 100 to 50. So in your business terms, it means that, for example, if you owned a bakery, right? If you have your price at 50p, you would have on average, let's say 100 purchases per week or per day or whatever, right? And if you increase the price to 60p, you would see that demand come down to 50. Now, why is this useful? Well, this means that if you make the maths, you are losing a lot more revenue by increasing the price, okay? Because the decrease in quantity is much bigger than the increase in price. So if you do 100 times 50, that's going to be bigger than 50 times 60, right? So here, if you have elastic demand, then the best strategy in general there would be to try and reduce the price. Because similarly, if you started, say, offering at 60p, then you would be making a lot more money by decreasing it to 50p. So that's when demand is elastic. So different products have different demand curves. For some products, it's very elastic. For some of them is inelastic. And is inelastic is just the opposite. So here, a change in price leads to a small percentage change in demand. That means that even if you increase the price, people are still going to be more or less buying the same amount. So here we see if you increase the price from 10 to 14, you get a 40% increase in your revenue, but you're only getting a decrease of 10% in the demand. So there it's worth increasing the price. So depending on what kind of product you're offering, right, depending on the market, then you're going to have either a more elastic or inelastic demand curve. And figuring this out allows you to already have an idea of how you should be looking to price your product. So how do you find this out? Well, the first technique and the best technique is to do customer surveys, which is simply to get a sample of your customers and then just testing directly. So one way you could do that, for example, one website I know is SurveyMonkey. A lot of the options are paying. This one has a free option, but it's quite limited. But this one allows you to create surveys online. You can see as well with the design as well. It's very good design. If you've gone already through the website design part, you can see how well this is. You have here the questions that people are asking as a headline, the subheadline, straight away, nice and neat here. A call to action here. Okay, we've gone through this already, so I won't spend too much time. This is another great example. But they have a price testing survey, and there you can see the template. So how often do you purchase this product? How much do you typically pay? How satisfied are you with the amount of money? Suppose we have a product or service available for purchase, so you put your own product. If the product is priced above this much, how much? So you see they already have a template. Now you might have to pay for this to get the results that you want, but generally it's worth the money because then you really understand what your business is like. So it's an investment. You pay a bit of money, but then you really increase your potential for sales. The second technique is to look at e-commerce platforms. So if you have a product that is being sold online on one of these big e-commerce platforms where you can easily see the prices, then that's a good opportunity. For example, Amazon. Amazon is great because that you get to see directly how each product is performing. For instance, if you're selling a barbecue set, then you can have an idea already of what the pricing is like. And then you can look at the cheaper options and you can see how popular they are. So if you see there's a wide range of varied pricing there, and you see that some of them are very popular when they're cheap, but also very popular when they're more expensive, then you have an idea of how the demand goes. If you see they're all around the same price, here not so much. You see, for example, you've got some barbecue set at $12.99, but it's only $186. Reviews here, so doesn't seem 200 plus bought in the past month. So you can see which ones are being really sold, the ones that are really popular. 3K, for example, for 22, 1K for 31. So here we've got a 50% increase in price, but the change in demand is not as big. So you can actually make a graph for the elastic demand where you can take the number of units, so that's the quantity, and then you can set the price. You can make a scatter plot diagram then, and you can have an idea of how the demand usually looks like. Finally, the last technique is simply to test yourself. So if you already have the products, then just move about the price. And this is also the best way to really make sure that your results are true, because at the end of the day, you might have customer surveys, you might have other platforms, but nothing is going to give you the real result as much as trying it yourself. So change your pricing, move it along. So start with a certain price and then decrease the price or increase the price, and note down what the quantity change is. And then do this a few times, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And then based on the results that you get, you can draw your curve. But then you have to be careful that this is the elasticity for your business, which can be different from the market level. So take that into account. In the next part, we're going to be looking at the pricing strategies. How can you price yourself to be as successful as possible, and which pricing strategy should you choose? So stay tuned. Let's go on to the next one. All right, let's look at the most common and popular pricing strategies that big businesses use and look at their definition, an example, and in what cases this could be a good strategy for you to choose. Now, we've got here a list of about 2, 4, 6, 8, about 10 or 12 different pricing strategies. As I said, these are the most popular ones. So any big business, they either use one of them, or often they use a combination of these strategies. So let's go through them. The first pricing strategy is called the skimming pricing strategies, also called price skimming or skim pricing, whatever. If it's got skim in it, that's what it is. So what it is just you start by putting your new prices with a high price, and then over time you lower the price as more and more competitors offer this kind of product, or the value points of this product. You see this happen quite a lot for innovative electronics. So smartphones, for example, is a great example of that, where when you have Apple, Google, Samsung, any of the big companies releasing a new smartphone, it is often at a premium price. And then over the years, as the specs start to get outdated and more competitors come in and offer the same product, the price slowly comes down. This is a good strategy if you have an established community of customers who are brand enthusiasts, who really are loyal to your brand, and they're willing to pay these premium prices to be the first to have it. So you can think anytime you've had any friends or colleagues who had the latest smartphone and they're proud of it, and they say, oh, I've got to have the latest smartphone with the latest features. That's your target market, right? And so the more of these people you have as your customers, the more the skimming pricing strategy can work. But also, this really only works if you are an innovation leader. So you want to be able to have these innovative, new and better ways of fixing the problems. And again, you need to have that large customer base that are willing to pay to be the first to have those benefits. The next strategy is competitive pricing strategy. So this strategy is about pricing based on your competitors. So instead of the cost or the target profit, you want to price yourself based on what existing competitors are pricing. Usually that is, you want to price yourself lower than the competitors. So an example there would be any rental properties that try and beat the competitor's price by being slightly lower. This works if you are a low-cost leader or if you have long-term lower-cost advantages. If compared to your competitors, you have some way of spending less money. So that can be in terms of your process, it can be in terms of your supplier. One way or another, you are able to offer the same thing, but just at a lower price. Generally, for small businesses, I don't recommend this so much. This is more of a strategy that works well with what's called economies of scale, which is by being a bigger business, you're able to save on some of the costs, and then you are able to have more of a low-cost strategy. Next one is dynamic pricing. So that's pricing that varies based on mostly marketing and especially the customer demand. So an example of that could be any kind of car sharing service. So you can think of Uber, or you also have a lot of airline do this dynamic pricing. So I think every single airline now does dynamic pricing, but this was more popular with low-cost ones like, for example, in Europe, Ryanair, that's what we have, or Wizz Air. They do have this dynamic pricing. So what you need for that, it's a good strategy. If you have a system to price dynamically, of course, you need to have the software to be able to do this, because doing this manually is not going to work. This works well in industries that are highly competitive and where you have thin margins and where supply and demand fluctuate strongly. So where the demand for the product is not stable throughout the year. So for example, riding share services, sometimes you have periods of peak where there's a lot of demand, for example, 2 a.m. after the club or around restaurant times, or for flight companies, this could be during the times of holidays, right? And this can fluctuate a lot, and then it makes sense when there's also high elasticity of demand. So that means a small change in price really fluctuates the quantity. So that works really well when people are saying, well, I would buy it if it were at a certain price, but otherwise I wouldn't. So you have this a lot in, for example, holiday companies, where in terms of destination, some people have open destination. They don't know where they want to go. They just want to have a good price. And so since, the flight is going there anyway, the service is being offered, then an extra seat doesn't cost anything. If there's another person in the seat, then for you, it doesn't cost anything else. So you want to fill that all the seats as much as possible. So then if you have such elastic demand, then it makes sense to have this dynamic pricing so that you can always sort of decrease the price or increase the price based on the demand so that you maximize your revenue. The next is value-based pricing strategy. This one, in my own belief, is something that you should always use, simply because, as we mentioned, it's the price is always based on what the customer believes it's worth, right? So I advise that you always use some form of value-based pricing. Now, if you want to go fully into that, generally it's a good idea if no competitor has adopted the strategy yet. So if you see all the competitors are always around the same price, and especially if they focus on specs rather than specs as specifications of the product rather than the customer experience. So if in your market, in your industry, you see a lot of competitors who are saying, we offer A and A is worth 2 or 3 and B is worth this much. And so you see, it's a lot more about really the hard facts of what the product offers rather than the customer experience and how much pleasure they might be getting from it. Then value-based is a good strategy to go, because then you're going to be the only one with this. And because you focus on more the emotions rather than the specs, then you can play with that a lot more. And so you can place yourself as being a premium experience rather than a premium product, if you see what I mean. Next one is penetration pricing strategy. So this one is a classic one for launches, where you enter a market at a low price and then you increase the prices over time. Now, for this to work, you need to have a cost advantage, or at least the funds, the money, to remain unprofitable for the medium term. So if you have a small business and you don't have a lot of funding, I don't recommend this so much, because it can take a long time for you to get a big market share. And a lot of businesses that try this, if they don't have the funds, they fail before they get enough of a market share that they start becoming profitable, that they can say, okay, we're a big boy now, people trust us, people are loyal to us. And so even if we increase the price, they're going to stay with us. So if we look at the price elasticity there, it works well at the beginning when you have elastic demand. So that means, if this is the market, let's say that's the market, right? If you go slightly below, so you go with the penetration strategy, you start low, then you're going to have a lot of quantity. You're going to have a lot more demand than your competitors who are priced higher. But eventually what you want is within your own customer base, once you have converted a lot of these customers as being regular customers, you want to move towards, for your business, an inelastic demand. So what this means is that once they are converted, once they're used to you, so they got into contact with your business because you were the best priced one, you want them to be so reliant on your product, to be so loyal, that eventually for them, for your particular business, the demand is inelastic. That means even if you increase the price afterwards, they're not going to go back and then look for the cheaper option. Instead, they're going to think, well, the price is increased, but now I like this brand so much, I like the offer is worth so much, that even if they increase the price, I'm not really going to be dropping out. I'm not going to be looking at competitors. This is a very classic strategy for a lot of businesses. I mean, there's so many examples that you can think of where you have big businesses going into new markets, for example, and they first get a lot of market share through a penetration strategy. And then once the customers are loyal, they're advocate of the brand, then they start spiking up the price for these. So a classic way as well of doing it is to have penetration strategy for the new customers. And then for those who are already converted, who are already reliant on your brand, who have already committed and purchased several times, then you offer some more premium products that are highly priced. So there you go. Next is economy pricing strategy. So this one is somewhat similar to the competitive pricing strategy as well, but it's even more hardcore on low price there. So this is all about pricing a product lower than your competitors because you've got a low cost advantage, whether it's production, marketing, advertising, and so you rely on high sales volume to generate profit. Again, the airlines that do this, that offer economy seating, are an example. Amazon itself, the business, is an example of that, where they make quite little per sale, but just having the sheer size of Amazon and the millions of purchases on a daily basis, then you're able to generate a lot of high sales volume. This again, I don't recommend for small businesses because you need often to be a big business to have the advantages of low cost, to be a low cost leader. Of course, if through your own business analysis, you notice that you have any kind of low cost advantage, then you can leverage this. Again, you want to have high price elasticity, and ideally you want to, through your market research, see that there's a substantial share of the market. So there's a lot of potential customers that are not customers simply because of the high pricing, right? So if you think, for example, for the low-cost airlines, there were a lot of people who wanted to go on holidays abroad, take a flight, but they couldn't afford it. And then as soon as you had this offer, then they became available. They became targetable customers. So if you see through your research, through looking at the customers, going through online, finding out what people are saying, looking at your customer profile, looking at their income level, particularly how much income they're making. If you see that a lot of the existing offers do not tap into that because it's too much for them, then, and you have, of course, this low cost advantage, then economy pricing strategy can be very successful. On the other side, we've got the premium pricing strategy, where this time it's pricing a product deliberately high to make the customers feel like the brand and the product is worth a lot. So classic example is anything luxury, right? Designer eyewear, any kind of luxury clothes, luxury watches, luxury cars as well. Anything that's sold at a premium price that's a lot higher than the competitors, so the other car making. Now, this can work if, firstly, your target buyer has an above average income. So if they are not making very much money, they're not going to go for the luxury goods. Most often they are not. Of course, your product needs to be a luxury product, or it can be branded as luxury. So you have an opportunity there. Maybe the product is not seen as luxury, but you can make it seem as luxury. But there you need to have a lot of experience in sales and marketing. You have to have a very good designer. If you're really good, if that's your advantage, if you're really good at creating designs, at creating an experience that highlights premium, if you're able to do that, then you can go for that premium pricing strategy. Of course, however, you still need a product that is going to be at least of equal quality, of higher quality than your competitors. Because if you try to have a product that realistically customers are going to see as being of poor quality, and you try and put it at premium, it might work in the short term, but eventually reviews are going to catch up to you one way or another, and that's not going to work long term. But if you have something that's of higher quality, you know it's higher quality, and you have the means to make it perceived as something of high quality, then the premium pricing strategy is a valid strategy there. Next is cost plus pricing strategy, which is just adding a fixed percentage on top of the cost of producing the product. And that's regardless of your consumer demand or the competitor's pricing. Not very recommended for small businesses. This is, again, one of the big business thing. It works well in markets that have a high price pressure, and particularly if you're selling business to business and a lot of your customers require large amounts of sales and they want transparency. Unless this is the case, in which case I think probably you wouldn't be watching this video, then you can go for it. But otherwise, this is not a strategy that I recommend so much. Next is freemium pricing strategy. So freemium is a mix of free and premium. A lot of software are using this, a lot of games as well. So anything that's digital, where you have a product that supports both a free and a premium system, that works well. Also, this works particularly well in markets that show that there's low conversion rates with our trial. So that means people do not tend to buy unless they try it first. And also where there's high dependence on the product after adoption. So that means after they've tried it, then they are quite likely to be dependent on the features that a premium offers. There's a lot of different ways to go for freemium. I would say unless you're already well educated about the free versus premium strategy, to not go for it or follow another course on freemium. I plan to be creating one in the future. Maybe by the time you watch this course, it is already in there, in which it's already created, in which case there might be a link below to another course on that. Finally, we have project-based pricing strategy. So this one is where you price based on a project where it needs to be customized. For example, weddings or party planners or any kind of big projects where you have to quote a price based on the details of the individual event. So if you're, for example, offering wedding or party planner or any kind of event planning, anything where it's sold, the product is or the service is sold only once and it's a lot of money and it needs to be customized, that's where you want to have project-based pricing. And so you want to be going for that if you have particularly an advantage in customization or in customer service or communication. That's usually when it is best to have this, and where because you're going to have an advantage in being able to offer superior customization or superior customer service. So these are the most common strategies. Now, what you want to do is, go through each of them, go and see based on your competitive advantages and based on how the market is, which one seems to have tick the most boxes here in the good strategy. Don't forget to also use your own sense, your own creativity, your own gut instinct to see which ones would work. And then you can always try one strategy. And then if you see that it doesn't work, you can go for the next best one. Now that we've gone through the philosophy and the strategies, I want to give you a simple, easy little tool to wrap your head around the current pricing value status in your market. So this is very simple. One of the simplest matrix that you have to understand the market is with price and value. All you have is an axis which shows different price for your competitors, and then you've got the estimated value. So naturally, I know what you're going to say, but value is subjective. It's in the eye of the beholder. It's in the eye of the customers. How can I evaluate it? This is just going to be something rough, right? You can also conduct customer surveys to see based on each competitor what the perceived value is. So make sure firstly that you have two things. First of all, your break-even price. That is the minimum price that you can offer before you make a loss, right? So you want to have this as a sort of minimum here. So in this example, I've put these random values, that would be 7. And then you give an estimate based on the competitors on what the value score would be. Then you just go through each one of your competitor and you just put a price and then an estimated value score. What this gives you is here a simple matrix. This allows you to visualize more or less the status of the market. It's not super precise, but this is just a tool to help you visualize where the opportunities lie. So for instance, here we can see, what do we see? We see that most of the competitors, there's only 5, but of course here, you can take this and expand it to however you want, 10 or more. The more competitors you have here, the more precise it's going to be. So we can see that majority here are priced between this point here, which I assume is £9, all the way to £12. And then we've got one outlier here, which is in the premium range of 15 and then offering a higher value. So what you want to look for are the holes, basically the holes where that's going to show you where your competitors are not. And in general, the good customer line is sort of a 45-degree angle. So you want to see here, for example, you see that's the line here at which they are placed. And there's an opportunity, for example, here. So at a low cost price, low cost, low value, there's an opportunity here. Nobody is offering this. Now, of course, you want to be looking at your customer analysis, right? So you, for example, if you see that there's a lot of untapped customer potential, there's a lot of customers who have a low income, for example, and they're looking for this kind of product, but they're looking for it to be cheaper, all right, then you can be going for low cost strategy, given as well that you have an advantage somehow in low cost and that you're not going to be outcompeted by somebody else coming and offering the same value for even cheaper, right? Or that they make a bigger margin, and so you're no longer making a profit if you compete with. That could be one option, for example. Or here we see an even bigger spot here. So what do we see? We see that there's a big gap between the 12 and the 15 with an increase in value. So here you could place yourself somewhere there. Ideally, you want to have a value score that's higher. The higher the value score, the more you can, the higher the price that you can ask for, which is why usually it's a 45-degree angle. So the price that customers are willing to pay increases proportionally, usually, to the value. It's not always correct, that there's more to pricing than that, but just to keep it simple for the sake of this course, this is how usually it goes. So this is how you notice there are certain holes in terms of competition. So what you want to do again is look at the market, look at the customers, look at what kind of offer they'd be willing to make. You can make some surveys, again, here with the Survey Monkey. You can do that to find out, okay, for this particular market, if we were to offer a product around this price and it would offer this and this and this. So you talk in terms of specs, but you make it so that the value point or the expected perceived customer value would be around that point. Would you buy it? And then if you get a lot of yes, and then you compare with this point, you compare with this point, and you can see, okay, is there a market for this hole right there? So there you go. That's an easy, basic pricing table for you to get an idea of which opportunities are out there. Okay, in this section now, we're going to be looking at pricing psychology tips. Tips and tricks in order to make your pricing efforts for sales and marketing even stronger, make them convince the customers even more. Now, I've made a list of all of different points here, and I could go through them with just text, but because I believe that it's best learned by having them visually from the customer's perspective, I have created a sheet here where I will explain one by one these different principles. So let's get going with the very first example. So let's say you're offering a kind of, let's say a software, all right? And right now you're charging it per year and you're charging it $299.90. So you want to be making, based on your analysis for pricing and positioning, you think this software for $300 a year is a good point. Now you have it framed right now as only $300, $299.90, of course, per year. How can you make that same offer, get the same amount, but convince the customers that it is a better offer? So the first thing you can do is to break it down into smaller units. So you will see that we have gone here. If you break it down per month instead of year, we're going from a value of $299.90 to $24.90. Now you may say, well, we're logical. Obviously, you know, people will see $299.90 is the same as $24.90. But customer psychology, especially for pricing, is irrational. The way that our minds work as buyers is irrational, and we do not judge things accurately. And pricing psychology is all about leveraging those techniques that even for the same offer, you're going to make the customer feel like for the same price, there is more value. And remember, value is in the eyes of the customer. Anything is worth what the customer is willing to pay for it. So the more you can convince them that the price is low, or alternatively, there is more value, the more your offer is going to be strong, the more likely you are to convert. So here we've already gone from a big number, so $29.90 to $24.90. Or you can do it alternatively, saying 5 installments of $59.90 over the year. You can also use the word small here, because any kind of word that is suggesting small when it comes to price, you want to be leveraging that. For the small price, for the cheap price, tiny, anything that describes small when you talk about the prices, it will influence your customer subconscious to feel like, oh yes, this is a small, $59.90. Yes, it is small. I mean, it depends for whom. But if you already prime them to think it's a small installment, then by the time they come to read the price, they already are more likely to feel like $59.90 is a small amount. Now, you can make this even better by framing this in a low-cost item. For example, a coffee cup. So $24.90 can be a lot, but all it is 5 large coffee cups a month. And because a coffee cup is seen as something being cheap, then already 5 times something very cheap every month, that's like almost 1 cup of coffee a week, right? That's all it costs. 1 cup of coffee a week. Now, if you already compare this with $300 per year, do you already see how this offer seems a lot more affordable? I mean, 1 cup of coffee a week, or 1 or 2, it's nothing, right? It's not very much money. And yet, we're still asking for the same thing. So this is how you price it. And then to make this even better, one little trick you can do is frame it in an item that is a sort of, let's say, guilty item, something that people buy, but they wish they didn't. So for example, there was a good example, for a yoga business, right? If you wanted to do a membership for a yoga business, then you can frame it in ice creams. Why? Because then it comes as a substitute. Because if you want to yoga, if you want, to have a good body, then when the customer is buying an ice cream, they feel bad. So they buy it, but they want to get rid of that. And so you're saying here, hey, that bad habit you have of eating those ice creams? Well, for the price of that, for the amount of money that you're putting into that bad habit, instead, you could have a membership to that thing that you really want. And it's a small price. For just those 5 ice creams a month, you're getting your membership, and you're going to have the body that you want. You're going to be training, you're going to be resting. And this is how you can frame it. See, this is how you go from $300. Whoa, that's a lot. I mean, for a year, but $300 is a lot. Oh, it's just the small price of 5 of these things that I want to get rid of anyway. This is how you do it. Now, here are some more pricing tips when it comes to just displaying the product, the price, and the discounts. So here you can imagine it's any kind of product, right? This is a standard display where you have the product and then the price, or in 90s or 99, typical pricing psychology thing. Make it a single unit smaller and it would seem smaller. So how can we improve this? And also let's have a variation on it where you're breaking it down and you're breaking the cost in the shipping. This is already somewhat better because instead of having the product for $23.99, the product is now $19.99. But you see here, you've got the shipping, and the shipping is really visible. So that has limited impact. How can we make this better? Well, one thing you can do is have the full price, but then really highlight in a big font that you have free shipping. What it does is that instead of the customer seeing you're getting 1 benefit for that price, it sees 2 benefits. So it's paying $23.99 for the product plus a free shipping. It's getting 2 things. And again, customer psychology is the way the brain works is it adds the different benefits and then compares the sum of these benefits with the total price. So here you're getting, in the customer mind's eye, 2 things for the price of 1. Of course, this thing is worth less, and the customer makes a mental note of that, but still, this is already better than if it was not given or if the pricing was to pay, because here, what the customer sees is I have to pay once and then I have to pay extra. Not so good. How can we make this better if we want to break it down with shipping costs? What we can also do is then make the fund smaller. So a smaller fund means a smaller price in the mind of the customer. It's not logical, but that's what the studies have shown. When you make a price small, then it seems smaller. So if you have to charge for the shipping, then you can make it very small so that the brain focuses on, here's the product and it's $19.99. Oh, great. Oh, yeah. And there's just a little extra for the shipping. But you keep the focus on having a cheaper price. How can we improve this even further? If you have a product that can be split with some options but which aren't really options, so options that you know the majority of the customers are going to need, then you can split that out, and then this splits the price. So that way the focus is now on the product, and the product is now $14.99. So remember, we started here all the way at $23.99, and now it's only $14.99. Now, yes, here's that extra option, that thing that you need with it. Of course, you want to frame it in a way that it's not that obvious you need it, make it seem more like an option, but you have to know that people are going to want to choose that. And then you make, again, a smaller font. So it's only $44.99. That's the thing. It's small. And then you can even have the shipping for $2.99 being, again, a small thing. So here you have the main offer, and then these are just small extras, which then the brain goes, well, you know, it's just small extra. It doesn't cost as much. It's better to break it down that way. Now, what if we want to offer a discount on top of that, right? So what you want with the discounts is, this is the standard way it is done. You can see with just $5 off, and that's the price in big. Now, this isn't the ideal thing. Firstly, what you want is to have a design that's more like this. So again, the smaller the font, the smaller the perceived price. So if you have a big number like this, it can work sometimes depending on some industry, but generally it's recommended to have it as a smaller. The smaller it is, the smaller it compares. So you see, we've got a big 23 and now it's a small 18. So in the customer's mind, $18.99 is going to seem quite smaller than 23. In fact, research has shown that they even look at the proportion. So the mind looks at how much smaller in percentage is this price versus this one, and then it will be influenced by that. So for example, if the price here, you see it's about 30% smaller, then the mind will automatically start assuming first that the price is 30% less. And then what you want then is to highlight how much it is off. So you see here 20% off. You don't want it to be so small, you want it to be bigger. But also, why 20% instead of 5? There's the rule that if you're offering a discount, then you want the number to be as big as possible, because 5 is smaller than 20. So it's better to use 20 for your discounts, because then a customer will feel 20% off is a bigger discount than $5 off. The rule to know if you should use percentages or whole values is called the rules of 100. Which is basically, if you're offering any kind of product that is less than $100, then it's always going to be worth using percentages. If it's bigger than that, then the whole values are going to be bigger. And so you want to be using those instead. Now, one more tip when you're offering discounts is to offer a reason for the discount. The reason being that as customers, I mean, you can think of yourself as well. If you see a discount, you're always going to ask yourself, well, is it really a discount, or did they just increase the price by, for example, 20%? And now they're just saying, hey, we've got a 20% off. To make it more believable that it is a real discount and that it's not just a tactic, then you want to provide a valid reason. So for example, if it's for clothes, you want to have an end of season discount. Now, you don't actually need the reason to be right. Okay, that's up to you if you want to go ethical sales or not. But if you want to maximize it, then you just provide a reason that you know the customers are going to see as valid. Whether it's real or not, that's up to you, right? But this is going to increase the likelihood that the customers are going to think, oh, all right, this is a real discount. It's not going to happen again. I can trust it. So now's a good time to go and jump on that opportunity. Then if we apply what we've already looked at splitting the prices, then you can go even further and then do this. So you have a discount and you bring the focus to the product is cheap and there's a discount on top of that. I mean, it's $12.99. What did we start with? It was $23.99. Now we've got a discount and we're going all the way down to $12.99. How cheap is that? Now, the good thing is that not only do you get the benefit yourself from having the breakdown, which is going to make this price seem smaller, but you are also offering a discount here where you're, for example, here, you're only losing $2, right? Whereas if you were going here for the same 20%, you know, if you started at 23, then 20% of 23 is a lot more than 20% of the 14. But the good thing is, because you're not discounting these optional things and the shipping, then you're still offering the same discount, but you're not really discounting the whole thing. And so you're making more money. Another technique you can do though, is you can also, if you want, discount also the option. So that's why instead of offering the customer one discount, they're having 2 discounts or 3 discounts or whatever number. And finally, then you can also use the principle of scarcity and fear of missing out by stating that the offer ends in a certain time frame. So by having this limited offer, they're going to feel like, oh, it's even bigger. It's a bigger discount, but I can only take it for a certain amount of time. Shit. I need to go and buy it now. And so we can come to a product offer like this during discount time, where you have the initial discount, you have the justification, you have the biggest value that you can to describe the discount. Then you show FOMO, limited offer or limited stock, only this number of units left. And then a small option for that thing that you know they're going to need with a small price. And then even offering at the end free shipping. And you can say for orders even over a certain amount so that you're further incentivizing them to afterwards commit to buying an extra product. So you can even say, have some more options here, more clickable options that make it go over the $20 level. If you're offering several services or you have several pricing tiers, like a lot of SAS, any kind of software, or even within the products, if it makes sense for you to have it broken down into sort of basic, standard, and deluxe edition, then you can follow these tricks. Firstly, you want to leverage price anchoring. So the process of price anchoring is simply that the first values that we see for any kind of offer are going to influence in our mind what we believe is the standard price for it. For instance, let's take again the barbecue set, right? You might not have an idea of how much a barbecue set would actually cost. But if you go and look it up on Amazon, then you will see that the first results are going to be 32, 26, 31. And what happens in your brain or any customer's brain when you go through this is that you start developing a scale, a price spectrum in your mind that's going to give you an idea of, okay, what's the average price for this item? This could have been 15, if it was 15, 16, and 14, then afterwards, if I had seen the 32, 26, and 31, what would I have thought? Well, I would have thought that the average price, the standard price, was around 15 to 17, and 32, 26, 31, these are premium and too expensive. But if instead first I am exposed to those 30, 20, around the 30s, then afterwards, when I see those that are 20 and less than that, 18, then I'm going to start thinking, well, these are extremely cheap. They're going to be probably of lower quality, because in my mind, any customer's mind, lower price usually corresponds proportionally to lower quality. So the first prices that a customer is going to see is going to influence them. And there's loads of research having been done about price anchoring. And it's called anchoring because it's sort of how the price is more or less being set, what the range is being set. So whenever you have customers being exposed to your prices, make sure to try and prime them first for a bigger number than what you actually expect them to pay. So this is why, for example, in this good example I found, you have first the deluxe one being offered. So deluxe, you don't actually expect many customers to go for deluxe, and it is very expensive. You can, well, it always depends, right? But it is meant to be seen as very expensive. So 1,900 per month. That can be a lot. But what happens is that when you already prime the customers to think, okay, our services, if you go for deluxe, they're very expensive. Now, if you then move to standard, 880, that's half the price, right? And so what you want is to have the deluxe seem quite expensive to make then the standard seem like much more of a bargain. And usually as well, customer psychology has shown that we as human, we tend to go for the middle option usually. So few of us tend to go for the premium option because it's too expensive. Few of us tend to go for the basic option because it is not good enough. It's not high quality enough. Most people like to go for the safe option. And the safe option usually, they say, is the middle one, which is why you always want your real offer to be in the middle. You want it to be, you want the ones on the left and the right to basically be not so much of a good offer so that it makes the one in the middle seem like so much better. And you see here, what do? They offer almost exactly the same thing. Unlimited text, unlimited active domain, same thing. 30 active, same. Unlimited active products, same. 50 personalization instead of 100. Okay, doesn't seem so bad. Advanced post segmentation, same API access, single sign-on. So for twice the price, all you're getting is 50 more personalizations, whatever that means, and then single sign-on. Why would you take this, right? Why would you take the deluxe? Of course not. But the standard, in comparison, it seems like a bargain. You're getting the deluxe, and for just a little bit less, it's only half the price. Okay, that seems like a great bargain. That's what you want to do, right? This is what you want your customers to think. And the basic, well, 699, well, that's quite close to 880. It's not half as much, right? So what are we getting? Unlimited text, only 5 active domains, 10 active goals. Okay, now it's a lot less. 5 active projects instead of unlimited, only 5 personalization. So it went 100 to 50. That was half. Now it's, it's further divided by 10 times less. Basics post segmentation and only the live log. Well, when you think of that, I mean, I don't even know most of what this means, right? So I'm a perfect customer because I'm just judging from basic knowledge. But this seems like a lot less, and it's a lot less, but it's 700. So compared to 880, this is not worth it either. So then this option is out, and it seemed that standard, which is also the most popular plan, so this leverages the influence principle of social proof, because that's what people are using, then it seems like this standard is exactly, it's the best. It's the best value for money. It's a standard, it's the middle option, and it's the one most people use. That's the one that we're going to go for. And that's price anchoring and product decoys. These are what these two options are being called. So if this is applicable for you, if you offer any kind of product and service where this can be leveraged, definitely do that. Offer this plan and you will see so many more people are going to be funneled toward taking the standard. And the great thing is you're making this seem so much better without having to compete. You don't have to compete anywhere. You are just framing your offer to make it seem even better. So there you have it. That was it. And then you have the description again here within the template so that you can always refer to it, and you can design best price on your website as possible. In this section, we are going to be looking at how you can find a job, get hired, or find clients. So far, we've looked at loads of different technique, strategies, and tips for doing your sales and marketing using the template. So you've got your knowledge, you've got a good starting base, you know how to already improve some businesses, but now you need to get into contact with the people who are actually going to give you money for it. So in this first video, I want to explain the general long-term strategy, online strategy that you should have if you want to succeed by being a freelance consultant. So I've tried to put it as simply as I can, the first example being on how to grow slowly and organically. So building your own business is like farming. You start small and you make it grow. So one image that I like to use is that if you ask any farmer, right, who just starts with one seed, when the tree is fully grown, you don't take all of the fruit and eat them all. You eat some of them, and a lot of them you're going to replant to get more trees. So this is what you want. There is a certain way of building yourself over time to try and maximize the number of clients. So as a first goal, you should have in mind to be as visible as possible. That's going to include getting your first clients, getting your first reviews, and maybe even doing some free or voluntary or low-cost work in order to just get your hands, get some experience, right? Because you also lack experience at this point. You've learned, you have your template, but if you want to work as a consultant, then you still need to have something to show for it. So by working already with the first clients, even if you're not making money, don't try to make money at the beginning. Just like you're not trying as a farmer to get the fruit from your very first tree. Just try and get the word out there, because every single client, every single project that you are going to complete is going to be in your portfolio, and that's going to be something you can display afterwards on your website. Because this is what you want at the end. You want to be able to implement some real reviews there, okay? So maybe at the beginning it will be difficult to find some real reviews, but over time you want this to be really built up. Remember, it's all about social proof. So the more you work with clients, the more these clients are going to help you get more clients. So don't focus so much on trying to make money from your first clients. Just get their attention, get some projects, and then you can start having marketing done for you. They will start speaking with friends or colleagues or sharing on social media. If they had a great experience and you didn't cost much, or even you did it for free, then they are going to be wanting to give something back, right? Remember the principle of reciprocity. If you give somebody something, they're going to want to give back. If you give your first clients excellent performance, excellent service for what they've paid, they're going to feel like they have to give back. And this is where you can ask them to put some reviews online, to be writing some text like this, to be providing an image, and then you've got something that's real there, that's legal. You can even put any kind of link or a more description about the company. You can even put a link to the company so that somebody can just click and see that this is a real website. You can do that as well, but that's the beginning. That's how you want to start off, right? So next to that, you want to establish authority. So you want to accumulate as many reviews and increase your perceived value. You want to grow your customer base, build the reputation. So it's similar to visibility. Visibility and authority go together, but first you're going to get visibility. And then after a while, as you start to accumulate those reviews, the word of mouth, people, your clients in your market start to get to know you, then that's when you start having some authority. And because you're going to have experience, every single next customer that you're going to have, you're going to be slightly better than the previous one. And so you're going to keep accumulating these high ratings. Then afterwards, once you have that, you want to start to have sustainable growth. So you'll want to have a stable client base. So for your full-time income, this is where you're going to have your clients who are going to require business on a long-term basis, let's say. And that's where you're starting to make your income. You have proof, you have a good website, you have experience. This is where you're going to start to find real clients and make some real money. And finally, after that, you want to look at upgrading your income, which is either to branch out into the most profitable areas or just select a specific niche and also delegate the task, subcontract the work, or train your own employees. The goal here is eventually you want to own the business. You want to manage it. You want to maybe train a few employees under you so that they start doing some work for a certain salary. But of course, you're charging the clients more, so you're making a margin. So that way you are making money even without working, just by having the employees do the work for you. And that's how you can go from spending a lot of hours doing the consulting work yourself to just being a CEO, an owner, a manager. And then because you have the knowledge by then and you have the authority, you can just train them and then they will be doing the hard work for you, so to speak. So where do you find these clients and what structure should you have? So the one I recommend is the one you're seeing right here. So you have your personal website at the very center of your map, right? So you want to ideally funnel every single potential customer to your personal website. Why your personal website? Because this is where you have control. You can design it exactly the way you want to. You can write whatever you want. You have the freedom to make your sales pitch there, because to your clients, you need to sell yourself to your clients, right? You're doing sales and marketing for yourself. So with the tips and tricks that we've gone through in the website design, you already have the tools to really convince them that you are what they're looking for, right? Because think about it. If you can convince the clients that you are the right man for the job, you're already proving that you're right man for the job, because that means that you've already got good skills at sales and marketing. So this is kind of the cool thing where you will know how good you are at sales and marketing by seeing how many people actually end up contacting you and asking for your services on your website. But you want to funnel them to the website. So how do you get them to your website? Well, there are several different sources. Here on this image, I've just put some of the biggest ones. Of course, you have to look for yourself, particularly if you're in sales and marketing for specific niche, then there might be some specific forums and some other platforms that are more relevant. But generally, firstly, you have Google. So Google or any kind of other search engine, that's just going to be just any kind of article, any kind of content that you put on your website. You want it to rank on Google, and then Google sending the traffic back. So this part on how to do, how to find blog topics and how to write them, we've already gone through that. So if you don't remember, check the beginning of the course again. There's also Instagram or any kind of social media platform. This includes LinkedIn, of course, the professional platform, and Upwork and Fiverr, which are some of the cheaper beginner platforms that I strongly suggest that you check out. If you're interested in Fiverr specifically, and Upwork as well, I have made a specific course about how to find clients on Fiverr. So you can check this out under my courses. I'm sure it's going to be very useful to you if you want to start getting some authority on Fiverr. Do note that the strategy for Fiverr still is to get some reviews and some commentaries on Fiverr that you can then afterwards copy and paste within your personal website. Every single bit of success that you will have on any of those platforms, you want to make a reference to it on your personal website, right? This is your storehouse. This is where you have everything of value. And so you'll see I added here some yellow arrows going back and forth. That's because also within the platforms themselves, you want to be sharing your success and your content across the different platforms. So for example, within your Instagram posts, then you will want to refer back to LinkedIn, for example, or LinkedIn. You make some post about your latest Instagram post, or you talk about this offer that you have on Upwork. So you have to see how you can sort of share the information across different platforms. Now, if you're interested in how to market yourself on each platform, that's not something that I will go into in this course, as this is very long, and there's already quite a few tutorials, for example, for Instagram marketing, LinkedIn marketing, and of course Google, where you will get all the information. A lot of these tutorials are free as well, and yeah, I would recommend them. But this is the general approach that you want to be taking in order to start funneling customers to your personal website. And then over time, again, what you want to be doing is first get this visibility, just get people to talk about you, to say how great you are, to discover you, start establishing authority, start getting those reviews, start getting some authority on the search engine ranking page, start getting followers on Instagram, all of that, and then move on to the next goals. In this video, I want to talk a little bit more in details on how to find some clients. So once again, one platform that I strongly recommend is Fiverr. So Fiverr, you won't be making very much money out of Fiverr, but it's a great way to start getting some experience. And it's like the Amazon for these kinds of services. And that can be, as far as I know, one of the best way to get some starting experience real quick. Now, as I mentioned, I already made a course about Fiverr and how to do niche research on Fiverr and how to design a best practice gig. But here we go again, just showing real quick what it is about. So you have to put yourself in the shoes of the customer here. They're going to be looking for service. And so when you're looking at sales and marketing, ideally what you want is to find a niche within sales and marketing that isn't so competitive, where there's still some search volume, there's still clients looking for it, but you don't have some existing gigs. If we look at marketing consultant in general, you see that there are quite a few results here. And so ideally you want to be a specialized kind of consultant. Why do you want that? I'll explain to you in a simple example. Okay, let's imagine that this is one situation that happens on Fiverr. It can happen on any kind of website. I just want you to get the general idea here of why specialization is so important. Let's say you have a client, and in this case, they're looking for a VA, but you can say consultant as well. So imagine that this is your profile, right? These are the search results, and this is what the client finds. So this could be Fiverr, but it can also be results on Google. It can be results on LinkedIn, anywhere, right? This is just generally how it works. If you're beginning, let's say you only have 18 reviews, and let's even say that some of these clients weren't quite satisfied with your work because you're a beginner, and so you got 4-star out of 5. But your role is your PPC specialist, so advertising specialist, and that would be your price, around 15 per hour, right? So if I am this client, if I'm looking for a VA in this case, and this is my choice, this is what I see, which one am I gonna go for? Well, when I see how many reviews there are, then I am probably going to go either for this one, the number 1, because it's cheaper, it's got better reviews, and it's quite highly rated, or this one. I pay more, but it seems like I'm getting higher quality. I wouldn't be looking at you, I wouldn't be looking at number 3 and number 4. That's if I'm looking for just a general VA. But what happens if I am looking for a specific PPC, pay-per-click VA? Well, that changes here because as you can see, they're all generalists. So they are not relevant enough. They might have great reviews. They might be absolutely the best by far for the generalist role. But when it comes to me looking for a specialized virtual assistant, in this case, or that could be a specialized advertising marketing consultant, then if you are the only choice, then that's what you are. You are the best choice there. It doesn't happen. The rest are irrelevant. So that's what you want to do. It's also being called a blue ocean strategy. You might have heard that. It's about creating a new market or tapping into markets where there isn't any competition. If you want to have more details on how to do that specifically for Fiverr, then again, I'm promoting my course here. You can go and check it out. I go into more detail on how this can be done practically. But that's the main idea. No matter what the platform is, you want to specialize yourself there. So that's going to be one way for you to find clients. Remember again to use the tools that already are inside the marketing sheet, okay? This is what it's for. It's not just for what kind of business you want to offer, but also for finding the kind of clients and how you can market yourself, right? Always refer to this to have an idea of who your clients are and what you can offer. That's the great thing with this sheet, is that it's not just teaching about sales and marketing, but it's about helping you with your sales and marketing, whether it's for the company you work or even for yourself. This is why this sheet is, well, in my opinion, at least, which is normal, it's very useful. So what about contacting potential client and customers outside of what we've already seen? What about contacting them directly through their website, right? So let's say we find a certain website, we know they've got a business, and we look through it and we think, okay, we can definitely make some improvements here. This is an example, right? I just looked up, I think it was Reiki near Atlanta, and I just looked through the first or second page of Google, and this is one example that I found. So if you've gone through the course diligently, you will notice that there are quite a few things that can be improved here. So either it is from the coloring itself. Here we've got just a simple header, doesn't look too good. The media is appropriate here for the healing center, but there's no subheading. There's nothing else. Here you see that there's no click to action. There's nothing that pulls us down. There's no kind of proof straight away. Okay, this is a quick explanation, but it doesn't really make you want to read it. It doesn't seem to stand out. Okay, here we've got a few things, and here we've got a wall of text. Okay, this is not formatted. I don't want to read this. This doesn't look good. And I keep scrolling down. Nothing. Okay, no call to action. Nothing. Okay, I've seen this. Cool. What do I do? There's nothing. Right. So when you see this, this is an opportunity for you, right? Because this is a business that wants to make money with clients, and you can already see, hey, based on the course I just did, there's already a lot of stuff that can be improved. There's already so much, and that's just what's visible on the homepage. So how do we contact them, and how can we send the best email to convince them to come into contact with us and ideally hire us? So to get the contact, that can be quite simple. You just look at where it is. Now, note down the name here. It's quite important. If you see there's a certain name like Diana, note this down. This is going to be important for the next step. Here's an example, a simple template that you can use and that I've crafted specifically for this example. So this is a fairly short email, right? And it's color-coded in the different aims of the text. So firstly, in general, you want to avoid having an email that starts and straight away asks for something. I get bombarded personally on my work email with, I don't know, 5 to 10 emails a day from different people who have looked at my LinkedIn, see I'm an e-commerce manager, and they just start their email with, Would you like to improve your sales? Would you like to improve your click-through rate? They've got loads of different ways of framing it. But even before I open the email, I know that they're asking me for something. And automatically they put me in this role of the client. I feel like a wallet. I just feel like a wallet, and they don't try to appeal to me. They don't try to do anything. They start with, "Hi, Martin," which is good. But then afterwards, it's just a standard sales pitch straight away. You want to avoid that. Remember, you have a real person on the other side reading. And when they start, they're not interested in your services, right? They're not interested. If you say, "Would you like to have a sales and marketing consultant? Would you like to hire one?" Of course, they're going to say no. All right. It's the normal barrier that we have. So how do you start opening? The first thing is to give them something, make them feel good, and build some rapport. That means show that you are actually interested in them and what they're offering. So here's an example. Firstly, I hope you're doing great on this wonderful day. I am grateful there are good people like you helping the world be a better place through healing. So here, this might be slightly over the top in terms of being overly friendly, but why did I write it this way? Because I see their website and I see what this person wants, okay? This is, so Diana, so I know it's a female. And because I know their profile, I know that they're all about healing, they're about feeling better. What do they want to hear? The first thing they would want to hear is me complimenting them on what they're trying to achieve. And in a way, it's genuine. I do like that there are people like Diana who are trying to make the world a better place by helping people heal themselves, right? So that's the first thing. I am giving Diana something. I'm giving a compliment. I'm giving a recognition. I'm giving admiration, all right? And if you know the influence principles by now, you will know that this triggers reciprocity because I'm already giving some compliments. What does she do? She is giving me her attention. So that's the green part. Next part, I start my sales pitch, but I don't start straight asking for something. I just say, "My name is here, William, and I help online businesses like yours," make it personal as well, "get more clients and more sales." So that's my headline, right? That is very quickly, I explain what I am about. Now, here comes the next part. The web has become a competitive place with many good businesses like yours not getting the attention and customers they deserve. I've seen many professional and highly capable healing and Reiki businesses shut down because they couldn't get clients despite having value. So what's happening here? Here, I am explaining the problem. Remember, ADA, right? So I got the attention first through the first two paragraphs, and now I'm bringing interest by highlighting that there is a problem and then afterwards going into the solution. So here, the objective emotion is to remember that they might be stressed, right? They might not be getting enough business. Maybe they are, but this website, I think maybe they aren't. And I'm taking the shot that they're not getting enough clients. They could be getting more. And so this is what I want to leverage. I want to leverage this potential fear that they have that the business is not going to make it. But then straight away, I'm offering solution. But don't worry, that will not happen to you. What's the emotion here? Relief. This will not happen to me. Why will this not happen to me? Well, I'm curious. I want to keep reading. I would be honored to help you take your business to new heights. As a professional sales and marketing consultant for small business, I specialize in fixing the problems you have right now. So there we go. I'm explaining the solution and I'm putting the proof by saying I'm a professional sales and marketing consultant, and I make it specifically for small business. So that way it seems, it gives the impression that I'm not just randomly sending this email to every single business I could find, but only to the small businesses. And because I already showed at the beginning of the email that I have interest, genuine interest in their kind of business, then I am showing that I am selective, and there's less chance of Diana than thinking that I'm just sending this to every single one, which makes me seem better. It seems like this is a specialized offer. And now the call to action. I have already made a list of easy changes that are guaranteed to lift your sales. When's a good time to share them with you over a video call? Don't worry, these tips are free. Now, this is the hook. I've already made a list of easy changes, but I'm not going to say what these are. I want to have a commitment here. I want her to take action, which is a video call. Why? Because the principle of consistency says that if she agrees to that, it's much, much more likely that then afterwards, she's not going to say, well, thank you for these free tips. That's cool. Bye-bye. Instead, with consistency and reciprocity, if I give those free tips, then I'm leveraging this influence principle. And at the same time, Diana can get to see what I'm really about. I can display more. I can show, hey, there's also this and this. And then you can say those tips are free. But afterwards, this is why you say, well, if you want me to implement them fully, then we can talk about working on a certain basis. And then you can start talking about price, right? Remember, at the beginning, you don't want to be focusing too much on price. You want Diana to say yes. The more you get people, the potential clients like Diana, to say yes, and the more you get them satisfied, they're also more likely to be satisfied because you're charging a low price. So for them, it's great value for money. They're getting your services for relatively little. They're going to be super happy to tell, if they have any other friends who have their businesses or whatever, that you've done a good job. So this can lead to more clients, and they can ask for your services again. They might leave a review and so on. Everything that we've already discussed. But so this is a standard format, right? You don't have to be writing it exactly like this. It's not completely optimized as well. This is something that I just wrote in just 5 minutes quickly for you to have an idea that this is how you can approach it. But this is the general format. It's one of the formats that I know works and that a lot of top marketers use. And it leverages a lot of influence principles without even seeming it like it. Now we're going to be looking at how to ace your interviews or your first call with your client. So your client can be an individual, it can be a company as well. You could be working as a consultant under an agency or as a freelance consultant. Here, it doesn't matter. Any kind of interview with a client is going to benefit from these techniques. So I've already put a quick guide together, but before we go into that, I want to go through one very important principle. This principle is summarized in this image. Whenever you're trying to sell yourself, okay, absolutely avoid trying to beg for the job or trying to convince the person out of trust that you are going to be the right choice. I see so many potential consultants fall for that trap. Anybody who's asking for the job, 90% of them, they are the people on the left. What do? They ask for a job. Don't ask for the job. What you need to do is to convince your client that it is in their interest to take you on. It is in their interest to give you money because they are going to be making more money by giving you money than they would if they didn't. That's the main principle, okay? How do you do it? Then you need to have a certain pitch that's about how much you can actually make. Well, you can read here the different examples and you can understand it yourself. You can think as well, which one will you hire between the left or the right? With this in mind, let's go through the quick guide here. So, to be able to be successful in your interviews or your first calls, you need to understand what your employer or your client wants. The best thing you can do before going in there is to know exactly what your client wants. By knowing what they want, you will know what they want to hear from you. As I said, usually it's evidence that if they give you money, you will make them more money, which is your good return on investment. So try and come to every single interview call with proof of success. It doesn't matter what kind of proof. It doesn't matter your size. Here I've put as an example, if your sister's bakery website sold 10 more leaves a week, that's a 50% increase in sales. Say it. I was involved in website optimization and successfully increased monthly sales by 50%. And then you say, would you like to have your sales increase by 50%? Of course, you have to frame this in a way that doesn't seem like you're just repeating what you hear some successful people say, right? You've got to personalize it so that you make sure that it comes into your own words. Find your own words. Don't make it seem repeated. Otherwise, it's just going to look like a theater piece, like an act show, and you will not look trustworthy. So have an understanding. What do they want? They're here in a call with you. What is it that they want to hear? What is it? Next is to connect with people behind the role, right? You need to be good at communicating. You need to show that you're in their team, right? Straight away. It's you and them versus the problem. It's you and Diana versus the bad website, right? And versus the competition. It's you both in the same team, and you are there to help her make much more money, right? You just happen that you're going to take a certain share of that money, but you're not in that interview to get money from Diana. You are in there to help her understand how she is going to be making so much more by hiring you. That is the philosophy. And so the more you connect with Diana, the more you understand how she thinks, how she is, what she wants from life. Why did she start this business, this Reiki business? What was her story with it? Where does she see herself in 5 years? How would she see the business grow, right? This feeds into understand what your client wants. When you connect with them and then you get to not only understand what they want, but also they start to get to like you. Everybody likes to talk about themselves. So if you start asking, hey, what about your business, this and that, it takes away the focus from you being a consultant trying to get money from them. So it takes away that barrier by instead making it feel like, hey, we're just two humans, we're two people, and we both want, to make a good living. Tell me about your story. Tell me about what you're trying to do, And through this friendship, they are much, much more likely to hire you. Because if you make them laugh and you make them feel like you've got value, then it's almost guaranteed that they're going to want to work with you. Now, what happens if you're stuck, right? If they're asking for something and you either don't know or you don't have the skills. Don't say, I don't know, okay? I don't know is a dead end. It means there's no progress, and it's not professional to say that. Rather say something like, I can't do it now, but I can certainly learn it first, and then I can do it for you, okay? As a beginner, you're not going to be knowing everything, right? Through this course, you have learned a lot, but there are still some things, right? Some specific cases that you will not know. Now, that's not a problem unless you say it is a problem. So whenever you find yourself being stuck, have this approach of, I'm going to learn it. If I don't know it, I'm going to figure it out. And as soon as I figure it out, I'm going to tell you. I can tell you next week. I can figure it out. Finally, when discussing the price, make an attractive offer, but don't sell yourself too cheap either. So I know you're going to start off, you don't have so much experience, and so you might be tempted, after what I've said, to really sell yourself very cheap. But I don't recommend this so much, because we as customers also judge something based on the price. if the price for something is very cheap, then we think there's something wrong with it, right? Imagine if somebody's trying to sell you one of the latest generation of smartphones, and you know that the normal price for it new is dollars. If they try to sell it to you for 50, you know there's something wrong there, right? So same principles for you. You want to be cheaper than the competition at the beginning so that you have this attractiveness. You can even choose to work for free. I mean, you can go the way of honesty. You can say, listen, I don't have so much experience right now. I'm just about getting some experience. So I would be willing to work on your project for half price for just this specific project. But afterwards, I will be charging full price. So that way you are giving an offer, you're giving a reason for the offer, for the discount. If you remember the lecture on pricing discounting, it's always useful to give the reason why something is discounted, and that includes your own services. If you're discounting your services, if you come forward with a reason, which is, you know, I'm a sales and marketing consultant, I'm going to be honest with you, right? If you're saying, you know, being honest helps you connect as well, you're showing transparency, you're showing, I'm not, you know, a typical lying salesman. I'm somebody honest. I'm honest with you. I'm fairly still new. I know how to improve your website with this point and this point and this point. I'm not going to pretend that I'm an expert. I'm not, but that is also why I'm going to charge a lot less than an expert. But do know that this offer is only valid now. So you see here, we're using the principle of scarcity. We're using the principle of you can only get this offer from me from a limited time because I'm going to have a lot of experience soon, and then my price is going to increase. And that way, that can be a great way to get your potential clients to really jump on the occasion thinking they're getting a great deal. So there we go. These are some of the main tips. There's some other tips for interviews, but these are the main ones that apply almost every single time. This is the 80% of what is going to make a difference. And believe me, if you truly understand what the client wants, you manage to connect with them, you manage to have a chat, to talk about life, about their desire, their dreams, all of that, before you even get to the offer, even before you get to pricing. And then afterwards, you know, you show yourself being honest, knowledgeable. If there's any holes, you show that you're able to respond quickly and that you have a learner's attitude. And at the end, you make sure that you have a pricing offer that's in line with what you can offer. And also you add some hooks to it using the pricing strategies we talked about. Then you're 90% sure to be getting hired there. So that was it. I hope this was useful. This is the end of the course, so congratulations for finishing it. I genuinely hope that it will be useful and that whatever your aim is, whether it's to grow your business or to become a consultant or anything in the future related to the sales and marketing, I hope that this course has really helped you and that you will be as successful as possible. One thing I would ask you is if you enjoy the course, just leave a review. As you've seen from the course, reviews are extremely important, and for me, it helps me not only promote this course to more people like you, but it also helps me to understand what I can do better, and it motivates me as well to be making more courses like that in the future. So again, thank you very much for your time. I wish you the best of luck and hopefully see you in the next course.